It's Friday, turf racing is back, and there's a Pick 6 carryover. It is a great day to be at Aqueduct Racetrack. We have some graded stakes action as well in the Distaff Handicap coming up a little bit later. Rosa Veloce, she's quick, she's in form. We'll try to navigate the 7 furlongs. Perhaps standing in her way, though, is the New York bred Funny How, who is on a 5-race win streak and looks to keep that momentum going as the waters get a little bit deeper today and this weekend. On Saturday, the Grade 2 Wood Memorial, the final step on the way to the first Saturday in May here in New York. A big prep for the Kentucky Derby. We'll see if Hit Show can do it again. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Whose silks will be on that wall after this weekend? It truly is New York City's racetrack, Aqueduct Racetrack, and there's a beautiful shot of the turf course, which will be back in play for the first time in 2023. We are so excited to have turf racing back today, and that does mean that spring has sprung. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm your host, Acacia Kamani. Happy Good Friday to all of those celebrating the Easter weekend coming up here. Of course, we have so much to look forward to. The turf racing back today, a carryover in the Pick 6, and a race card tomorrow that's jam-packed with graded stakes action, including that Wood Memorial. As I welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. How excited are you for the turf racing back today, Andy?
I'm really excited. I mean, it's such a great time of the year for us. You know, we're getting into the turf season. We're getting back to Belmont Park in just a few weeks. All sorts of good things happening in racing as we get closer to the Triple Crown race as well. And nothing says spring like getting back on the turf here at Aqueduct. And we're very happy it never rained yesterday, so we're fast and we're firm.
And we have a great shot of the turf course from our third floor vantage point here at the Big A, and it looks in fine form. So can't wait to see some great racing on it a little bit later this afternoon. But we also kick off the graded stakes action today with the Grade 3 Distaff Handicap. A significant scratch with Past the Champagne coming out to the inside, which is unfortunate, Andy. But you do have some horses that have some things to prove with some backlash, and some that are kind of the now horses with very good form coming in, including the quick Rosa Veloce.
But she, like the others, and I agree with you, this is kind of the to-prove handicap because gerrymandering has to show that she can come back and refine that once good form. Rosa Veloce has been in absolutely terrific form, there's no doubt about it, but she's been bossing fields with very soft trips and far inferior fields to she meets today. Even if you take out gerrymandering, you talk about the outside horse, you talk about Funny How as well. So she's going to have to go 7 furlongs, pace advantage or not, and Past the Champagne helps her even more because she was a potential speed. But I think the tough going is going to get much tougher for her, and I think she's very vulnerable today.
I do really question the 7 furlongs for her as well.
Yeah, no, it's a reasonable question. Now, with a pace advantage, in some ways it becomes easier, but on the other hand, she's still got to beat horses that she has just not been running against. Gerrymander, even Easy to Bless, Funny How, Mama's Got to Run. All of these horses are better than the horses. I mean, when she lost a few races ago, she lost to a horse that's closer to the category of those horses than the one she's been facing in other races.
Funny How has won her last 5 races. Now, she did break her maiden against Open Company, and she won an open allowance 2 starts back. This is her victory in the Broadway, but definitely for her, it'll be a class test this afternoon.
I agree. In the 7 furlongs, unlike Rosa Veloce, where it's sort of uncharted territory, we know that 7 furlongs is perfect for this horse. And take it as fair face value. This was a terrific effort. She got an 86 Beyer. She got a 109 time form rating to compare it. Last time Rosa Veloce got a 108 time form rating, even though she got a higher Beyer fig. But it puts her in a similar category. Having said that, it should be noted that the 2 favorites, Betsy Blue and Bank Sting, who finished distant second, third, they didn't run their races. Yeah. And Bank Sting could be, I don't know if she's been retired or not. I know that Betsy Blue has been sent to the farm for a little bit of a freshening. So the competition has gotten deeper, and it's always interesting to see these horses that blossom during the winter here, as these 2 did, and legitimately blossomed, when they come back and they run in a graded race like this, and you face proven winners like a gerrymandering, and even Mama's Got to Run on the outside coming back in just 5 days.
Will be interesting to see what Gerrymander does, winner of the 8 Bells last year, but we haven't seen her since 2 disappointing efforts in Grade 1s back last fall and summer. All that coming up a little bit later on. Here's what's on tap. Of course, we have the Distaff Handicap in Race 7, which we were just talking about 31,000 in that carryover for the Pick 6. Oaklawn Park back in action today as well. We have a fast main track there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. As Andy mentioned, fast and firm today in New York as well. Beautiful thing to say with the turf course back in play. You can join NYRA Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code BONUS200 and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NYRABets.com for your $200 deposit match. Tomorrow, we'll take that final step here in New York onto the Kentucky Derby. Hit Show was impressive, winning last time out in the Withers. Can he make it back-to-back graded stakes victories at the Big A? We'll talk a little bit more about him and the rest of the field after this.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app to get started. Coming up tomorrow, of course, we have that Wood Memorial, but that is just one of 4 graded stakes to look forward to. Things will kick off a little bit earlier in the day with the Gazelle for the 3-year-old fillies. We'll have the Bayshore and the Carter for the sprinters, and then the Wood Memorial. And our America's Best Racing race of the week is that Grade 2 Wood Memorial, a mile and an eighth on the main track for the 3-year-olds. A very important race, Andy, for these runners to get the points needed to get into the starting gate for this year's Kentucky Derby. As a reminder, only 20 will line up in the starting gate for the Kentucky Derby. Of course, much larger than what we see in the average race day, but everybody wants a spot in the gate. And even Hit Show, who's currently number 27 on the points board after winning the Withers, he needs these points to get in the gate.
No question about it. He might be able to qualify if he runs third and gets 20 points. He'll definitely be able to qualify with a second place or a win in here. But I don't know about you, Acacia. I feel like this year, more than any other year, the points are really going to matter.
Absolutely.
And one of it may be that a lot of different horses have won different races and run second, so you have a lot more horses that have gathered points. And here's Hit Show's impressive win, the Withers, and this was really a coming out party for him 2 months ago. But getting back to that point, which I kind of lost, it feels as though a lot of horses have stayed sound, thankfully.
Yes.
So we're not seeing horses dropping by the wayside as much. I know we lost Arabian Night earlier, but he hadn't made that many points. He only won that one sort of minor points race earlier. So you're keeping these horses in there, and people go to the Derby. And the other thing is, after Rich Strike last year, you feel like any horse can win.
Yeah.
And this year, there's no outstanding leader going in where you're going, well, I don't want to face him. So this race, I feel like they could get 30 if they could have 30 in the race.
Brad Cox, he, of course, has Hit Show. He also has Slip Mahoney running 2 in the Wood Memorial. But Brad is absolutely loaded when it comes to the Kentucky Derby and the Kentucky Oaks, really, with the way wet paint has been going. But this is Brad Cox's Kentucky Derby hopefuls, of course, highlighted by Angel of Empire, who's so impressive winning the Arkansas Derby last week.
Yeah, I mean, it's a large list, and it also includes Verifying.
Yes.
Because he's the second choice in the morning line, the Bluegrass. So a second place finish in there, and he's got the points, got to get the distance. So Brad has a plethora of horses, and his horses have been delivering. It's so interesting watching both he and Todd Pletcher. He obviously doesn't have the deep years of resume of Todd, but like Todd, his horses deliver in these big races.
Todd has plenty of big chances for the Kentucky Derby as well, and 3 in the Wood, including 2 maidens. Here's a look at Dreamlike and his most recent start down at Gulfstream Park. We'll get blinkers on, but he's been running some quick races.
Oh, he has, and he's had the misfortune of running into 2 Bill Mott horses. One was this long shot firster, and the other one was a horse that had run well up in Saratoga in a couple of starts, and was sort of unlucky to lose. Did he lose to Instant Coffee?
Arthur's Ride?
Yeah.
I believe.
He might have, because I think it was one of those main races on closing day. I get running this horse.
Yeah.
I feel like with Krupe, and we can talk about him, they're trying for something. But this horse, I mean, he ran races that would break their mains for most horses. I think that's their feeling to get there. The problem for him is being lightly raced, especially even if he qualifies going to the Derby. But this is a very talented runner here, and he drew extremely well, unlike Hit Show.
We'll break from post number 1 of 3 for trainer Todd Pletcher, who has quite the resume when it comes to the Wood Memorial. Of course, winning it last year with Mo Donegal, who'd go on to win the Belmont Stakes. And it just seems like this is a race he has really dominated.
Only 7 of 13. What happened the other 6 years?
Yeah, come on,
Todd,
you're slacking.
It's so crazy with Todd when you find out that he, like, if you name a prep and you hear that Todd only won it 3 times, you say, boy, he's really got to step up his game in that one, because it's not as close as he seems to in the other ones. Todd Pletcher, who has won 2 Derbies, and you'll hear people say, oh, he's underachieved. I don't agree with that at all. He's run a lot of horses in the Derby that had absolutely no chance, and I'm sure candidly Todd would have said the same thing. And don't sneeze at winning 2 Derbies. There are going to be a lot of great trainers that win no Derbies. But one thing Todd Pletcher does is he delivers in these preps like nobody.
It's not an easy thing to do, winning the Kentucky Derby, as we take a look at the Kentucky Derby preps that still remain. Tomorrow at Aqueduct, we have the Wood Memorial, Bluegrass, Santa Anita Derby, and the Lexington. A big day tomorrow as far as those points are concerned. The Lexington at Keeneland next week will give us that kind of final inclination of who might get into the starting gate. You can watch the Wood Memorial with us on Fox, Big Fox, that is, tomorrow at 6 p.m. from 6 to 6:30 Eastern on Fox. Tune in. We are so excited to have the opportunity to showcase the marquee race here at the Big A and all of the great work that goes into our exciting product throughout the whole year. So that'll be fun tomorrow. Hope you'll tune in and join us as we get ready to kick off the live racing action today on Friday with race number 1, a mile on the main track. It's a $25,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life. Here's the field, Andy, beginning with Sopresso.
He ran a big race last time, which Aretawich would give him a real chance today. I feel like he's a bit hit or miss, and the board right now is saying miss more than hit.
He's 9-2, a little bit chilly on the board. Here's Ghostly Prince for Rudy Rodriguez.
Comes out of a fairly weak division of this race last time out where he didn't do much running.
8-1 for that one. Next will be your favorite off the drop in class, Burt, Burt, Burt.
Yeah, and you go back to that last fast track race, albeit a sealed track. He ran a figure that would beat these. And his other race competitive. He's a little over bet right now. You wonder if there's some sort of story on this horse.
Next will be the 4 Poppy on Ice, stepping up in class.
Yeah, you never know with Randy Brassode when they're going to show up. I feel like he was in a very weak division of a lower level race last time out.
Here's a Parks Invader. Up next, Midnight Chrome.
And this is a horse that's competed in some very big race, including a third-place finish in our Remsen. He's my top choice near. Feel like his last race is a prep, and these are sharp connections shipping in.
And finally, the number 6, Cheeky Tico, looking to take a step forward.
I'm guessing that he was the morning line favorite in this race and seems like a very logical horse in this race. He was. We'll see if the odds change a bit as we get closer to post time.
You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. We will kick off the early pick 5 here in the opener. 7-5 on Burt. I know that he is taking a drop in class, Andy, but I agree with you. That does feel like a very short price.
We saw a Charlie Baker trainer switch take a huge amount of money the other day and run kind of dismally. It's a horse that I picked. So it feels like they're sort of betting these horses. We'll see as Charlie Baker goes. I picked him second, but I think 7-5 is just too short.
There he is getting a warm-up from Kendrick Carmouche, that kind of patented big solo warm-up out on the racetrack. We saw a shot of the number 1 Sopresso, who you touched on in the post parade. 9-2, cool on the board. Now, he did break his maiden last time by 7 lengths, but now he is stepping up to face winners for the first time.
He's got 6 career starts. This is his last start, and a 64 buyer, and if he runs it, he is right in the thick of things. His prior races were a 23, 38, 45, 28, and 32, 2 of them on the turf, none of which would make him even remotely a contender for the 4th slot in the Super, a 6-horse field. Oddly, last time, after not running a step the time before that, he took a lot of money and he galloped. These are connections that were the ownership group. They were linked with Juan Vasquez. They had horses with him last winter, and they have had a number of interesting winners. Now, one of them was a huge price that took no money and ran a giant race. The rest of them all got bet. And I'm not saying they were all short, but maybe there were horses that should have been a bigger price. They had one horse that was a maiden that went from 40 to 1 to like 10 to 1 in one flash, didn't win, but came back and got put up on a DQ, taking money, and they took down an enormous, whoever it was, took down a huge percentage of every single multi-race pool involving that horse where the horse is a big underlay. And right now, he's just not really getting bet, which to me might be a bad sign for these connections.
9-2 right now, warming up on track under Trevor McCarthy as we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliori, here with us. Richie, what are you seeing from these horses in the warm-up for the opener?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, Maggie. The one horse, Sopresso, really did not stand out to me in the paddock. If anything, he almost looked a little bit too quiet, if you will. And when he warmed up on the racetrack is when I really felt like he got more animated. I loved his warm-up under Trevor McCarthy. The 3, Burt, got that nice warm-up, kind of really bowed his head, framed up nicely with Kendrick Carmouche. And Midnight Chrome, he looked fantastic in the paddock. I continued to like him on the racetrack. And, you know, he's a horse that checks both boxes for me. I think he makes a lot of sense on paper, and certainly from a physical perspective is the pick for me.
Thanks, Gary. No, I'm kidding. Richie, of course.
Whatever.
We were like, where is Maggie?
The names are interchangeable
it
around
happens
here,
all the
you know?
time. All the time. We do production calls every day. And the number of times that one of us says hello and everybody calls us Acacia or Maggie.
I think Gary wants to say something.
I want to apologize.
She's very upset,
We were
Richie.
having mic troubles, and I was so preoccupied. My sincerest apologies.
He's like a jockey. He's got a million excuses for everything. I mean, you just got to stop, Richie.
No problem, Richie. There's nobody more guilty of it than our producer, Evan.
No, me.
That's okay. 3-2 on Burt right now. What about Cheeky Tico to the outside, Andy? He is 5-2. And he's one of those horses that you just feel like is always kind of, he's just there. You know, he never really like runs a huge race to give you confidence, but he never runs poorly either.
He runs to his competition a little bit. I don't disagree with that. I think it's a reasonably good way to put it. I thought Richie picked the 3. Richie like Poppy?
I thought he did.
I think he picked the 3. I don't think he picked the 4. You might want to clear that up. First of all, I picked the 5. I didn't pick the 4. I picked the 5. And I think Richie picked, I thought he picked the 3, but whatever.
They both picked the 5.
Okay. As far as Cheeky 2, good job, guys. You got one of them right. So, hey, names, picks, it's all up in the air. You're right. You look at him. He runs figures to his competition. Last time out, a little wide. Thought the track was fair, but there might have been a slight edge to speed in the inside, so maybe a little bit against it. The time before that, when he was in a soft spot in 8-5, he was absolutely awful in there. Manny gave him a good ride. He had nothing. I don't know exactly what to do. 3 back, he was outside against a good rail, so he has an excuse that day. But it seems like he's in spots where he's supposed to win, and he still kind of doesn't run that well. So, yeah, I think he can win this race. I don't think it's a surprise, but I don't trust him at all.
You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest that follows the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Race number 1 just a few minutes away. Let's go back to the number 5, Midnight Chrome, Andy, who both you and Richie landed on for a top selection coming in from Parks. And this was a horse, as you mentioned, that ran 3rd in the Remsen in 2021. He ran in the Lexington, one that might have been for a short time on the Kentucky Derby trail, and now we find him in a spot that he looks to turn things around.
And obviously he hasn't run well in any of his recent starts, and that's sort of being kind. But last time out just felt like a real prep, running against better horses, wide trip chasing. He got the sort of the exercise by chasing the pace, so he got something out of that return race. And you go 3, 4, all these races back, he's running figures that make him very logical in this race. And there's also something seductive about new faces in these kind of groups. And maybe sometimes it's a little bit because we've been here all winter and it feels like we've been looking at the Berts and Cheeky Twos and the other, and you say, oh, here's a new guy. This one hasn't disappointed me yet. So, I'm going to take a shot here. But that doesn't always work out. Sometimes they're even more disappointing as the ones that have already disappointed you. But I went to him, and I feel like that John Service comes here with a purpose.
We all have our pets, don't we?
Yeah, my pets are to bet against the pets. But a little money coming in right now in Suppresso, so we'll see if that's effective. That matters here. I'm not a big fan, but he can also win. His last race was good enough.
3-1 now on Suppresso to the inside, looking to make back-to-back victories after he broke his maiden last time. Trevor McCarthy will stay aboard. 2-1 on Burt, as it seems like beyond him, the public a little bit unsure as to who to trust in this spot. Early pick 5 kicking off here. Let's see if your favorite can get the job done. Everyone looking for the second win of their career will kick off racing on Good Friday at the Big A. Chris Griffin has the call.
Two out, Midnight Chrome and Cheeky Tico. Midnight Chrome steps in. Cheeky Tico and Manny Franco is in. All set. Little unsettled towards the inside. Now we're set, and they're off. Awkward start there for Burt. Kendrick Carmouche does stay in the saddle, but tall task now for Burt. Burt gonna tangle at the start. So Presso's got early speed, and Midnight Chrome, they're going to be 1-2, and now Midnight Chrome is going to press on, is up by a neck. So Presso is back to second as they come out of the chute. There's Cheeky Tico, who's tracking in third, followed by Ghostly Prince. Pappy on Ice is losing touch with the field, and far back after the start was Burt. They work up the backstretch here in the opener. They went 23.69 for the opening quarter mile, and they're chasing Midnight Chrome. It's Midnight Chrome and Abner Adorno. They're clear. They're up by a full length. Cheeky Tico is ranging up on the outside here of Sorpresso as they're trying to hold that spot. Sorpresso and Trevor McCarthy in between horses in that second. Now third spot as Ghostly Prince is in behind them. Far back here to Pappy on Ice. It's another 12 back to Pappy on Ice, who is another 3 in front of Burt. They go into the turn, and they went 47-2 for the half-mile time here in the opener. Midnight Chrome is doling out the fractions. Here comes the run from Cheeky Tico, who's trying to range up on the outside, is ready to come after this pace setter now. All in is Sorpresso. Here's Ghostly Prince with a run, and Ghostly Prince is now within 3 of the lead as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Cheeky Tico has taken the lead. It's Cheeky Tico who now kicks for home. Midnight Chrome is back to second. Ghostly Prince is rallying up on the grandstand side from third. Cheeky Tico got the jump. Midnight Chrome is coming back for more up on the outside for a final furlong. It is Cheeky Tico who's striding away, is now 2.5 lengths clear, approaching the 16th pole. It's going to be Cheeky Tico and Manny Franco to win the opener easily. All Cheeky Tico tight here for second. Midnight Chrome's in a photo with Ghostly Prince and an oncoming Pappy on Ice in 1 minute 40 flat.
Well, maybe he runs to his competition, but he found the right competition today. Cheeky Tico with the win. But, of course, the race did change a lot at the beginning with your favorite, Bert. An awkward break here. It looks like he stumbles after the start, and Kendrick Carmouche, so athletic, able to hold on and keep his stirrups after that.
Right, from what we can see there, and keep in mind we're not looking with a microscope, we don't see that he had an unfair start. It just feels like he kind of bobbled or something, and Kendrick lost his balance. And what I would say it shows, and Richie can obviously talk more about this, is just how he's...
One leg actually off the side, and he was able to swing himself back over.
That is awfully impressive.
It takes a tremendous amount of strength.
And I think what happens a lot is I think we all underestimate how hard it is to ride horses sometimes, and I'm probably as guilty of that as anybody in the game. And I think also the gait, and I'd like to get Richie's opinion on that, because I'm sure he's been in more than his share of sort of hairy incidents, and it's nice to see Kendrick. That was a very acrobatic move by him.
It was. It looked like he was about to do a move in the circus. And Richie, hopefully you were able to see the start there. Tremendous amount of athleticism and strength that it takes to hold on and stay aboard your mount when that kind of thing happens.
Really an incredible athletic feat there. And, you know, the horse basically stumbled a second or third stride. And what happens is you break, you poise yourself up in the stirrups, and you're going forward. And usually if a horse stumbles, they'll stumble the first step. So now that you're going forward and the horse stumbles, he basically is coming out from underneath you. And the fact that he was able to get back into the middle of him after having basically both legs on one side of the horse. And, you know, guys, I'm going to go to the jocks room and get one of the saddles that these guys ride with. And I think you'll be even more impressed with guys being able to stay on, riders being able to stay on with the size of the saddles, because they're really not conventional saddles. They're basically a strap of leather with a tree to hold the stirrups on. I'm going to go to the room right now so I can show you before the next race.
And we're going to sign up Kendrick Carmouche for Cirque du Soleil.
We saw that remarkable dismount by Jamie Torres when he got thrown yesterday. But this was incredible, staying on there. And I mean, that was impressive. You know, Kendrick's not as young as some of these guys either. He's getting up there. I sent him a text and make sure he's okay, but also congratulate him. That was impressive.
Very impressive for him to be able to hold on to his mount. But there is Manny Franco and Cheeky Tico, who win the opener at the Big A. We'll bring you prices in a bit. We'll also get ready to kick off our live racing action from Oaklawn Park, Hot Springs, Arkansas, getting ready to start the day on this Friday afternoon. Stay with us for a whole lot more coming up on America's Day at the Races.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, in the vertical 50, $1,950,000, hit $1,950,000, 50, in the vertical 50, in the vertical 50, we're $1,950,000, $1,950,000, $2 million quickly, $2 million, $2 million one, $2 million one, $2 million, hold on, $2 million, $2 million 50, all through, and I have, boom, thank you both, $2 million, Rogers way, good luck.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKenzie's in front.
McKenzie, they've done it. McKenzie has it by 2.
It's McKenzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. In race 1 at Aqueduct, today was the day for Cheeky Tico. He got the second win of his career under Manny Franco, who did pilot him to victory when he broke his maiden at the start of 2023 as well. He found his friends this afternoon, Andy.
He did, and listen, they all benefited from the start with Burt. Whether he would have won or not, you have no way of knowing, but when a favorite or co-favorite has that happen, it's going to make everybody else's life a little easier. But the way he won, probably would have gotten it done anyway, and Manny Franco just continues what was a fabulous winner for him, winning at an extremely high percentage. I mean, he's winning at 26% this year, and I think that's sort of, or I should say he's winning at almost 25-26% for the year. This is a breakout year for him, and I think things are going to, it's not going to change that. Big guys are going to come back, but I think you're going to see Manny continue to be toward the front of the pack.
$6.60 winner, and of course Burt, the favorite with that bad start and the stumble. Kendrick Carmouche able to retain his balance in a true feat of athleticism. We turn over to Oaklawn Park, getting ready for the opener in Hot Springs, Arkansas. A mile and a 16th on the main track. It's an allowance for fillies and mares. And taking a look at horses on the track, Jabella to the inside, one of two for Robertino Diodoro, currently your co-favorite at 2-1.
I mean, that figure last time sticks out like a sore thumb. Keisha, where did it come from? Yeah. And are we going to see it again? If we do, he's going to win. She's going to win. 87
Buyer speed figure last time out when she won at Oaklawn Park when coming in from Delta Downs. Let's see if she can keep the momentum going. Ramsey Zimmerman will be aboard once again. Here's the other one for the barn, also 2-1, Brittle and You.
I prefer this one, a trainer change, not a private purchase, same connections, but a trainer change to this horse. I prefer Brittle and You. They look like the right two, and the public agrees.
Here's the number 3, Gimme Candy, stretching out.
Goes out for her man, Tom Amoss, but this one will have to step forward as she stretches out as well off a win.
Coming in off of a sprint win last time out at a town. 11-1 right now. Riley Mott has 2 in the race. Here's number 4, Into Disco.
A horse you wanted to have last time, kind of a last time as a time horse, needs to take another step forward in all likelihood.
Next will be her stablemate, number 5, Sand and Sea, who stretches out, making her second start for Riley.
She's run one okay figure on the dirt. She's a better turf horse, and it's interesting the stretch out here because before this, his father's had her most of her career, and she's gone short the whole time.
Both of those 5-1. Fast and Feminine also stretches out in distance.
Has speed figures that make her a contender in here at a big price, but they're at Sam Houston and Remington Park, and that form doesn't often transfer here.
And finally, number 7, Blame It on Midnight.
This is the wild card of the race. A big figure at Sam Houston last time out. Little tough to make sense. Looking at some horses in there, like the second horse, they're just, I don't really back it up. But the third horse came back with a win that does back it up. So maybe it was legit.
72 Buyer speed figure for the next start for the third place finisher in that race.
Boy,
Let's
you're
see.
Really on top of your game today.
I did my homework.
You're looking up the Buyer figures on third place finishers at Oaklawn. I don't know if Paul's as impressed as I am, but I'm impressed.
Let's find out. Paul LaDuca joining us live at Oaklawn Park. Hey, Paulie.
What's going on, Acacia? Yeah, always impressed with the research that our team does. We have the best team in the world, but I wouldn't put it past Acacia and Maggie to dig back about 7 generations to find out where they ran and try to embarrass us on air. But hey, you know what? When they're better looking than you, then you just got to sit back there and just take it, Andy. So I just take it. Let's get to race number 1 here, start of the pick 5. And, you know, a good 10-race card. No stakes races today, but there is a ton of horses in today. And I thought a pretty good early pick 5 second. So we'll take you back to Jabella's last race. And Andy does make a good point. You know, this race in the number sticks out, like he said, a sore thumb. I thought the horse did it very, very impressively. Sat from just off the pace. You know, this whole meet, a lot of the Delta downshippers have not done well. But a lot of those Delta downshippers have been horses that have came in running from there. This was a horse that was coming off a layoff from Delta Downs, and Diodoro got a chance to work with this mare, and now she's 2-1. And, you know, the 2 Brittle and You comes from the Bob Hesbarn out in California, but, you know, she made a start here last time out and lost to Coastal Charm, and Let's Duet. Let's Duet's going to be on later in the card. And, you know, when you look at Jabella, she beat Misty Vale last time, and Misty Vale's going to be in race number 3. An old Tom Amos horse has got a big shot. So when you look at those 2 mares, 5 and 6 years old, they really look tough in here, the 1 and the 2. You know, the other horses in here, you know, I look at the 6 and I think to myself, okay, when this horse does get a dry track, she is a little bit better, and she's a 4-year-old that could move forward. Sometimes when, you know, the 1 and 2 are 5 and 6, you know, they've kind of peaked, but you never know. Completely agree with Andy on the 7. You know, this is a kind of a wild card horse, especially a filly that's never really run a bad race. She's an Illinois bred. She's run okay on turf. She's run okay on dirt. You know, Sean Davis is pretty sharp. She's kind of the horse to me at 6-1 that could maybe upset the apple cart here to start the pick 5. But I thought it was 1-2 in here, and I think a lot of people are going to lean on in the next race the Keith Asmussen runner for your pick 5 here to start off your pick 5, Acacia, and a horse that might be tough to trust too. But I think it's 1-2 is all you need to get out of here.
All right, Paul, thank you. Robertino Diodoro seems to have a strong hold on this opening race here, Andy.
Yeah, and I agree with what Paulie said about the second race. King Doodle, he was talking about the 5, is obviously, based on the figures, the horse to beat. But it's an 0-for-14 horse. It's lost some races at short prices. And I'm with Paulie. That horse may be the horse to beat in the second, but not the kind of horse you want to take a big shot with or a big stand in a pick 5. But Paulie's taking the second race off. That's why he felt so free to throw those haymakers to begin it. He's not going to be back for an hour, but he thinks I'm going to forget. I'm not.
That's it. Andy was taking notes while you were talking,
I just
Paul.
have more time to get ready for him.
To think about things to say. Paul's done such a great job at Oaklawn all winter, too. Of course, they had their marquee day last week with the Arkansas Derby, and we're grateful to have Paulie as our boots on the ground over there.
No question about it. He's been terrific, and his opinions have been sensational. He's had some big price winners, but even beyond that, he's been really on top of it. And I agree. Having been here all winter, he's been great over there. He's been a lot of fun, as he always is, but he really has really been terrific, and we've been lucky to have him.
3-2 on the number 1, Jabella to the inside for Robertino Diodoro. We'll stretch out a little bit from the mile to the mile and a 16th. Has gone a mile on the turf in the past. So we'll see. But she is coming in here in very good form. And the big question is, can she repeat that 87 Beyer speed figure?
I'm going to take the 2 as my top choice here, but I think that is the big question starting the day. Jubella, can she run back to that number?
They're loading in for the opener at Oaklawn Park. We'll send it up to track announcer Jim Byers for the call.
Who drew the inside post. Brittle and You and Fast and Feminine will head in next. And the last to load is Blame It on Midnight. Gimme Candy heads in. And now Blame It on Midnight. They're in the gate. And they're off. Halting start for Jubella right on the inside. Sand and Sea and Gimme Candy head out jointly here, and there goes Into Disco from between horses and the Vibrant Green moving into a more prominent third. Brittle and You gets out in fourth. Fast and Feminine is fifth. Blame It on Midnight stacked up about 4 wide. And Jubella is trailing the field as they turn on to the backstretch. Sand and Sea on the stretch out leads at 3/4 of a length to Into Disco. Gimme Candy is third on the inside. Blame It on Midnight is fourth. And Fast and Feminine has been in a steady, Travis Wales steadying her around that turn. Appears to have settled down now. Brittle and You in the purple is inside of her. Brittle and You is 5 lengths off the lead, and Jubella is still trailing the field as they approach the half-mile pole. It's Isaac Castillo and Sand and Sea leading the way by 1.5 lengths. Into Disco is continuing to track in second. Gimme Candy is following 2 lengths farther back. Blame It on Midnight to a more contending fourth. Brittle and You is not showing much. There goes Jubella. Jubella re-breaks on the outside. And she is really storming for Ramsey Zimmerman on the outside in the white blinkers as they come to the final quarter mile. It's Sand and Sea and Into Disco. Jubella is 2 lengths off of them, but is trying to sustain that rally as Into Disco, Martin Garcia, goes to the lead. Here is Jubella, still a length and a half back, trying to run her down. Final 16th. Into Disco leads it. Jubella is next. Sand and Sea third. Into Disco wins the first. Takes it by 2 to Jubella. Brittle and You a non-threatening third. Sand and Sea fourth.
Into Disco broke her maiden impressively last time out, and she backs it up with yet another victory today for trainer Riley Mock.
A very sluggish start for Jubella in the race, but great to see Riley Mock get another win with this horse, and she really did take another step forward after her maiden win, an improving horse for him, and good to see. It's really an interesting meet of the sons of trainers, sort of having big coming out parties. Norm Cassie, who's done well before, but has been having a very, very good year and really just killed it at Oaklawn with his starters. But Riley Mock, this is his 6th win in just 43 starts. If you look at these stats, those are pretty heady numbers. He's run a lot of horses that made no sense on paper. So considering it, those live horses have run. It's nice to see Riley getting off this kind of start. And it's the kind of start that's going to turn some heads and get him some more horses.
And just his first year training as well. Turning our attention back over to Aqueduct Race 2 coming up next. It's a mile on the main track for the 3-year-old fillies. But before we get to that, as we saw in the first race with Kendrick Carmouche being able to keep his balance on Burt, 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 Richie promised us a show and tell. So Richie, take it away.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, and you know, we talk about race riders and how athletic they are, but look at the saddle that some of them ride in. Now, you have all different kinds of sizes saddles. This actually weighs a half a pound. We don't have stirrups on it, but with stirrups and girth, it's going to weigh less than 2 pounds. And you think about what Kendrick Carmouche was able to do, staying in the saddle, basically getting back in the saddle after the horse stumbled at the break. And this is what he's using as a saddle. So you think about these men and women and how strong they are, how athletic. And for anybody who's ridden, could you imagine riding in a saddle that small and then being able to get back in the saddle after basically being off of a horse? I mean, I talked to Kendrick right afterwards, and he was like, I'm not even sure how I got back on, but a lot of times it's just that leg strength and that just desire not to hit the ground that makes you be able to pull off these incredible athletic feats. And again, I just thought this was interesting. This is a saddle they race ride in. Honestly, I think everybody really needs to know just how incredible athletically they are.
Richie, thank you so much. Always enjoy the opportunity to get to listen from somebody who's done it all and done it so well. And there's a look at that saddle, a great explanation by Richie of what these jockeys are actually riding in, and it makes it that much more impressive to see the athleticism from Kendrick.
They talk about the Angel Cordero's old saddle that John Velasquez had, the magic saddle. I think it's the guys in the saddles that make the magic. And
yes.
Kendrick Carmouche was the magician on that one. Very impressive.
Very impressive indeed, and great to see that he was able to retain his balance and horse and rider finished the race. Turning our attention now over to race number 2 at the Big A. Maybe you have a little bit more perspective with what these jockeys do every day. Tomorrow, though, we'll have the Grade 1 Carter, and Repo Rocks has been on fire, winning his last 4 races since moving to the Jamie Ness barn. Can he keep the train rolling as he looks for a Grade 1 victory on Saturday? America's Day at the Races, a great shot of the Empire State Building, and you can get that view just on the back balcony here at Aqueduct Racetrack.
I was out there yesterday. I was calling my mom before the show, sitting outside. It was a beautiful day. See all the way to Manhattan. One of the bad things about quitting smoking, I used to go out there and smoke. And it's a long time ago I quit.
It's a great view.
It was a great place to go out there and just, it's an awesome spot up here on the 3rd floor.
Race number 2 at the Big A coming up next. Again, we're going a mile on the main track. And very interesting allowance race for the fillies, kicking things off in the post parade with the number 1, Balpool.
I like Balpool. I think this is a crazy price in the horse. Right on the rail last time, maybe the wrong place to be in the race before. It makes this horse very dangerous.
Here's the number 2, Fancy Azteca. She is fancy indeed, very flashy.
She was in tough last time out. She ran her sort of normal figure. She's a player. I think she's overbet.
Number 3, Aniston, first time since January in the Busanda.
She's woefully slow in her races. She'd have to improve remarkably.
La Vida Sofia also tried stakes last time.
I think she's dangerous. Her races are okay. Her race 2 back would make her tough.
And trainer switch, Crimson. What do you do with her?
I don't know. You and I were talking with Pamela. I have no idea why Eclipse Partners bought her this. I have great respect for them. And it feels like they've all seen something we haven't. There's no pedigrees to look at the first and second family. She comes out of a very slow race down at Laurel where she got a good trip. I'm really curious to know why Eclipse bought into this horse. But maybe she'll go out and win, and that'll be my answer.
You can earn a $15 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Aqueduct and Keeneland, opening day at Keeneland today, and you can earn a $15 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in today. Always all kinds of great promos going on over at Naira Bets. As far as the number 5, Crimson goes, there she is, and she was not purchased outright. She was purchased in part by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, purchased a piece of her after her debut at Laurel in with her original owners, and she moves from the barn of Brittany Russell to Todd Pletcher. She did win by 5 lengths. She looked to me to still be pretty green in this race though, Andy, and as you mentioned, it wasn't the fastest race that we've seen.
No, I mean, in all honesty, it's the kind of race, or the 51 buyer first time out, that you're more likely, I think, to see this horse running in lower-level claiming races going forward than allowance or stakes. Now, I don't know what they paid, but Eclipse is a pretty sharp partnership, to say the least, and involved their partners with Mike Rapoli on Nest, and, I think a lot of people are familiar with them. They have Spenderella, who, we look forward to her coming back soon for Grand Motion, who could be one of the top, 4-year-old fillies in the country on the turf. You and I couldn't find any pedigree to speak of on this horse, so I'm just wondering why Eclipse would buy into a horse like this, but maybe she'll go out and win, and that'll be our answer, but I am skeptical.
It is an intriguing purchase, as she's 2-1 as your favorite right now, making her first start for Todd. The number 1, Balpool, though, this one goes out for Rob Atcher. She broke her maiden at Aqueduct 2 starts back. And we'll take a look at that win where she won by a nose. And then last time you mentioned how she was right on the rail the whole time.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see a lot lower than 9-2 by post time. Judging by doubles, she would buy for favoritism with the 2, which I think she should. Thought this was a genuine race. Check Engine Light was, I believe, the favorite. Gifted, who came back. She ran a 67 buyer, followed with a 67, then an 82 in her next start. So a legitimate race. So why did she step back last time? Well, I don't feel, you look at the charts and horses were winning towards the inside in the lead, but looking at them, they were not horses that were right on the rail. So it might have been a situation where the 2-path was sort of okay. This horse was glued to the rail, absolutely glued to the rail for the vast majority of the race. So I feel like that might be a reasonable excuse for her last race. And if she can get back to a race 2 back, I thought she was the horse to beat.
4-1 on Balpool right now. For more in this field warming up, let's check in with Richie.
It's a really good-looking group of fillies here. Balpool looked tremendous in the paddock, as most of Rob Atcher's horses do. Very well turned out. But she was really green with the pony. For a horse that's making her 4th start, she kind of really pulled away from the pony, but then warmed up nicely under Manny Franco solo. The 2, Fancy Azteca, she gets a check mark for me. I love the way she looked in the paddock. Really tight coat on her, very well turned out, and the warm-up is what really won me over. Love the way she's moving, love the way she framed up. The 3, Aniston, broke her maiden nicely in her 2nd start, then tried Stakes Company in the Busanda. Now she drops back into Allowance Company, very nicely bred Curlin filly. Maybe she's back with her friends. And then the 4, La Vida Sofia, another one, long, elegant filly, looks good. I do think she'll run a big race today, but I'm all about the 2, Fancy Azteca.
All right, Richie, thank you. She stretches back out to the mile. She has won at this distance, but that was for $20,000 when she was picked up by Linda Rice.
Yeah, I'm not, I didn't love her chances here. I respect Richie's opinion. My friend David Argona likes this horse as well, and I respect his opinion a great deal. I didn't think she was that good. We'll see. I mean, I thought she was maybe facing some better horses in here, but she was definitely over her head last time out. Maybe the mile will help her. We'll see. I don't have a strong opinion in this race. I think Balpool is supposed to be the favorite. That's what I believe.
Top pick for you?
She is my top choice. I mean, 3-1, I think it's a very fair price. But you look at the board right now, and they're all sort of lower. Looking at doubles, Fancy Azteca is a very slight favorite over the one Balpool. So I think you'll probably see her drop down to 5-2 by post time. I'm very curious to see what Crimson does because I don't like her at all on paper, but the only thing that I find interesting is you have a trainer switch to Todd Pletcher, and you have the Clips buying in. So I wonder if there's something that I'm just not seeing. Based on that first race, I don't think she's even a remote contender in this race. And it's odd that Todd Pletcher has arguably the two slowest horses in a race. You rarely see it. Probably run 1-2, having said that.
Probably. I want to talk quickly about the number 4, La Vida Sofia, because she's one that you kind of have to sift through her form. She debuted on the turf. She tried the Demoiselle, the Busher, the Tempted Stakes with some very tough competition. You almost kind of have to sift through to see how she fits in here.
I agree with you. And you look at Sheeta Booty, who's a 7-2 morning line, and tomorrow's Gazelle. So she hasn't run that badly. I thought she was a major contender. I picked her second here. I made a 1-4 exacta as well. I think she's a very dangerous player in here. I'm going to try to beat Fancy Azteca. We'll see if that works out or not.
La Vida Sofia, she does seem to be intriguing, getting away from the likes of Sheeta Booty, who, as Andy mentioned, we'll see in the Gazelle tomorrow for trainer Chad Brown. The number 3, Aniston, to go back on her, as you mentioned, her races are slower. She did seem to appear getting some more distance and winning at a mile and an 1/8. We haven't seen her since a non-effort in the Busenda.
I don't know what to make of her. I mean, on the surface things you say, she's too slow. But she is in a pretty good barn, to say the least. They cost a lot of money. She's obviously not showing to be worth that. And last time out, they tried a stake. I don't know why she took money that day, but she was eased. She was awful. But once again, it's Todd Pletcher. She's lightly raced. She could certainly improve. Not a horse that I want to bet on, but not like the kind of horse that's going to run well here and I'm going to be shocked. I don't think you're ever shocked when Todd's horses improve and run well. But based on her races on the racetrack, the only reason she's taking any money is that Jennifer Aniston is well known.
I was going to ask, are you a Friends fan?
No.
No?
Not a friend. But I'm a Jennifer Aniston fan, though. She's been in some really good movies.
She has.
She has. She's excellent. I agree.
It
What's
hurts
that
my
movie?
heart a little bit that you said so quickly that you were not a fan of Friends.
Just never really watched. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well,
I just wasn't. I don't watch a lot of sitcoms. I like The Big Bang Theory.
That's a really good show.
It's a great
Very good show.
It's a great show. Yeah. Especially the first 6 to 8 years. It was just so funny.
Hopefully Jennifer Aniston is watching.
No, she's terrific. What's that movie? Is it Cake or something where she's playing recovering? Yeah.
Oh, I know the movie
that's
you're talking about.
She's really good.
Very talented.
Is it The Good Girl? What's the one where she's been in some very, very good indie movies.
I love her in The Morning Show. Have you seen that?
No, I've heard it's great, but I've not.
Really good.
That
Much
would
more
require
kind of
me getting a subscription
role.
series. Requires the effort of signing up.
We'll see
Sort
what
of beyond me.
Aniston does in this upcoming second race. 3-year-old fillies in the spotlight. Race 2 at the Big A up next. Here's Chris Griffin.
Crimson goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from La Vida Sofia towards the outside. In between horses, here comes Fancy Azteca to apply pressure. And now Fancy Azteca puts ahead in front. At the rail is going to be Balpool, and Crimson is going to be 4. Across the racetrack here as they come out of the chute. The one at the back is Aniston, who's the trailer as they come out of the chute. It's Fancy Azteca. Jose Lescano with a nose in front. Tight hold to the outside is Crimson, who's ready to challenge from second. At the rail is Balpool, and Manny Franco in third. Now taken off the pace is La Vida Sofia, who did break quickly, but is now back in the 4th spot as 2 off the lead. And Aniston, encouraged to move forward, but not making up the ground yet, is 4 off the lead. As they work up the backstretch, it's Balpool now in front. Balpool with a neck in front, 23-4. An easy opening quarter mile. Right to the outside is Fancy Azteca. Losing some ground is Crimson, who's alone in third. Aniston is progressing. Also La Vida Sofia. They're 4th and 5th, and they are now with Crimson towards the back end of the field. 47-4 for a half-mile time, and they turn up the pressure up front. Balpool is in front. It's Balpool and Fancy Azteca is ready to re-rally up on the outside. Crimson is under a full drive. Aniston following that move 3 wide, and the trailer La Vita Sofia. They approach a quarter mile left to go. Balpool is game to the inside, is going to hug the rail in now. Balpool kicks for home. Fancy Azteca is out in the center of the racetrack, is not cutting into the margin, and now Balpool is stretching out the margin. It's Balpool up by 2.5 lengths. 113 flat for 3/4, and Balpool is striding away. It is all Balpool now opening up here inside the final 16th. Manny Franco will pick up another one. It's all Balpool to win this one well. Balpool over Fancy Azteca. Crimson, La Vita Sofia in a photo with Aniston in 1 minute 38.62 seconds.
Balpool back in New York and back to the winner's circle, gets the win under Manny Franco after taking pressure pretty much the whole way, too, from Fancy Azteca.
Well, I was saying to you, we were watching the race, that this was, sort of a really aggressive ride by Manny Franco, and I think he really felt like, I'm riding the best horse. I'm going to keep honoring. We've talked about this before. Manny Franco's aggression, you really saw a change in his riding, becoming a much more aggressive rider over the last year, has made a huge difference for him, and it's one of the reasons he's been as successful. Obviously, riding good horses. His agent John Panagot's done a sensational job, but the confidence he has, and he's making this decision. He's making the decision to go, not second-guessing himself, and I think racing is a game where all of us second-guess ourselves way too much, and sometimes your first instinct is your right instinct.
Balpool with the win, coming back to New York. Filly by Uncaptured gets the second victory of her career. For Manny Franco, Fancy Azteca stuck with her pretty much every step of the way and had shown some speed, but was really second best. Crimson, it did seem, was kind of backing up at the top of the stretch. Kind of hung on for third, but was nowhere near the top two.
Did she hang on for third, or just nobody else do any running whatsoever? I mean, there was such a... This horse won by, what, 5 or 6 lengths?
Right.
It feels like more than that from second to third. Listen, it's not like it's that big a surprise on paper. Balpool is a horse that probably was compromised last time and had run a fast figure 2 races back.
1, 2, 5, 4 in the second at the Big A. Manny Franco aboard the winner, Balpool. We'll bring you prices when we come back and talk about a lot more of the live racing action still to come on America's Day at the Races.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the Juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. In race 2 at the Big A, Val Poole gets the win. An aggressive ride from Manny Franco pays off.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It helped to ride the best horse, and she was the best horse. And Manny was aggressive. He kept that rail position. He wasn't giving it up, and she just proved to be much the best. Fancy Azteca ran fine to be second, but nobody else picked up a hoof in here, and the mystery remains as to what the appeal of Crimson was.
Holding third, still unofficial as far as the final finish does go, but Val Poole got her picture taken. The winner, 1-2-5-4 in race 2 at the Big A. So as soon as it goes official, we'll bring you those prices. Coming up tomorrow, plenty of exciting graded stakes action to look forward to. 4 graded stakes on tap, including the Wood Memorial, Kentucky Derby points on the line, and the Grade 1 Carter presented by Naira Betts. Truly does seem to be a fascinating race. But we did learn earlier today that there will be a pretty significant scratch coming out of the Carter. White Abarrio, last year's Florida Derby winner, and a horse coming off of a huge allowance win last time out. After spiking a fever this morning, will scratch from the Carter. Saffie Joseph Jr. reporting that after shipping from Florida to New York, he had a temperature, seemed to cough a little bit, and they decided that it was the best choice for the horse to scratch out of the Carter. So unfortunate that we won't be able to see him tomorrow, but they are still saying, Andy, that the eventual goal is the Met Mile for White Abarrio, and we'll likely see him have a prep in New York before that.
Yeah, you feel obviously it's a huge loss for the race because he was a major player and arguably the most accomplished horse in the field. And it's a horrible break for the connections as well. You know, you ship up. And the other thing is they're so doing the right thing with this horse, keeping him in the kind of race he belongs and understanding that his chances of winning a big race in the longer races are very slim. But sticking to races like this, the Forgo, obviously the Met Mile, one of the biggest races in this country all year, these are the races he belongs in. And judging by his Cigar Mile, he had a real chance, and he was really, in my opinion, the one to beat. So a tough break for all, us and them particularly, the connections. So we hope he recovers, and we hope to see him soon.
We certainly do. But the horse that will likely be now the horse to beat is one that's been in such good form. Repo Rocks, who's won his last 4 races since moving to the Jamie Ness barn. He's like a completely different horse, and he's just been pretty much unbeatable. Won at a mile in the Stymie last time out. Can he keep it going and pick up another victory in the Carter?
You know, it's really the question, can he keep it going? I mean, the other question is sort of where did this improvement come from? And we've seen it from a lot of horses for Jamie Ness. They're usually down at Parks, though, and occasionally in Maryland as well. He claims horses, he takes over their training, and they can improve dramatically. None more so than this horse and his 111 Buyer. Now, to be fair, this is a horse that ran big figures sporadically earlier in his career, and there was always some talent. He's coming to the fore now for whatever, and if you believe he's going to continue to hold that form, he becomes the horse to beat with White Abarrio out of there. I'm going to try to beat him. I have kind of a goofy idea, but there's no denying his recent efforts are very strong.
Repo Rocks won his last 4 races, including that 111 Buyer speed figure in the Toboggan. But a horse off a career best Buyer is the number 5 Little Vic, who is second to Repo Rocks in the Toboggan. Little Vic came back, and yes, it was a wet track, but he had suffered some pretty tough defeats, including that nose beat in the Gravesend back in December. Ran a 102 Buyer speed figure for this Tom Fool effort last time out.
And this was the best race he ever ran. And
yes,
it's one of those wins when you look at these kind of efforts, and obviously the first thing you look at as well is it was a sealed track. Maybe he kind of freaked on that. Okay, maybe that's possible, but I think that would be doing him a disservice because he didn't get lucky to win this race. This was a race that, other than him, it completely fell apart. He was chasing the pace. He made the first move. He put away the speed horses who finished nowhere, and he held off the rest of the field. That was a very good race.
Repo Rocks is not the only one that's won his last 4 races. Today's Flavor has done exactly that since moving to George Weaver's barn. Now 3 of those were against New York bred company, and he is stepping up into graded stakes foes for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, he has been very fortunate. He has gotten good rails. He's really had everything go his own way. But there's no denying he's been impressive as well. And when you take a horse like White Abari out of the race, it obviously makes his chances much greater. And it's an opportunity to win a Grade 1 for him that was too hard to pass up. You're not going to get much price. But you can't say he's not dangerous. I just don't trust him. I think he's a little dressed up.
Here's Bold Journey, who is second to today's flavor. 2 starts back in January. Ran a big race last time out with a 96 Beyer speed figure, but that was also against New York Bred Company.
I don't know where this race came from, but I'm going to tell you something. This was a huge effort, an effort that puts him in the thick of winning this race. He's a big price in the morning line. Obviously, as you say, he wasn't effective against today's flavor a few races back, but this effort makes him a player. And sometimes you have these sort of one-number type horses, and they're bet very heavily off those races. This horse is 12-1 morning line. Even with a scratch, you're going to get 8-1 or so on him. So I took a small shot with him, but he's going to have to run at least back to his last race. But maybe he's a horse for Bill Mott that's just finding himself at the right time.
He'll be a generous price, and there are some talented horses in that race, and some with something to prove as well. The Grade 1 Carter goes as race number 8 on Saturday at Aqueduct. Back to today, we have the prices for you now. With race number 2, it's official. Balpool, the winner, $7.70, 125 in race number 2. We turn our attention back over to Oaklawn Park. It's time for the second race. Now, as Andy mentioned before, Paul is off, but don't worry, he left you with some thoughts after his race 1 analysis. This is a maiden claiming here in the second for 12,500, 6 furlongs on the main track. Here's El Mongo to start things off, Andy.
Yeah, El Mongo feels like, I mean, not a huge price in this race, not impossible off the claim for Carl Broberg.
Next will be the number 2, El Jimar.
Showed some speed last time out. Could be forward again along with El Mongo.
Here's Pikachu.
Very hard to make off the races, 0 for 13, and not really anything to recommend.
Guess unless you're the fan of the little yellow character, Pikachu. Here's the number 4, Leola.
Well, you're on top of everything. This is incredible. You're really coming back
I
with a
couldn't think of the word Pokemon. That's what it is.
Yeah, not great stats for this trainer off the claim, and a horse that would have to improve.
Short price on King Doodle.
Yeah, I'm with Paulie. This horse, I agree with, is the horse to beat, but as a horse I would never take at a short price, 0 for 14, but does run the best figures.
Sunsign cutting back in distance.
Would have to improve immeasurably, even on the turn back.
Tap That Dial, get some class relief.
Yeah, not impossible. Drops down, has been caught 3 straight sloppy tracks. First time on a dry dirt track. I think Tap That Dial is a little interesting.
Another turn back runner, 8 straight.
I love turnbacks, but not enough to bet that horse.
Order of Merit coming up next, second off the claim.
Second off the claim, ran fine off the claim, improved. Think is one of the contenders.
8-1 on the board right now. Here's Guarded, New Gelding.
Yeah, that's about all you can say to recommend on this horse. Very slow.
Santino's Fantasy is next.
Another slow horse, tough to make, but is a big price getting back to a dry track.
And to the outside, Joe Bill.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's way too big a price on a horse that has some back races that are good enough and gets a rider change to Danny Cabrera. I'm not sure this horse is supposed to be 15-1. I know 0 for 18, but unlike the 5, this horse is a huge price. So I think the 12 is usable.
Number 12, Joe Bill. On the outside, David Cabrera will be in the saddle. Back to our conversation of the graded stakes we have on tomorrow's card. We talked a little bit about the Carter earlier on to get you excited, and kick off the action will be the Gazelle for the 3-year-old fillies, going 1 1/8 miles on the main track. And we take a look at the field here. It will be race number 3, Andy, and Chad Brown has a very strong hold, it seems, on this race, as the Basanda winner, A Colt, will rematch with Gambling Girl. A Colt has won her last 2 races, including this 9-furlong victory.
And listen, she was flattered by the fact that Graham Motion's horse, who was 3rd, came back, and while she didn't run a huge figure, she improved to win the Gulfstream Oaks this past weekend, and Gambling Girl ran a respectable 4th, even though the race was sort of collapsing at the end at Oaklawn. So she too's improving, but A Colt's speed makes her dangerous. She's probably going to be stalking the horse breaking from the rail in this race, but she stalked very comfortably in here, and she's not a horse that's shown herself to be some sort of runoff speed type. She's shown that ability to rate. And I guess for the Colt, the one thing you might worry about a little bit, and even Chad Brown mentioned this to me because I spoke to him yesterday, she hasn't run since the middle of January. So we know she can handle the distance, but she's coming back off a pretty serious layoff to be going in this race. But I still think she's the one to beat.
2 wins, back-to-back victories. The Busanda last time out, a dominant victory. That's one of 2 for trainer Chad Brown. The other one, Shida Booty to the outside, has done nothing wrong as of yet. She's undefeated, 3 for 3. The question with her as she steps forward to go the mile and an eighth for the first time, can she keep her momentum going?
The other question is, where does her name come from? At
yes,
one point,
nobody seems to know.
It's like the riddle of the Nile. And the other thing is, I believe that her step forward last time mostly had to do with more distance. And so, therefore, the mile and eighth should be even better for her because she stepped forward significantly from a speed figure. I don't care what figures you look at. She moved forward. She's probably a horse that just the distance really helped her, and maybe just a little more racing with her. And these horses, they don't have to run fast races earlier. They want to run their fast races in the most meaningful races. But I do think you also have to ask yourself, is she a horse that benefited from the wet track? And of the horses from that race, I prefer Capella, who broke from the rail, as I think she's going to try to wire this field.
Capella will rematch with Shida Booty. That was actually her first dirt start, Capella, in the Busher after 2 synthetic wins coming into New York last time out. Shida Booty 3 for 3 so far as she looks to keep the momentum going. The Gazelle, a big prep going into the Kentucky Oaks, and much like leading into the Kentucky Derby, this is the time where connections are having their final chances to have some big preps. Today, the Ashland at Keeneland will be really interesting to see who comes out of there victorious and who runs well. Tomorrow with the Santa Anita Oaks and the Gazelle, and next week with the Beaumont at Keeneland.
Yeah, I mean, everybody is sort of saying, oh, wet paint. Well, she had a big race, and I'm not denying she's likely to be one of the choices in the Kentucky Oaks, but she ran an 89 Beyer, her best figure. Let's get a little perspective here.
Sure.
There's a very fast maiden breaker running the Santa Anita Oaks for Michael McCarthy that's dangerous. We'll see if these horses improve in Gazelle, and there's a heavyweight matchup in the Ashland later today.
You can watch the Wood Memorial tomorrow with us on Fox, Big Fox, that is, at 6 p.m. Eastern. Make sure to tune in from 6 to 6:30 for our coverage of the Wood Memorial and see who picks up some of those all-important Kentucky Derby points leading into the first Saturday in May. Back to race 2 at Oaklawn Park. The favorite still King Doodle. Andy, start with number 15, going to be the lucky one?
I am betting against. I bet a couple dollars on the 12, and I'm going to make a very small exacta box, 7, 9, and 12, taking a shot against the 5, who is the horse to beat, but has had an awful lot of chances at big prices.
9 to 5 on King Doodle for the Asmussen family. Steve Asmussen, owner and trainer, and his son Keith going to be in the saddle as the rider. Loading in for race 2 at Oaklawn, Jim Byers has the call.
King Doodle. Sunshine. Santino's Fantasy moves in. Joe Bill will wrap up the loading. They're in the gate. And they're off. Stumbling start for Tap That Dial. He stumbled badly in his last and heading toward the inside. El Mongo and Christian Torres. They drive out to the early lead, guarded as second, King Doodle third. And then comes 8 up on the inside now. Here comes El Jamar. El Jamar is moving into third, past King Doodle. And then comes Order of Merit. He is racing just inside of Joe Bill. Order of Merit is racing in fifth as they sort themselves out. Then Joe Bill, 8 straight, and Leola on the inside. The back group is Santino's Fantasy, who's 3 wide into the turn. Sunshine, Pikachu, and Tap That Dial is gaining out of the trailer spot, but is a dozen lengths off the lead of El Mongo. El Jamar is in pursuit. El Mongo leads the way here as they straighten away at the 3/16 by 2 lengths. El Jamar in the black cap second. And then comes King Doodle. He's trying to rally down the center. He's moving in third toward second, and here comes Tap That Dial gaining late. Has a lot of ground to make up at El Mongo. El Mongo leads it. Tap That Dial a good second after an impossible start. Then came King Doodle and El Jamar.
El Mongo forward and setting a very quick pace, but he was just able to hold on with a fast closing. Tap That Dial, who did not have a good break.
Yeah, 22.11 is very fast for this quality. This horse really improved off the claim for Carl Broberg. Just his third win with a maiden off the claim. He had low stats with that and gets the job done. I feel bad if you bet the 7 in here. Tap That Dial, first time on a dry dirt track. This did not break at all. Came flying at the benefit of the pace, but you have to think that Tap That Dial with a clean break probably wins. But El Mongo did the dirty work, so he deserves a lot of credit.
Able to hold on for the victory. Christian Torres in the saddle. Number 1, El Mongo over number 7, Tap That Dial in race 2 at Oaklawn Park. Back over at the Big A, horses in the paddock for the third race, which will kick off today's Pick 6 with a carryover of over 31,000. You're playing. We'll talk a little bit more about the third race and the rest of the Pick 6 sequence after this.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Horses stepping on the track for race 3 at Aqueduct, kicking off today's Pick 6. 31,000 plus in the carryover there. We're going a mile on the main track, $16,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 in life. 3 to 5 on April Antics, who was second last time out, Andy.
This is one of the most incredible prices I've ever seen in a racehorse in my life. She is 1 for 20. She was a suck-up second last time. She was a distant second and even money 3 back. Yes, it's a weak field. Anybody taking 3 odds on a horse in this race is, in my opinion, is nuts.
Bravo Regina went by. Here's the 3, Sweet Sensation.
I picked Bravo Regina. We'll get back to her. Sweet Sensation. She has a couple races to give her a chance, but in this field, do you really want to say no? Anyone has no chance?
That's fair. The 4 is out. Here's the 5, Crystal Orb.
I tried to make a case to this horse because she appears on paper to be the controlling speed. She just doesn't have any races good enough.
And number 6, Roussel, stretching out.
There is a very good argument for Roussel in here. She is the only horse in this race that does not exit the Freudian race, which was an extremely weak race. And I think for that reason, she should be taken seriously. And at 9 to 2, and she's handled the distance before, she is a massive overlay. I have no idea who thinks this horse should be odds on in here. Wow.
Very short price on April Antics. Last time out, I mean, She never switched leads. She was closing on her left lead last time. She was second best behind Freudian.
Whose PPs coming in the race were ugly.
Yeah,
And
it's very interesting.
the reason that I brought this replay up was to contrast April Antic's performance with In Traffic, who finished 2 3/4 lengths behind her. Now, In Traffic scratched. But the point that I was going to make in showing it, in my opinion, is that In Traffic did much more work. She didn't break. She was 3 to 4 wide. She made a sort of somewhat premature move. April Antic's got a great ride in there from Mirage. Saved ground, angled out late in the turn, and she was a distant suck-up second here. And now she's 3 to 5? I think this is complete and total lunacy. Now listen, Bravo Regina, she didn't run a step in that race. My thought process with her, and it wasn't that deep, and the more I looked at it, the more I regretted not putting the 6 on top as the only one not in the Freudian race. But my feeling was that these connections are a little bit on the wise guy side. And she didn't get bet a nickel last time. I know she went down to 4 to 1. But much like that first winner, she was a big price and took a little late money. They win when they get bet. And I just wondered a little bit if last time out she was kind of dead in the board. Now, she's always been a big price, and she's 1 for 29 lifetime, so she's hardly reliable as well. But at least she's a slightly bigger price. The money on the 1 to me is just astounding that anybody could look at this horse and say, I want to bet this horse and get $3 back for every 5 I bet. I think that's crazy.
But we do love a carryover, and this race kicks off the pick 6, and we have our first turf races of the year in the sequence today, too. Want to give us a little run through?
Yeah, I mean, I like the 4. It's all coming together in race number 4, but I'm scared of the first timer on the turf, the 1, Electric Stuff. Race number 5. Everybody's going to lean on Awesome Native, the 5.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. She's probably the best lead of the day. I picked Listen to Your Heart just to pick another horse, the second likeliest winner at a better price. I had liked Baltazar, who scratched. Race number 6, I would probably use 3, 7, 8 if I was playing. I like Mboite's speed. Obviously, Shutter's a layoff horse for Chad Brown, dangerous. Giants Fire, the 3, though, does have a big, big pedigree first time in the grass. I would be a wise guy in race 7. Any of the 2, 6, 7, 8 can win. I'd use 2 Gerrymander, and the 8 Mama's Got to Run, and try to beat the now horses in Rosa Veloce and Funny How.
Okay.
And the last race, I could use any of the 3, 5, 6, and 7, depending on how much you want to use.
That last race is a tough one. Yeah. We're back with those New York bred maiden races on the turf, and that is pretty tricky to see who will get the win there. But it'll be a fun sequence. Good luck if you're playing the pick 6 with that carryover, over 77,000 in the pool right now. But 3 to 5 on April Antic. As far as if you're playing the pick 6 and you liked her here and you see that she's 3 to 5, do you kind of change your strategy a little bit here, Andy, with the price? Or do you say, okay, well, she's one that I prefer in this spot. Maybe I just lean on her to kick off the sequence. How do you attack it given how she's being bet?
Well, my feeling in playing multi-race bets is the way that you hit big pick 6s over time is surviving races. Right. It's not about picking winners. It's about getting through each leg. It's about making it to the smart opinions you have. Be it all you got to have is one smart opinion. You can have a $28 horse and a bunch of short-priced horses and make a lot of money in it. No pick 6 is decided by the price of 1 or 2 short-priced. I hit one for $156,000 with a 3 to 5 shot in the second leg. Short prices can be your friends. Having said this, I don't find this to be a horse that's a short price and your friend. I picked her second after the scratch. I won't be surprised if she wins. I don't know. You know, what would I do here? I think it depends where you're going, how you're tiering it. That's why I think multiple tickets are good, because a caveman ticket, one big ticket, you're saying every horse you use in every race you like equally, and I don't believe you want to play that way.
4 to 5 now on April Antics. Horses finishing up their warm-ups. Let's check in for the first time today. Maggie Wolfendale joining us. Maggie, what are you seeing from this third race?
I was here in spirit when Richie called you Maggie earlier. I got that heart-sinking feeling like, am I supposed to be on? Anyway, I'm here now for this race. We'll take a look at number 1, April Antics, whom I haven't seen since the February 5th race. And my biggest concern with her throughout her career is the lack of weight and conditioning she typically tends to carry. But I will say that the Cantermasis are very astute in this area, and their horses do tend to improve in that regard, and she's put on some weight. They also have fixed a hood with a cheater blinker on it, and she is a filly that would continuously wash out and just be very nervous prior to her races, and that's not the case. But the thing is that in those 2 subsequent efforts, it's not like she's improved. So she just seems to be what she is, and I agree with Andy that taking a short price probably isn't the wisest decision when you're gambling. So I'm going to take a shot here with number 2, Bravo Regina. Again, I am suspect of the Freudian race, and she didn't do much running, but now she's 3rd off of a layoff, and she is a big mare. I mean, there's a lot of her, and I just feel like she's one that's had to race a bit into fitness. We'll often see best efforts come when 3rd off of a layoff. Warmed up really nicely with Trevor McCarthy aboard, who is riding her back-to-back now. So I took her just because I wanted to take Russell, but I'm not convinced with the distance with her. Andy's right. She's run okay, going a mile before, but my job is to look at them physically, and there's nothing about Russell that says she wants to run a mile. She's very short-coupled, very round. Just everything about her says sprinter, and she doesn't have that big of a stride either that lends itself well to this mile distance. She looks great, and I get where she can win, but I just wish this was a bit shorter than the mile, Acacia.
Questions to answer today. Maggie, thank you. 7-2 on Russell. And yeah, glad that Maggie's here now. You know,
I thought that was Gary again.
You thought it was
confused
Gary.
by that.
No.
I thought Maggie was hiding and saying, I don't want to talk about the 3rd race. That's what I thought was going on. I'm just amazed at the one that anybody's that short a price in this race. And it just seems almost like some of these favorites take money like there's a magnetic draw to it. And obviously she can win, but man, 4-5. And I know the others aren't that sexy. I get it, but she seems like she's supposed to be about 7-5, 8-5. I don't know.
Maggie and Andy taking a shot against the favorite with the number 2, Bravo Regina. 2-1 on that one right now, as your favorite continues to be a short price, 4-5 on April Antics. Well, she's running in April, so she has that going for her.
Yeah, their Antics betting her at 4-5 in here, so maybe that'll go really well. I don't know. We'll see as we're getting closer and closer to that first turf race of the year.
Coming up next in the 4th, the maiden special weight on the turf. Can't wait for that. Means spring has truly sprung. But a pick 6 carryover here. Best of luck if you're playing. We appreciate the support of our great racing product here in New York. Loading in for race number 3. Will April Antics live up to that short price favoritism? We'll soon find out. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Russell goes in. All set for the start of the pick 6. And they're off. Bravo Regina breaks well with early speed. There's April Antics is at the rail, and out wider is going to be Crystal Orb. These 3 across the racetrack. In behind them will be Russell and Sweet Sensation. They are tightly bunched as they group up the field of 5 as they get set to come out of the chute. And on the front end, it's Crystal Orb, but has plenty of pressure now to the outside from Russell, and trying to squeeze through that opening as Sweet Sensation to join them is now tracking in 3rd. At the rail taken back as April Antics is going to save ground to the inside, and Bravo Regina broke on top is now the trailer, but only 2 off the lead as they work up the backstretch. To the inside here, it's Crystal Orb. To the outside, it's Russell. 24-1 for that opening quarter mile. Progressing up on the outside. Here comes the run from Bravo Regina. Is up on the outside of Sweet Sensation, who now gets the cue. Wants to hold that spot as they approach a half mile left to go. April Antics is at the back end of the field, is 4-5, and the trailer is under a full drive right now as the trailer 3 off the lead. They're chasing Russell, and Russell kicks for home, is now up by 1.5 lengths. Bravo Regina, Trevor McCarthy took a look back, sees April Antics shuffle back with Crystal Orb. It is Russell in front, but for how long? Bravo Regina awaits a challenge from April Antics, who's been under a drive as they went into the turn, but here comes April Antics in the red cap. Drifting just off the rail is Bravo Regina as they turn for home. It's Bravo Regina in front. April Antics is trying to push on by, and now she does. It's April Antics who's up by a full length. Call it 1.5 lengths, and she is opening up here. April Antics now 2.5 lengths, now 3 in front. Bravo Regina is a clear second. It's going to be April Antics out in the center of the racetrack, but at a short price. We'll kick off the pick 6. April Antics gets it done. April Antics over Bravo Regina. Finishing third was Roussel, followed by Sweet Sensation in 1 minute 41.43 seconds.
April Antics. Turns out she was the right favorite indeed, able to run down Bravo Regina and get the win.
I guess she should have been 4 to 5. She was really going nowhere in the backstretch, and it seems like she was spinning her wheels inside behind horses. And once Romero Mirage switched her to the outside, she was able to catch up to this flawed field. And while Bravo Regina ran better than last time, it was microscopically. And I think at the end of the day, you know, with Roussel, even though she had run well at a mile, Maggie's right, she's not suited the distance, and she had nothing in here. And April Antics, a facile winner to start off the Pick Six.
Closing on that left lead again, switching to her outside right lead very late in the stretch, but doesn't seem to inhibit her at all as she was closing strong to pick up the win. 4 to 5 she ended up going off at. Romero Mirage in the saddle, and she finishes up far ahead of Bravo Regina, her overmatched rival today. 1-2-6-3 in race 3 at the Big A. We'll bring you prices in a bit. More live racing from Aqueduct and Oaklawn Park after this quick timeout on America's Day at the Races. Prices coming up after this.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Premium hospitality and reserved seats for the Belmont Stakes are on sale now. For a limited time only, any purchase over $200 will earn you a free $25 wagering gift card. Bet the races on us. Secure your seats at BelmontStakes.com.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007 we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5. Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Check out NairaBets.com and download the Naira Bets app to get started today. Well, if you played the Pick 6 and you did lean on this heavy favorite, April Antics, you are through the first leg. April Antics at 4 to 5 gets the win. Here's the point in the race, Andy, where it didn't look like she was going anywhere. Then all of a sudden kicks in under Romero Mirage and ends up getting up for the win.
Yeah, I don't know. Was it an illusion? Were they all just slowing down so much that it looked like she was rallying? She was just running a little less slowly than the others here. But it does feel like once she wheeled her to the outside and got out of maybe some kickback, maybe in her case, even with the 20 starts, she's still a little intimidated by it. She gets it done quite easily. Bravo Regina probably ran a little better than last time, but when the word little might be the operative word.
April Antics with the win. Romero Mirage in the saddle for the Cantormasi Barn. 1-2-6 in race 3 at Aqueduct. That is the first leg of the Pick 6 in the books. Good luck with the rest of their sequence if you're still alive. $370 for the winner in the third. The next race at Aqueduct will be our first turf race of the season in race number 4. Very excited about that. 6 furlongs on the grass for New York bred maiden special weight. We have 9 horses to go postward, and it'll be fun to see either some horses, Andy, get back on the grass or to try the turf for the first time.
No, I'm very excited to see us back on the turf, and there's some interesting horses in here. You've got a horse taking a lot of money in the rail that's never tried the turf, but does have a pedigree to handle, especially in the dam side. But you've also got the 326 Black, who was involved in a race I know you remember quite well when you can't tell from the running line, but this horse was in front the first 316 a mile, and for some reason Jose Ortiz just sort of dragged this horse back, and in doing so interfered with 2 other horses, one of them being a very heavily bet Christophe Clement Firster, who's in the last race today with Rudy Rodriguez, disarmed. Kind of screwed that whole race up. And then there's the 4, who had a massive trip first time out on the trip as well, and I think is also dangerous here in my top choice.
You can play the Wood Memorial Challenge for a chance at winning the cash pool and Breeders' Cup betting challenge seat online and on track with Naira Bets. Registration ends at 5 p.m. on Friday. It is 2:35 right now, so make sure you don't miss out. Visit naira.com/contests to learn more. Tomorrow's Wood Memorial Grade 2 will be the final race of the day to wrap up the card. On Saturday, a field of what will be 12, as we will see Clear the Air sticking in the bluegrass as well. But hit show, of course, 5-2 on the morning line. A horse that has done very little wrong in his career so far. Did win the Withers last time out. We'll have to navigate the outside post, though, in tomorrow's Wood Memorial.
He's a funny horse because he was extremely impressive in the Withers in just his 4th start. Good trip or not, he ran very well that day. But his prior form isn't so overwhelming that you feel like this is the horse that's supposed to be a heavy favorite breaking from post 12. We are anticipating that 1 scratch tomorrow. Still, I can see why he's the horse to beat. I think I picked him 2nd in here, but he's a little vulnerable, especially breaking that post, and he still also has to at least run back, if not improve, on the Withers.
On Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Fox, you can catch the Wood Memorial with our team. Hope that you'll tune in and watch the marquee race event of this Aqueduct Spring Meet and the final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby here in New York. The Wood Memorial, a horse with a lot of history and a race that's been won by some great horses in the past as well. Lady Liberty, she's excited about the Wood Memorial as well.
How could she not be? And she's coming, actually.
Oh,
probably
good.
see her in the A train.
Okay, perfect. We'll be there. And still to come, the Grade 3 Distaff Handicap today. Rosa Veloce, one of the now horses. She's been in great form. Can she handle the 7 furlongs? And can she keep that good momentum going? We'll talk about her chances and a whole lot more after this on America's Day at the Races.
800 going, 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Proud, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Firenze Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Look at Oaklawn as we turn our attention over to race number 3 there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Coming up next, the mile and a 16th on the main track, and this allowance for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. 2-1 favorite on the number 4, Misty Vale right now, as we will kick off the post parade with the number 1, Coastal Charm.
She's a horse that likes to be forward in here. I'm not sure she's as fast as the 8, Enchanted Nile, but maybe that rail will help her.
Next will be the number 2, who is 7-2 right now on the board. Let's Duet off a win.
My worry about her is there isn't an abundance of speed, and while she's run fast enough to be a contender, she's a short price every time, and she is no speed at all.
All over the place and sharp on the track, as she always is in the preliminaries out there in the post parade. Number 3, Pretty Extreme, is next.
Even setting a slow pace, she was no match for the favorite, Misty Vale, and given the dynamics of this race, it's very unlikely that she's going to be forward here.
Here is Misty Vale, as she will rematch with a couple others in this field.
She's really turned it around recently for Mike Maker, getting back to some of those good races she ran for Tom Amoss, and suddenly showing the ability to rate.
Big price on the 5, Bob and Tail.
For good reason. She's a bob in her tail, and she's slow.
She is. Bobo Girl, I think we decided it was.
Yeah, Chris Richard is somebody that's just had limited success at Oaklawn over the years.
Winkers coming off that one. Enchanted Nile, first start since the end of January.
She's going to try to wire the field, and I'm not going to say any Chris Hartman horse can't do anything.
Ron Moquette picking up the number 8, Good Penny.
Coming off the claim, and Ron's numbers off the claim are not good.
She's 9-1, and on the outside, Forever Dreaming.
She looks overmatched. She has an okay race 3 back, but overall in the turf, she's too slow in the dirt for Wayne Lucas.
The coach, Wayne Lucas, to the outside as we welcome back into the show Paul LaDuca. Paulie, what are your thoughts on this third race?
Well, I think the betting public so far, I think, has got it right. I thought the 4 might be the favorite going into this race, Misty Vale, and now got franked literally by, listen, this horse beat Jubella, or Jubella actually beat this horse 2 back, and Jubella was probably best in the first race. But here's the last race. We're Pretty Extreme, who's a 3 today, was the 4 on this day, actually showed more speed than she's ever showed in the first time in the Brad Cox barn. She's a horse that usually comes from way out of it, but just Misty Vale, like Andy said, she's starting just to improve. If you look at her races, her only issue is she's got gait issues. That's the problem. In her last race in a 5-horse field, she was able to break at least, within the pack and right there and stay within striking distance. And Isaac Castillo was able to unleash her. And I think she's the horse to beat in here. You just need to sign up which horse races are better, because the 2 in here, Let's Duet, 2 back probably should have beat Coastal Charm at 50 cents on the dollar, then finally got it done last time. And I get it, but how far is this horse going to back is this horse going to be? Is the 8 going to go to the front end? Is the 1 going to challenge? Is there going to be a fast pace? Andy mentioned that the 8, the Hartman horse, is probably going to try to wire this field, and I would think the 1 in Tyler Bates has got to push from the rail. Pretty Extreme maybe lays in that really good spot now. Maybe they found, okay, here's a horse that closes. We found a little bit of speed. Now we got Francisco Arrieta, who's kind of a take-back rider. And I do love a horse that's 14 for 29 in the exacta. But I just think Misty Vale's going in the right direction. 2-1, maybe a tiny bit short in this competitive field, and she needs to get out of the gate. But I think she's going to be the one to hold off. We've seen this racetrack be pretty fair. You see, the last race, 7 was probably the best, obviously getting left of the gate, but the 1 went gate to wire, the 7 closed, and we saw that in race number 1 too. So I think you can win from off the pace or on the lead. So I think Misty Vale is the one to beat in here, Keisha.
2-1, the public agreeing with you, Paul. Thank you, Misty Vale, who has run some good races since moving to the Mike Maker barn, including that win over a couple other foes that she will rematch with today, Andy.
Yeah, no, I agree with Paul. I think she's just a very, very logical horse. And, Paulie and I are sort of in similar boats. We're looking to try to beat favorites, but I think that what you don't want to do, either in these jobs where you're handicapping publicly, but in general, is to just make a decision. I'm going to bet against the favorite. No. if you think the favorite's the right horse. You don't try to beat the horse, but you look for alternatives if you think the favorite's vulnerable.
Back over at Aqueduct Race 4 coming up next, the first turf race of the season. Let's get a paddock report from Maggie. And Maggie, I'm sure you, as we all are thrilled to see turf racing back in action.
Oh yeah, it's just one of my favorite handicapping puzzles is trying to figure out who's going to like the turf based on pedigree, based on their physical appearances. But I'm going to take a look though here in the paddock at two horses that in their lone turf starts had trouble trips, which I'm hoping we'll show here in a bit if we have time. But number 3, 26 Black, was hustled from the gate in the inside post up at Saratoga in that 2-year-old maiden race, and then pinched back, or really kind of grabbed back, lost all position going around the turn, then was able to re-rally and pick up some pieces later on in the running of that race. I really liked him that day. I really like him here this time around too, and he is fit for Horacio De Paz. I still think he might actually like going longer, so I'm really wondering what the tactics are today, because he was asked pretty hard to get to the lead that day. If they just choose to kind of let the pace go out in front of them and sit and make the one run, but he is ready to go from what I can tell. Moving on to number 8, Factually Correct, who was just hampered completely by a loose horse back in October in that lone turf start. He's coming off a little bit of a freshing, looks fit, solid horse. He really, fits the bill as a turf sprinter. He's broad, he's stocky, has that turf hoof. I'm excited to see him getting back to the turf, and he could project to be the speed in here as he does turn back in distance from the mile dirt start last time out. Then a horse that might be a bit of a long shot in here. Wow, a big long shot, but one that caught my eye trying the turf for the first time, and he should be, because he hasn't done any running on the dirt. But number 9, Tiebreaker, has a turf hoof, looks like a turf horse. I think he moves up on it. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Back at Oaklawn, loading into the gate for race number 3. Final thoughts, Andy?
I'm not really taking a chance against the favorite. I thought she was the one to beat. The 8 maybe is the speed as the other horse.
Jim Byers has the call from race 3 from Hot Springs.
Pretty Extreme moves in. Misty Vale being led forward. Here's pass number 2 for Good Penny to get her in there. Good Penny heads in. Last to load is the gray Forever Dreaming. Race 3 out of 10 this afternoon. They're in the gate, and they're off. Off to an excellent start, and from the inside, Coastal Charm. Out from between Bobbentail, there goes Forever Dreaming, the gray on the outside. Enchanted Nile is going to be forwardly placed into that clubhouse turn, as Coastal Charm has the lead and has it by only a neck. Right to the outside is Enchanted Nile, and she's going to go on by and take over the lead. Ramsey Zimmerman and Enchanted Nile draw clear. Coastal Charm is second by a good 3. Forever Dreaming is a clear third. And then to the outside is Good Penny, and to the inside is Bobbentail. They're racing a joint and a distant fourth, along with Misty Vale, who's 3 wide in the light pink on the outside. From there, it's Pretty Extreme and Bobo Girl and Let's Duet, the late runner, is trailing the field with a half mile to go. Up front, it's Enchanted Nile, moved aggressively there by Zimmerman into that first turn. Has a half-length advantage to Coastal Charm. 3.5 to Misty Vale, and Good Penny from between. Forever Dreaming on the inside. That second flight now 3 lengths off the lead. Pretty Extreme is going to enter the stretch wide on the outside in the white cap. Bobbentail inside of her. Then Let's Duet and Bobo Girl. Here's the final quarter mile. And it's Coastal Charm. Enchanted Nile drops out of it on the inside. Coastal Charm, Misty Vale trying to close in. Pretty Extreme is racing in third. Final furlong now. Coastal Charm and Tyler Bays. Misty Vale right to the outside. Coastal Charm. Misty Vale, Coastal Charm is tough. And she takes it a half length to Misty Vale. 3.5 back to Pretty Extreme. Let's Duet fourth.
Coastal Charm, tough indeed, able to hold off your favorite, Misty Vale.
And she had horse the whole way, but she was right on top of a pretty quick pace. The 8 had to struggle to get by her early, took a toll on her. Misty Vale did not have a great trip, a little bit wide trying to chase outside, but she had every chance to catch this winner. Good job by the winner, good performance by the winner.
Back at Aqueduct, we will meet the field for this fourth race, first turf race of the season against the New York Bred Maiden Special 8. We're sprinting here. Here's Electric Stuff, pedigree to like the turf.
Yeah, she's not going to be 6-1 by post time. She's one of the favorites looking at doubles, and she has a ton of pedigree, and I think she's a player here. Victor second.
Ripe for Mischief, had a little winter break. She's back on the grass.
I didn't think she was impossible, though I thought she'd probably meeting some tougher horses than she met last year, but she's far from out of it. He is, excuse me.
He, yeah, 6-1 on Ripe for Mischief. Here's 26 Black, who we haven't seen since that 2-year-old race at Saratoga.
I do think he's interesting, and maybe we'll talk about that race a little bit more, but I don't think he's a good bet at 2-1. I'm taking a lot of money.
Number 4, It's All Coming Together for Phil Serpy.
This is the horse I like. He ran Giant up in Saratoga, was much the best first time out behind some good horses, and then in a very tough field next time out. I think he's a major player here.
New York Panther went by. Here's Impulsive Spending.
Yeah, Impulsive Spending tries the turf in near second start, long shot.
Uncle Marty gets back on the grass.
The one turf race was going long, so Linda Wright's going to hope this horse is better going shorter.
New Gelding as well. Factually correct, as Maggie touched on, had to deal with a loose horse in that turf debut.
Yeah, I know. I bet her that day. The winner is also a nice horse coming off a tougher loss in its debut.
Tiebreaker, first time on the grass.
You know, Maggie mentioned this horse. This horse has pedigree to move forward on. If you're looking to throw a bomb in somewhere, you could do worse than this horse.
Gelding by Looking at Lucky on the outside. That's the field for race number 4. Turf racing comes back to the Big A. There's a look at the beautiful turf courses we'll have a chance to use coming up next. Stay with us to get ready to be back on the grass on America's Day at the Races.
Standing at Gainesway.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're getting ready for the first turf race of the year in New York. Of course, there's plenty more where that came from. New York bred maiden special weight. There's a look at It's All Coming Together, who gets back on the grass. And this is a horse, Andy, as we will take a look at his debut, actually, August in Saratoga as a 2-year-old. A nightmare beginning for this horse.
Right. I mean, he was literally almost knocked over.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we didn't show a pan at the start of that race, but look where he is immediately following the start with that trouble, just completely and totally taken out of the race. Now, got a very good ride after that, but obviously would have won first time out. Now, last summer in Saratoga, Phil Serpy was winning like a house on fire. He was really hot, and obviously things have cooled off since then. Having said that, this should have been a winner. There's a lot of pedigree in the dam side. You say, well, Weekend Hideaway was a dirt sprinter. It's also a Speightstown. So with Speightstown, you get an influence that could do anything, and this horse showed first time. And one thing I don't do is make a lot about turf figures for 2-year-olds in the grass. Sprints and routes, they often come back on the slow side, and you'll see enormous improvement when they become 3-year-olds. Should have won first time. Second time out, disappointing? Okay. But did run against a field that turned out to be very, very strong, including the second-place finisher, who came back and buried Factually Correct the next time out. So I think this horse is extremely dangerous. And while I don't have a problem with the 3, and I think the 1 is dangerous, I'm getting a better price on a horse that I know can run well on the turf.
4-1 on It's All Coming Together as we go back to Maggie for more.
And as he makes his 3-year-old debut here, a horse that has actually settled now that he has gotten some age under his belt, was very kind of nervous and all over the place in those first 2 races on the turf. And so I appreciate that. He's gotten a lovely warm-up. He's moving really, really well, and he is fit coming back here. I'm going to stick to my guns, though. I thought that he needed more ground in that debut race, and I think the same here once again. I think he just needs more ground, and I wonder if this might be just a bit more of a jumping off point for him. I think he'd be really, really adept at going the mile on the turf. So I'll watch him with interest, but not going to be surprised if he is able to pull off the mild upset. Number 1 at 3-1 is Electric Stuff for George Weaver. There is pedigree. The dam was a 3-time turf sprint winner. Physically, though, doesn't scream turf. At a short price, I wish I was more convinced. Looks spectacular, though, from the overall perspective. I mean, just dappled head to toe, full of life and energy, which is good for a horse that has that early speed. We'll have to do it from the inside. But, Acacia, I'm just going to go back to the horse who I was enamored with first time out as a 2-year-old, and I like him a lot once again in 26 Black.
We finally get to see him back. Maggie, thank you. 3-1 favorite, 26 Black after that trouble on debut.
Well, I don't even know if you call it trouble. I don't know what you call it because you can't see it in the running line, but this horse was in front for 3/16 a mile.
It looked to me like he threw his head up a little bit, and he's a green 2-year-old at that point. He got a little headstrong, and Jose Ortiz, who's riding him that day, just took a strong hold of him, and the horse totally resented that. And that's why he started then really throwing his head up in his rider's face and getting very tough to handle, which caused that chain reaction.
Yeah, no, I certainly think he's interesting, for sure, out of that race. The problem with the 1 Electric Stuff, and I picked him second, I'm not against him, but one of the reasons we like looking up pedigrees in turf races is those situations where you can find pedigrees at big prices. Betting a horse, and listen, maybe he's good enough in the dirt. You're assuming he's going to have to improve a little bit, and his pedigree says he could. Maggie didn't have major positives here, but you're taking 3-1 on this horse, and to me, that's not a great gamble. If you're betting horse on pedigree first time on the grass, you need to get better prices. That'll come up in race number 6, where the 3 horses pedigree play, but that horse is going to be a big price in there. So those horses are fine to bet because over time you'll do well with them. You're not going to do great with pedigrees at 3-1 first time on the turf.
Number 3, Giants Fire in race number 6. He gets on the turf for the first time. That's coming up a little bit later on. Loading into the gate for race 4 at Aqueduct. It's All Coming Together, giving the starting gate crew just a little bit of difficulty here. And I did think it was interesting, too, as Phil Serpy trained the whole family, top to bottom.
Yeah.
You had the dam, all the siblings.
He's had all the siblings, all these.
Lady Joan, Goodbye Broccoli, nice turf runners in there as well.
For sure.
Loading in first turf race of the season at the Big Egg. Chris Griffin has the call.
Tiebreaker, last to move in. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Factually correct. Breaks very well from the outside. Draw is going to cross over. It's all coming together as in the early mixes down towards the inside. Joining the early fray, here comes Electric Stuff. And now shuffling out of there is going to be 26 Black, who takes back to 4th. Impulsive Spending is in the 5th position. Outwider is tiebreaker in 6th. Then comes New York Panther is there with Ripe for Mischief. And at the back, it's Uncle Marty, who's the trailer. The first turf race of the season here in New York. And it's Electric Stuff who will take him into the far turn. Electric Stuff is a neck in front, 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Here comes It's All Coming Together. It's All Coming Together. Now head and head with Electric Stuff. Just off of them is Factually Correct, who's going to launch wide. 26 Black is bottled up in between horses, has got some run but nowhere to go as they reach the top of the lane. Kicking for home up on the outside. It's All Coming Together. Electric Stuff. Will 26 Black find running room? Manny Franco is trying to tip outside. Factually Correct and Trevor McCarthy, they're holding that spot. It's All Coming Together. Electric Stuff. 26 Black is going to try and launch late here. Is just not making up the ground yet. Electric Stuff. 26 Black in time. 26 Black. Much the best in that spot. Electric Stuff came back for second. It's All Coming Together. And Factually Correct in 1 minute 8.32 seconds. The turf season is underway at the Big A.
The shape of things to come. If you're just tuning in on Bally Sports Southern California, we are so glad to have you with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Acacia Clement and Andy Serling up on the desk with you as we just saw race 4 at Aqueduct, the first turf race of the year, and 26 Black had to wait for room, very late switching leads, Andy, but he was ready to roll off the layoff.
Yeah, no, he ran well in here to get it done. He got I'm going to disagree with Chris Griffin. Because a horse has to wait for room doesn't mean that the horse was much the best, as long as he finally got out. Because the reality is that a bunch of horses vied for the lead, and he sat a very comfortable trip on the rail behind him. So I don't think he was much the best in this race, and turf racing will bring fields together. I'm not saying he didn't run well in here, but he got an exceptionally good ride and trip here to get it done. Yes, he was caught in behind horses, but he got out. And once he got out, he got that perfect trip to win. And I don't think you can't say it. Electric Stuff and the 4 horse, It's All Coming Together, who battled early, didn't run just as well, if not better.
They ran good races, and Electric Stuff getting on the grass for the first time had the pedigree to do so. It's all coming together off a layoff as well. Exciting stuff in the first turf race of the year. There'll be plenty more where that came from here in New York, which will be a lot of fun in the months to come. But tomorrow we have a lot to look forward to, as it's a day jam-packed with graded stakes action. 4 graded stakes in the card, including the Grade 2 Wood Memorial presented by Resorts World. It is our America's Best Racing race of the week, 1 1/8 on the main track. We're going to have a field of 12, as it does appear that the 6 Clear the Air will stay to run in the Bluegrass in Kentucky. And Hit Show all the way to the outside will be in 12 of 12 after that scratch, Andy, as he did win the Withers over Arctic Arrogance and General Banker, who he will rematch with tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that Arctic Arrogance is a player in this race. He's got to work out a trip because the pace should be pretty quick. I think one of the really most important thing that Manny Franco has to do with Hit Show is try to find some decent position the first turn, not get caught out too wide, not be too far back in here. Now, he got a very good trip to win this race, and this is a much, much different situation for him. But the hope, if you like him, is that he's improved even more from this race. And you look at him, 60 Beyer, 71 Beyer, 82 Beyer, 91 Beyer. So he's improving almost 10 points with each start. Does he have another upward trajectory? Now, that doesn't make him a great gamble, hoping he takes another move forward, and he's got to do it, not because he's not the best horse in the race going in, but because he's got to do that, overcoming that post. I think he's the horse to beat, but I am going to take a small shot against him, and I think that post has to give you a little bit of a cause for pause.
1 of 2 in the race for trainer Brad Cox, who has already a very strong hand leading into the Kentucky Derby. And tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, you can catch the Wood Memorial on Fox, Big Fox. We hope that you'll join us from 6 to 6:30 on Saturday for live coverage of the Wood Memorial with our whole team. Back here to today, race 4 in the books at Aqueduct. The first turf race of the year was an exciting one. 26 Black gets the win for Horacio De Paz and Manny Franco.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something interesting about this race. The winner and the second place finisher spent almost the entire race on the rail. And a lot of times we'll see that when we first get on the course, that the inside paths are an advantage. So it's something to watch for as we go forward throughout this weekend, today and tomorrow, on the inner turf course. Now, maybe they were just the best 2 horses, and maybe the best 3 horses ran 1, 2, 3, but the way the 8 fell off at the end after chasing outside makes me wonder a little bit if there is an advantage to saving ground on this outer turf course as we start the meet.
Something good to keep in mind moving forward. 26 Black, $7.90 winner, 314 in the 4th at Aqueduct. 26 Black, the second favorite in a row in the pick 6 sequence. If you were playing, hope that you were and that you're still alive. More generous price certainly than what you got on April Antics in race number 3, who was a very short price to kick off that pick 6 with the carryover we had of over $31,000. Well, that is what we saw in race 4, the first turf race of the season. We'll have plenty more where that came from, and we'll also kick off the graded stakes action for the weekend a little bit later on today in race number 7 with the grade 3 distaff handicap. And this is an interesting puzzle, Andy, as they'll go 7 furlongs on the main track for the fillies and mares 4 and up. You have kind of the now horses, which includes Rosa Veloce, who's been in terrific form recently for trainer Rob Atras, including winning the correction last time out. And then you have some other horses with some back class who are trying to get back on track.
Rosa Veloce is going to have everything her own way in this race. She passed the Champagne, the other potential speed, scratched out of here. She's been in very good form, but she's been doing against weaker horses. Probably the best horse she's met in that group was Union Lake, who easily beat her despite Rosa Veloce sitting a slow pace and having a pace advantage on that occasion. So I wonder if against better horses she becomes vulnerable. I can understand the argument for her. She's been running fast races. Rob Atras having an amazing year so far, huge percentage on his wins. I can see her winning this race, but I think she's vulnerable against a tougher field, and she's going to have to face some interesting rivals. I know Past the Champagne came out, but Gerrymander's dangerous, and I also think Mama's Got to Run at the outside is extremely dangerous.
She has won 4 out of her last 5 starts since being claimed by Rob Atras. She's been in terrific form. But talking about being in good form, funny, Howe has won her last 5 in a row.
No, and Ray Handel's done a superb job with her, and Katie Davis has given her extremely good rides the last couple times. She ran here, and she ran a buyer figure of 86. She got a time form figure, both of which make her major players here. The problem is, for me, the competition is getting tougher, and her 2 real rivals in this race, the first and second choice, Betty Blue and Bank Sting, who were a distant second, third, they didn't show up. They didn't run anywhere near their best races. So she was able to win partly because they didn't show up. Now, I'm not knocking her. She still ran a reasonably fast race and a figure that could get her the victory in this race. But once again, this is a real step forward, and she's meeting some tougher company, though the race got easier with the scratch of Past the Champagne.
We'll see how it shakes out today, the first graded stake of the weekend, kind of a little appetizer for the main course of what we'll see tomorrow, which will be a fun day. They've been setting up over in Equestris over here, getting ready for the afternoon.
Nobody's brought us any food over. I just want to know why food came over here for us.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll have a buffet tomorrow.
Cookies or
us.
something.
Cookies.
You know? You could have brought me a cookie.
Richie brought me a cookie this morning.
Sure, he brought you a cookie. I get nothing.
Coming up tomorrow, we'll also talk a little bit more about the Bay Shore. Joey Freshwater, who looks to pick up a graded stakes victory after being quite a good claim for trainer Linda Rice, running some fast races. We'll talk a little bit more about him after this. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started today. The Bay Shore, another graded stake to look forward to tomorrow on Saturday for the 3-year-olds going 7 furlongs, and a pretty competitive race as we wonder who's going to take a step forward and who could be the quote-unquote horse to beat in here. Joey Freshwater has been running some very quick races, including a 92 Beyer speed figure last time out in March when he was beaten a neck behind Surprise Boss.
And it was an amazing performance by the winner to win this race, who was much the best, who battled the whole field the whole way. But Joey Freshwater did run very well. Majority Partner, who's his uncoupled stablemate, finishing third. It's a horse that's consistently running big figures for Linda Rice, and these are tough, hard-nosed, older horses. And Joey Freshwater ran remarkably well, good trip or not, in here. And if he runs this race, he's going to be tough. But I think there's a real question with him, and it's a question for a number of these. It's a similar question to Prove Right. Did he improve first-time Lasix? And he can't run with Lasix in the stakes here. And he ran that big figure first-time Lasix. Prove Right ran a big figure first-time Lasix. And even Victory Way, the maiden breaker, he had Lasix in his debut as well.
He did, and that was on a muddy track on debut at Aqueduct on March 4th, Victory Way for Bill Mott. He got a 76 Beyer speed figure for this performance, winning by 2 1/4. And you bring up a very good point because, as a reminder, in stakes races, you cannot run with the use of Lasix, and it is an even playing field as far as that's concerned. And obviously, this is a horse that still has a lot to learn and some maturity to gain, but he was impressive on debut, and we'll see if he can take another step forward.
Listen, he's run one race. He ran fine in here. I'm not going to be surprised if he improves. The Bill Mott barn, off of debut maidens that broke their debut on the dirt and dirt sprints, coming back in their second start, are just 1 for 14.
Wow.
And 7 of those 14 were short-priced horses. He's not good enough to win this race off this race, so he has to move forward. The stats say they don't. And he's a horse that figures to take money. He's the second choice in the morning line. If he wins, I lose.
That's a very interesting stat, and one that could be worth keeping in mind as we come to the Bay Shore tomorrow afternoon when a 4 graded stakes on the card. When we come back, we'll continue with our live racing action, turning our attention over to Oaklawn Park. Horses are leaving the paddock for race number 4 coming up next. More after this.
Sire Sensation Gunrunner is the sire of 6 first crop Grade 1 winners.
God-eyed, and he's going to win the hopeful.
Recco Zulu wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and Cyberknife has won the Haskell.
Society is going to win the Cotillion, and ta-da, they win the Bathurst, Pennsylvania Derby.
Early voting comes inside and wins it. He wins the Preakness.
Horse of the Year, Gunrunner, standing at 3 Chimneys.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Charlatan now a quarter mile from Arkansas Derby Glory, and he leads by 4 lengths. Basin continues to run in second. Governor Morris is third. Then to the outside in Anno Dorf, final furlong. Left-handed whips for Charlatan. And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet and win the Arkansas Derby. We will see you in September, young man.
Wins by 6.5. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hard-working people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Race 4 from Oaklawn Park is our next order of business. We'll be going 6 furlongs on the main track. 3-year-olds, which have never won 2 races. We'll get a chance to meet the field as horses step on the track for this dirt sprint. 8-5 favorite right now is the number 5, Dixie Fury for Norm Cassie. But here is the number 1, Dark Afternoon.
This horse got bet like iron first time out. I mean, the money poured in on this one. And Chris Hartman has lousy numbers with firsters, but they knew his numbers on horses that win their debuts coming back, not good.
That was a voided claim after the first race, too. Here's Scatamaran.
A long shot for Chris Richard, who's just not successful coming to Oaklawn.
Missin' Curfew.
I think this is a very interesting horse and completely lost all chance in the start last time out for Robertino Diodoro. I think this horse should be a shorter price.
Here's Mean Tweets. Nobody likes those.
I find them incredibly amusing.
Dixie Fury, your favorite.
Really? Is this horse supposed? I guess it's the Norm Cassie factor. This horse hasn't been on a dry track since Churchill.
Team Leader gets back on the dirt as well.
Yeah, would have to probably improve. Not impossible.
Afraid of the Bunny. It is Easter on Sunday.
Okay. Well, this horse, where did that last race come from?
Yeah. That was for $16,000 as well. And number 9, Bolt Above, wraps up the field.
Has a little bit of a last time was the time horse look here. If Missin' Curfew stays at 3-1 or over, I am betting. I'm going to buck the Norm Cassie juggernaut.
That's the field for the 4th race at Oaklawn Park as we welcome in for the first time today, Jonathan Kinchin here with us. Hey, JK, what are your thoughts on this 4th race coming up?
Well, I kind of like the 3-2. I know Andy mentioned Missin' Curfew. When you have a horse that you look at the past performances and you see a big race, which I do see 2 back with Missin' Curfew, and then the next race at a short price, you see a bad race. I'm inclined to give this horse another shot. Give this horse an opportunity. I call it dirty form. Sometimes it can kind of help with the price. Missin' Curfew runs well last time. We're not getting 4-1 today. We're probably not getting 4-1 today anyway. It's probably going to be closer to 3-1. But basically, I'm just going to go with the idea that last time just didn't work out. Whether it maybe didn't like Houston, Sam Houston Park, maybe they didn't like it that. That was kind of a first start off of a little bit of a break. Maybe there was an issue. There's a lot of reasons that race might not have gone well. If Missin' Curfew runs the race that he ran on January 15th at Oaklawn Park, he'll win this race by 5 lengths. So I'm going to wager that he's going to run that race. And if he doesn't, I was getting 4-1 to find out. I'll go with the 3, Missin' Curfew. I thought the rail horse was a little bit interesting. I don't have much interest in the 5 at that short of a price.
Jonathan, thank you. Missin' Curfew 4-1 right now. And yeah, he does have to get back to that race 2 back, Andy, but he did have legitimate trouble last time out at the beginning of the break, especially for a horse that in his first 2 races had been on the lead.
This horse lost all chance to start last time out. And you can say the horse ran poorly, but I believe the race was completely affected by the bad break in there. Now, the problem is the one's supposed to be the speedier, and there could be a quick pace in here, which works against him. I don't want any part of the 1. I thought the race was all 3 and 5.
As we'll see how it'll turn out as Dark Afternoon, as you mentioned, went off as your favorite on what was actually a pretty dark afternoon over at Oaklawn Park. That was a win for $30,000. I thought it was a little bit of a tough horse to like at a potentially short price coming in here, especially the stat that you gave, and not to mention that it was a voided claim after that win. You see him drifting, a little bit erratic there. Yes, he won. Obviously, still a touch green. And a claim can be voided for a number of reasons. It could be an administrative reason. It could also be a physical reason.
Which is not really that relevant sometimes.
Right, exactly. And we don't entirely know. But sometimes, especially when there are other reasons that give you a little bit of a cause for pause, I do think you have to look a little bit more closely.
This horse was bet like they knew this horse was going to win last time. He went from like 5-1 to 2-1, I think. I was even talking to one of the guys who works in the gate crew about it because he had been watching the show, and he said to me, I couldn't believe all the money that Chris Hartman was today. We were talking about it, and Greg and I talked about the show because his stats are so bad with firsters. I'll give you some numbers. Off a maiden win in a dirt sprint. This is all of them for Chris Hartman. He is 6 for 44 with an 89-cent ROI. We're talking about Chris 30% Hartman here. We're not talking about a guy who's a mere mortal. Now, it's a small sample size, but off of debut winners in their second start, he's 0 for 6, including, I think, a 2 to 5 or so, 2.5. No, 2 to 3 of the horses were short prices. Excuse me. I feel like he had his day in the sun last time out. You get the money with him last time. Now you're getting a similar price in a tougher spot. I don't agree with Jonathan. I think the 5 is the horse to beat if you're against the 3. The horses run fast and races, was in a tougher spot, and Norm Cassie, his horses have just all been showing up. So I understand the money he's taking, but like Jonathan, I like missing curfew, and I believe this horse had a massive excuse because of the break last time out.
Norm Cassie batting at 38% in the Oaklawn meet right now. See how this race does play out. If Dixie Fury can get back to the winner's circle, Andy and Jonathan preferring the number 3, Missin' Curfew. Loading in for race 4 at Oaklawn Park. Jim Byers has the call.
Missin' Curfew will head in next. Mean Tweets being led forward. And the last to load is Bolt Above. All in line. And they're off. Skidding right to his knees at the start was Scatamaran. Dark Afternoon on the inside, and Missin' Curfew move out quickly. Then it's Team Leader in 3rd. There goes Dixie Fury 4th, but driving up toward the inside into 3rd now. Dixie Fury 3rd behind Dueling Leaders. Afraid of the Bunny is racing next in 4th. Bolt Above is 5th. Scatamaran now 6th. Team Leader was away well, but he's settled back 7th, and Mean Tweets is trailing the field into the far turn. It's Dark Afternoon in start number 2 with the lead by a half length. Missin' Curfew alongside him. And Dixie Fury is still tracking that top pair and is angling 3 wide in 3rd, and 4 wide is Bolt Above. Then comes Afraid of the Bunny. He's 5th at the quarter pole, and Team Leader inside of him as they straighten away. Dark Afternoon maintains a narrow lead to Missin' Curfew, and Dixie Fury is put to the test. Farther out, Bolt Above is finishing decently, and now Team Leader up the inside in that second flight, but Dark Afternoon has repelled Missin' Curfew, and it's 2 for 2 for Dark Afternoon. Missin' Curfew was next. Team Leader 3rd and Mean Tweets 4th.
Dark Afternoon does it again. 2 for 2, as you heard in Jim Byers' call. Manages to withstand that pace pressure and pull away, get another victory in his second start. Back over at Aqueduct Race 5. Coming up next for the New York bred, 7 furlongs on the main track. 3-year-olds and upward as horses step out onto the field. Onto the track. Here's the field kicking things off with Breaking Stones, Andy.
Yeah, Breaking Stones ran a fast race last time out, but that was against much easier and is facing a much tougher task today.
Here is the number 3, Rider's Regret.
Yeah, Rider's Regret looks like the main speed in here, and maybe that could help. Has that one big figure 2 back, but 3 back, but doesn't stand up.
Listen to your heart, trying to get back to the winner's circle.
I picked this one on top because I think 5 to 1 is too big a price, and they're overbetting the 5, even though the 5 is the one to beat.
And here is the 5, Awesome Native, 4 to 5 now.
Yeah, he ran well last time. It was a fast pace, even though the winner survived. The winner and the second horse both looked like very good horses. He's way the horse to beat.
First Deputy, 15 to 1.
I like the leadership Mongol horses, but this horse is in a very tough spot.
Back in New York Bred Company for Durkin's Call.
One of my favorite horses, but he may not quite be good enough here.
And Prince of Pharaohs now with Leah Giamatti.
Well, Maggie's going to be excited. She's always excited when Leah Giamatti has one in here. But this horse is absolutely a player. He's the one horse besides the 4 and 5 that has figures fast enough to win this race.
4 to 1 on Prince of Pharaohs, who was beaten just a neck last time out. As we will head down, check in with Maggie. 4 to 5, Maggie, on your favorite right now.
I'm going to take it, Acacia. I just think less ground's best. The mile proved to be too far for a horse that's really built like a sprinter. I mean, I would honestly prefer him going the 6. But he is one that can be a little bit rambunctious, so they saddled him outside. All things good with him in that respect. But I just thought he's a good-looking horse to boot, and I just think this is the right spot for him today, and comes out of, as you guys were saying, just a pretty tough race. This company looks to be a little less competitive. But number 4, Listen to Your Heart. He ran well last time out. Now he's 3rd off of layoff, and this is by far the most fit and strong that he's appeared since that layoff. I mean, honestly, I didn't like him much going back to that January 21st race. I don't like the fact, though, that he actually missed this condition last month. He was entered and he scratched. So I don't know what the issue is. I can't see anything here watching him warm up or in the paddock, but I don't love that. But I have to say that this is one of the better times I've seen him appear. And watch him as he goes in the gate. He can be one that gets a bit claustrophobic in there. And I think when he's settled, which he has been so far, it's usually when he breaks well enough and puts in a good effort. Number 6, First Deputy, a little bit of an overachiever, wired last time and defeated soundly by excellent timing, who was the favorite that day. But I had just noted that Lolita Schimmingold doesn't have that many horses, has a limited number of stock, but her horses always come over just looking the part. They're always well looked after as far as their coat, their weight, their conditioning. And First Deputy was a horse that, going back to when he first started running around here from Finger Lakes, would get hot and washy and not carry that great a weight. So relaxed now and just really looks as though he's thriving at the hands of Lolita. And maybe he's one that could be running along late and picking up the pieces, Acacia.
And he's a nice price, too. Maggie, thank you. First Deputy at 19-1. And, Andy, I know you are often singing the praises of Lolita as well, and I completely agree with Maggie. I mean, all of her horses, they always look so well turned out when they come over to the paddock, and she's a strong horsewoman that you certainly shouldn't be afraid to take a little bit of a shot with when she has a horse that might be a big price.
I would go the other way and say you should be given a second look at her horses.
Yeah.
They run, and she's a name that nobody's going, oh, I'm betting the Lolita Schimmingold horse, and that's to the advantage of the sharp player that picks up in the fact that her horses, they run.
Yeah.
I'm not saying she's got a barn full of particularly good horses, but if they look on paper like they can win, they have a good chance in here. Now, this horse is overmatched here, and as Maggie said, she's saying this could be a long shot that maybe he'll run a little bit better than looks at the PPs. So you throw this horse in for third even in tries or supers, so you can make money. I think the 5 is the horse to beat. I think 3-5 is going a little overboard, but that's why I bet the 4, pick the 4 in here. Just a better value situation, I thought.
3-5 though on Awesome Native as we go back to Jonathan.
I like the 5 in here too. Like I said, not cutting in line to bet 3-5 to win. Although I don't think it's too far off. I did single on the pick 6. If I was playing the pick 5, I would have singled. And if you're starting the pick 4, I would encourage you to single. This horse ran extremely fast on debut at the end of last year. Has run good races since then. Even the race trying to stretch out that didn't really work out. There's been horses that have come back and won and ran well out of that race. The horse is tactical, drawn outside of main competition. I like everything about Awesome Native. The one horse I will give you from a creative standpoint when it comes to maybe getting underneath and exactas and tries is the 2 Breaking Stones, who I thought was close enough, kind of middle moved into a fast-paced race. And a lot of times, fast-paced races, you don't necessarily have to be on the front end to take the short end of the stick. Sometimes just moving into a fast-paced race is a hidden move that looks a lot better than it might appear on paper. I think Breaking Stones ran pretty good last time, and if you look at it, it's the second time with the trainer, so there's an opportunity that this horse could actually be improving, and I think at 16-1, I would wager this horse will improve and run in the top 4.
Can he repeat that 86 Beyer speed figure that he ran last time out? Jonathan, thank you. As Breaking Stones, he did take a big step forward with that race, but as you touched on it, he now has to prove that he can do it against the next level.
It's one of 2 aberrant figures that he's run in his life, and the prior time he came back to earth and didn't run well close enough to win. I understand what Jonathan's saying, but he also, the horse who set that fast pace finished second, so it wasn't as though the pace collapsed. Listen, he's a big price. If somebody wants to use him, I'm never going to knock him a big price coming off a big fig, but his PPs don't suggest he's going to run back to it.
You take a shot against the favorite with Listen to Your Heart.
Listen to Your Heart has run well enough in races that I don't think he's supposed to be 5-1 to 3-5. I don't disagree with what Jonathan said. I think Awesome Native probably is supposed to be around even money in this race. I think 3-5 is going overboard. I'm a little old school. I think 3-5 shots are horses that you feel like they almost can't lose. And I'm not sure that's the case, but he did run well. I agree with everything Jonathan said. He's engaged in the pace last time. Now, the pace held together for Overstep, but he's very good. Second place finisher Ouster took advantage of it, but he also ran 100 Beyer, improving 9 points the next time out. So it may have just been an extremely strong race. I just, I like the one Baltazar, and I was planning on making a nice bet on him today. When he scratched, I didn't want to scratch into 3 to 5 shots.
Sure.
So I changed around. I was 1-5-4, and I went 4-5 because I don't think the 4 is supposed to be that much bigger price to the 5. I think he has enough a chance to win that you're getting a little value in here.
Awesome Native, the short price favorite as they load in for the 5th race. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Prince of Pharaohs. In. All set. Little movement to the inside, and they're off. To the outside, it's Prince of Pharaohs, who's got early speed, and there's Breaking Stones. Breaking Stones is going to be early mix. There's Listen to Your Heart from In Between Horses with Rider's Regret. It's scramble on for the front end, but now it's a pace duel. It's Listen to Your Heart with a head in front. Rider's Regret with moderate pace to the inside is now going to challenge this leader in their head-and-head. Awesome Native is stalking from 3rd, is followed by Breaking Stones, who's at the rail in 4th. Then moving forward, his first deputy is moving to the inside of Prince of Pharaohs, who's dropping back through the field right now, and Durkin's Call is the trailer. They approach 4 furlongs left to go. Rider's Regret is in front. Listen to Your Heart is right to the outside from 2nd. 23-2 for that easy opening quarter mile. Rider's Regret at 10-1, and Listen to Your Heart is back for more. Here's Listen to Your Heart and Katie Davis. They've reclaimed the lead. They're up by a head. Awesome Native is under a drive from 3rd, is progressing. Breaking Stones is at the rail waiting for room. In behind them is First Deputy, who's looking for a run. Prince of Pharaohs is going to be wide. Durkin's Call is still 6 lengths the trailer. Listen to Your Heart has got the lead at the top of the stretch and is 3 lengths in front. It's Listen to Your Heart who kicks for home, and Listen to Your Heart is still well clear. Awesome Native is in full pursuit. Also trying to run on there is Breaking Stones. Listen to Your Heart approaches the 16th pole, is now 5 clear. Listen to Your Heart is all alone, and it's going to be Listen to Your Heart. Katie Davis, they win this one easily. Awesome Native a clear 2nd. Prince of Pharaohs, then a photo. Breaking Stones with First Deputy in 1 minute, 24 seconds flat.
Listen to Your Heart, no doubt about the winner here. Well done, Andy. Top pick runs away from this field. 3rd start with Ray Handel.
Katie Davis had a handful of horse, and the favorite was all in the top of the stretch, and that's when you usually know you're in good shape. And I credit Katie for being very aggressive here. She understood there wasn't much pace, and that the 3 riders regretted that advantage, but she realized, I want to be on top of that horse. And she was, and this horse was much the best today, absolutely much the best. And Awesome Native just didn't really run back to the prior races, and because I'm not saying that it shouldn't have been favored. I think it probably should have been about 5-2 and even money, but still, he didn't show up today. But this horse showed up in a big way, and Katie has had a terrific winner here, and it's a good thing because somebody had to feed the family with Trevor on the sidelines.
And she is tough, raising her daughter Riley.
She's a
very good rider. She has a date with Funny How for Ray Handel coming up in the distaff. She's been aboard that filly recently too, one that's coming in off a 5-race win streak. But Listen to Your Heart with the win. Katie Davis in the saddle. 4, 5, 8, 6 in the 5th at Aqueduct. And we'll bring you prices in just a moment, but that'll do it for the first 5 races. But first, we'll touch on some of the exciting action coming up tomorrow. All of the good stakes that we have to look forward to. If we haven't told you yet, 4 graded stakes coming up, including the Wood Memorial. And Andy, can you guess what channel the Wood Memorial is going to be on?
The Wood Memorial is on Fox. I've heard a rumor that it's on Fox.
I'm glad
from
you've been
6
paying
to 6:30.
attention.
I'm going to be sitting up in this desk with Greg Wolf and Jonathan Kinchin. It's going to be just an incredible moment for me. And believe me, it's going to be just a moment. But we are excited. And listen, we're really excited about our relationship with Fox. And it's been great for us and all of us. And we're thrilled to have a race as important as the Wood on Big Fox tomorrow from 6 to 6:30. All of us are excited.
And very exciting for us to have the opportunity to highlight a race that's so important here in New York and to Aqueduct as well with that Grade 2 Wood Memorial, the final stop on the road to Kentucky Derby here in New York. Back today at Aqueduct, the race number 5 went to Listen to Your Heart. Big smiles from Katie Davis. A date with Funny How coming up. Could be a very good afternoon for her as well.
Does this take all the pressure off? now no matter what Funny How does, you know, she's got the big win with Ray with this horse, so the pressure's off a little bit. It'll resume at some point, but the confidence that Katie has, I'm very impressed with her as a rider. Honestly, she adapts to the circumstances. She doesn't ride a lot of horses, but she does well with the one she rides, and I really think that she is just another one of the Davis family that can flat out ride.
She absolutely can. As took a break from riding, had her daughter Riley. She came back. She was galloping in the morning for Ray Handel, and she had her first start back after becoming a mom for Ray this summer in Saratoga, which was such a special moment to see the emotions that she was experiencing. And we've gotten to see her have quite a few wins throughout the winter here. $13.20 winner for Katie Davis. Listen to your heart over your 3 to 5 favorite, Awesome Native, who did seem to regress. I thought you brought up a good point about that horse, Andy, that maybe he was just one of those early precocious types, and you could see it in kind of his races. It's not like he was improving steadily. Maybe the others kind of caught up.
No, I think that's a reasonably good point. Obviously, he did not run his race today. I mean, this is the winner ran terrific, but he didn't run to his best races.
Biggest price so far in the Pick 6 sequence, halfway there, 3 races to go.
This was a big single that just lost.
Yes, absolutely. As that will do it for Andy and I. Hope you enjoy Wood Memorial Day tomorrow.
I am planning to enjoy it. I look forward to seeing you as well. Maybe we'll be in the subway again. We had a little time in the subway, but it's been fun, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Stay with us, though, on America's Day at the Races. A lot more to come. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way as Hit Show. Getting ready, waiting for tomorrow's Grade 2 Wood Memorial. He is in 27th place on the points board. Can he pick up some more to get into the Kentucky Derby?
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers.
It's a Bushido coming down to the wire in the Ontario Racing Stakes has run them ragged.
A proven value sire. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Live coverage from Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park and Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs continues on FS2. Good to have you with us on the eve of the final major prep on the road to the Derby Wood Memorial. We will have live coverage tomorrow. Greg Wolf, Richard Migliori, winningest jockey in the history of this racetrack, taking over here on the desk for the duration of this program. We're going to get into the late Pick 3 coming up, and we continue first day on the turf back in New York.
Yeah, it's great to see turf racing back. We saw maidens run pretty fast earlier, 108 and change. Turf course looks lush. Ever since Glenn Kozak and his crew started putting those tarps on in the winter, when they removed those tarps, the growth started earlier. It keeps the heat in, and the grass looks tremendous right now.
And we're going to see Graham Motion, Chad Brown with a couple of key players in this race coming up next at a mile over the inner turf. Of course, the big one on Saturday on the road to the Kentucky Derby. It's our ABR race of the week. Grade 2 Wood Memorial, $750,000 purse, and the man just loaded with 3-year-old talent. We'll find out more on Saturday. This may be his most talented 3-year-old. Hit Show's got to overcome a far outside post where that turn comes up very, very quickly, and he risks being floated out wide early on.
Yeah, he's going to have to work out some sort of a trip. I think he's a very talented son of Candy Ride, very well-bred, Tappet mare actress, has done everything right, everything that's been asked him. He's already won at the mile and eighth distance, but the post is problematic, and he's not a horse that is fast enough to clear, and he's not slow. Manny Franco's got his hands full finding that break, that gap between flights to try to tuck in someplace.
But a lot of times, things do just kind of work out.
Yeah, they do. You know, the fact of the matter is, though, he is the horse to beat, and other jockeys are aware of that. And if you've got a chance to keep him packed out, you're going to. That's part of your job as a rider, but very talented colt.
Now, here's a look at some of the top hopefuls for the Derby for Brad Cox, Angel of Empire. He's already on his way with that big improvement and impressive win in the Arkansas Derby. We'll see Hit Show Saturday. Instant Coffee won the Lecomte Chases Road. He's already in, and Slip Mahoney. Going to see him as well. And if Hit Show has a tough time, Slip Mahoney, figures-wise, he's maybe the next best horse it would appear in that field.
And Slip Mahoney had a difficult trip in the Gotham. He didn't, he kind of got off to a slow beginning, was shuffled back a bit, had a rally very wide, was probably second best on the day, but would have been closer with a different trip. And starts are so important no matter what the distance of the race. You don't want to give anybody else a head start or put yourself out of position.
Big opportunity for Dylan Davis. He'll be on Slip Mahoney, the other Brad Cox runner, in the big one tomorrow. Wood Memorial, live coverage Saturday on Big Fox, 6 p.m. Eastern start time. We hope to see you there. The final major prep race to qualify for that run for the Roses. All right, let's get back to today's action. And we go to Hot Springs, mile of 16th, race 5 coming up. It's a maiden special weight. Nobody's won in this group. We start with the abbreviation for Riley Mott, son of the great Bill Mott, Tyler Bayes Award.
Yeah, this horse ran really well from maiden 30, first time out, caught a sloppy track against maiden allowance, but does have some foundation.
Yeah, Barn with a win already today. My Tallulah for Riley Mott as well, first-time starter.
Yeah, tough for a first-time starter to go mile to 16, but this is a half to I'm a Chatterbox, a multiple Grade 1 winner.
Charlize Curlin filly, Curlin 2-time horse of the year.
Stretching out with a pedigree that should appreciate stretching out.
Dixie Tap, Steve Asmussen, first-timer, they're very expensive.
Yeah, and Mare's a producer. 2 foals, both winners, including stakes winner Caribbean Caper.
Sold for $990,000. Barstool Babe, Ron Moquette.
Yeah, 3 sprints, now stretches out. Bolt de Oro's been very, very good as a young sire.
They faced a really talented Punch Bowl sprinting second start. The 6 Flirting Girl, Steve Asmussen with his son Keith.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve. Debuted at a mile and 16, tough debut distance.
9-1 here, Paris Style, first-timer Kenny McPeak.
Kenny McPeak, good at getting horse ready to go long first time. And the Grand Dam's Unrivaled Bell, Breeders' Cup winner.
Unstable Princess ran second at this level, but the starts are starting to pile up here. This will be the 8th start.
The 8th start, but she's run races good enough to be competitive here.
Sweet, Sweet Fantasy. Kenny McPeak will take over training of this one.
Yeah, he's getting off synthetics, going to have to improve.
And Magic Bubbles, start number 3, outside post at 6-1.
Yeah, improved second start, has 2 runs going long, has a difficult post. Outside post going 2 turns is like so far the theme of this early show.
4 minutes to post here in this 5th race coming up, this maiden special weight. Paulie, I've missed you. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, Greg? Happy Easter weekend to you and Mig as well. Good race, 10-race card here at Oaklawn, and it seems like speed might be a little bit of an advantage, although we've seen some horses launch from off the pace so far. If you're live in this early pick 5, there's some good payouts to be had here. As right now, your favorite is the 5, and that is Barstool Babe. Now, I talked to Ron Moquette. Now, this horse comes out of a race, actually ran well against Punch Bowl, 2 back, and you know, he's always wanted to stretch her out by Bolt de Oro, Majestic Warrior mare. Majestic Warrior is more of a sprinter, but the gait has been the issue. I mean, this horse broke flat-footed multiple times, and you know, last time was a little bit better from the 1 hole. I think if they break a little bit better, Marcelina Pedrosa, not kind of a send kind of rider, but at least get this horse involved early on the stretch out, and you know, he's going to have to contend with Charlize in here with Jimmy DeVito, who looks another horse who's been left twice, but this horse got left to 3 last time and then went 21-4. I don't know how that was a slow pace by DRF. It says S on there, slow. If this horse didn't break slow, this horse would have went 21-1. So I don't think the 3 is not going to be on the front end. It's not good English there, but I do think the 3, Charlize, is going to be the one to catch. And, you know, she comes out of a Punch Bowl race, her first race, which is the ultimate loaded race, so maybe she'll carry her speed at 17-1. Now, the 4 in here, Dixie Tap, is a first-time starter by Tappet, by a really good mare. Checks up from the next up. I think I said that right. Listen, Grade 3 winner is akin to, I understand it's 7-2. It's tough to win first time out going long, but Steve Asmussen is one of the guys that can definitely pull it off. I'll tell you, I was surprised. And Greg, more times than not, you and I sometimes will fall into this trap, but I do think this horse has got a shot. Now, the 8 Unstable Princess is hammered in the pick 3s, in the pick 4s, pick 5s, the lowest horse. And you and I are sheet players, and this horse gets very good sheet numbers, but sometimes these horses can fool you because they come from so far back and they're so far wide, they usually get the best number. And I'm wondering, the way this racetrack's playing, if this horse will get that kind of trip. I do think that's, you know, the way I play. I read the sheets, and I think the 8 is the best horse in the race. I just don't know if the dynamics or the race sets up for him. I'll land on him tepidly in here. I thought this was just a wide open field.
That's a good point he brings up. You could be running these big races because you are getting these wide trips, and still it's potentially never going to set up for you, and it doesn't look like there's much speed in this race at all. We'll get back to that 5th race coming up. Back to New York, 6th race, back on the grass, mile inner turf. First day of grass racing back here in New York is A Other Than Allowance. Graham Motion with Easter. That's our 2-1 current favorite from the inside post off since June of last year. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And Greg, Easter does appear to be the class of this field, but I'm a little concerned about the mile distance. I know he's a multiple winner, albeit in France at the mile. But as you can see, I mean, look at the final times on the form of those mile races, 1:38 and 4, 1:45 and 1. They're just run in a completely different fashion than our stateside mile turf races and over different ground, and much more taxing ground with undulations and a lot more give to it. So I feel like this is more or less just a jumping off point. He could win on just merit alone, and he looks really well prepared here by Graham Moshe. I got to say, well done to his team at Fair Hill, because this horse looks as though he's spent the winter in Florida as opposed to Maryland. And let me tell you, as a Maryland girl, it actually can be colder there than it is here. So I like what I'm seeing. I just don't feel like this is the right distance for him to truly show his best. As we'll move on to another horse coming off of a layoff. That's the New York bred Shutters, who does seem to run by appointment only, as this is only his 5th start now as a 5-year-old. But hey, he has won 3 of 4 of those. This is a much tougher field than what he has faced, I think, in the past. But when you have a New York bred and they're out of conditions, you strike early on in the turf season when the competition might be coming off of, they're given layoffs or they just might not be ready. And it looks as though Chad Brown has Shutters really ready here. He's dappled head to toe. He looks fantastic here in the paddock. And ironically, although running 4 times previously at NYRA, I've never seen him before. I got to give a shout out. This is completely irrelevant, but the tail. As a horse girl, as someone who has been around show horses, this horse's tail is utterly gorgeous. Then there's the wild card in number 3, Giants Fire, who is a son of Gun Runner. That's not the greatest influence, but on the bottom side, the second dam was a multiple group winner in Ireland and England. And the dam is full to Princess Highway, who won the Ribblesdale at Ascot. This is a turf horse. Everything about him physically says turf to me. He has recency over some of these more appealing looking turf rivals, which I think might be a feather in his cap here for John Terranova. Greg, I'm really intrigued to see what this one does getting on this surface for the first time.
A couple of Group 2 Ribblesdale winners in this one's family. It's a horse I use because of that pedigree in my multi-race wagers. 11-1 here, getting on the grass for the first time. A little interesting.
Very interesting. And, what both you and Maggie are alluding to, also second in the Prix de l'Opera to Bright Sky. I mean, she's faced the best, her Grand Dam, that is. So there is pedigree there, and it's just interesting to see where that pedigree kind of, rises to the top.
All right, back to Oaklawn, mile and 16th maiden special weight coming up 5-2 on a first-time starter in this spot. Dixie Tap, Steve Asmussen with Francisco Arrieta. This is the horse that was just shy of $1 million at auction, son of Tappet.
Yeah, well-bred. Mare's a producer, half to Caribbean Caper. Tough distance to debut at, but that being said, Steve Asmussen has found his way to the winner's circle more than any other trainer in the history of North American racing.
Incredible. Over 10,000 times. And still going strong. Magic Bubbles taking some play outside. Appears like some upside there, too. Lightly raced, just the second time over a fast main track. Martin Garcia aboard. Got to overcome that outside slot, though. Jim Byers, the call. Here's race 5 from Hot Springs at Oaklawn Park.
Outside of her is Sweet Sweet Fantasy. Charlize moves in. Dixie Tap, first-time starter, will load next to her. Barstool Babe, and that leaves just Magic Bubbles. They're in the gate, and they're off. Barstool Babe and Flirting Girl moving out quickly. My Tallulah, first-time starter on the inside, showing speed. Sweet Sweet Fantasy is fourth toward the outside. Then in the bright orange is Dixie Tap. She shifted out a bit and bumped. Abbreviation gained up the inside during all that. Abbreviation is now racing in fourth. And Sweet Sweet Fantasy outside of her fifth. 2 lengths then, and Dixie Tap has settled down in 6th in the bright orange, just inside of Magic Bubbles, then a length and a half, and it's Paris Style, followed by Unstable Princess. She is in front of 1 filly as they race up the backstretch, and Unstable Princess is about 10 lengths off the lead. Charlize is trailing the field as they advance to the far turn. My Tallulah leads the way here by a half length, and Barstool Babe is alongside. Abbreviation is now a length of back of her, racing in 3rd, and Flirting Girl is 4th. Outside of her is Magic Bubbles. She's a little wide into the turn, but well within striking distance. And now the French filly Paris Style is starting to show some interest, moving with Sweet Sweet Fantasy. Nothing yet from Dixie Tap. In fact, she's dropping back. Unstable Princess moved by her from the outside. She's going to be about 7 or 8 wide as they come for home. And they straighten away, and Magic Bubbles on the outside of Barstool Babe. Way down the center is Unstable Princess. Paris Style trying to move with her with Abbreviation. It's Magic Bubbles. Here is Unstable Princess from the outside. They've gone on by Barstool Babe, Unstable Princess, and Magic Bubbles. Unstable Princess, a maiden no more, gets up by a neck. Over Magic Bubbles, Barstool Babe, and Abbreviation.
Unstable Princess getting by Magic Bubbles, the 8th time the charm for this 3-year-old filly.
They coming with the last run under David Cabrera, and I believe that foundation really counts in races like this. And she's, had run well, not breaking through, but finally worked out a trip, came down the outside wide, but sometimes horses just get so happy when they get in the clear, and she finished strongly. The 10 Magic Bubbles ran really well under Martin Garcia, and even you can see she tries to meet the challenge, right? She comes out, she just couldn't go with her late.
2-1 post-time favorite with your win back at Oaklawn as we return to New York, and we return to the turf here. We love to see it. Mile inner turf, this first allowance condition coming up. We're going to start with the current favorite, Easter. Graham Motion, who has been... has a couple of wins at a mile, but again, slowish times on very heavy, soft ground. And more recently here in the States, been going a lot longer.
Yeah, demanding ground. I'm less worried about the layoff than, is he going to be sharp enough to get the mile here, but he gets a good advantageous inside post.
Jimmy Farrar sending out the big long shot stand-up.
Yeah, it feels like he's going to have to really improve from any races we've seen from him in the past on the turf.
Here's the pedigree horse getting on grass for the first time.
Yeah, interesting pedigree, and these are the kind of horses that you can catch at a price because you got to dig a little bit deeper to find out that information.
So high at 10-1, Napal Chatterpaul.
Horse that had a couple runs under his belt at Gulfstream, has run some good, decent races in the past. If you go back to 2021.
There's only be 2 lengths at a grade 1, actually, at a mile and 3/8. Soulmate went by, the Soulmate out. It's Constitution Lawyer Ray Handel gelding went by, and here's the 7 Shutters for Chad Brown.
Yeah, New York bred, lightly raced, 5-year-old, but has shown up and been very competitive every time.
4-year-old debut, Mike Maker's Mboite.
Yeah, horse that also has run a couple decent races, especially last fall over this Aqueduct turf course.
And that's your field. 4 minutes of post here in the 6th. We start the late pick 3 coming up. Jonathan, your thoughts here on race 6?
Yeah, this is a situation where, to me, the 7 is the most likely winner. Now, the horses that I think that can beat the 7 would be the 1 or the 6. Now, the problem is I wanted to try to get creative because I think anytime you can beat a Chad Brown runner, because there's this assumption they're all going to win, and a lot of them do, if you can beat them, you can really pick up some equity in your wagers. And the problem I had is the 1 Easter, I think, wants to go a little bit longer. So that's not really an ideal comparison, especially with the money that Easter's taking. And then also the 6 Constitution Lawyer, who I think could potentially win this race, or is the competition to the 7 Shutters. But Constitution Lawyer probably wants a little bit further. So when it came down to it, just give me the best horse, the horse that I think that can kick home the quickest, the horse that I think can appreciate the distance. And look, I usually horses that are undefeated and trained by future Hall of Famers and silks that we all recognize, those horses tend to be overbet and not the best propositions. But, if I'm going to get this 2-1 here on Shutters, I'll take this horse over the other 2 who I think prefer longer distances. So although Shutters just switched to favoritism, I have no problem hanging my hat with the green and lime green of Peter Brant and Shutters.
3 wins in a row. We haven't seen them since September of last year, but this is what this barn does. Has them ready to fire first time off the bench.
Yeah, I don't think you have any concern with a layoff with a Chad Brown runner. Worked out a really good trip here, right? He came from far back, but you see the way he cut the corner. So important, saving ground in turf races. Now he's got to find a seam. But I don't mind a horse held up a bit in traffic and turf because it just intensifies their late turn of foot. He found that seam, dropped his head, and kicked on. You got to like the way this horse finished and the fact that he's brave. He'll rally through traffic like that.
To this point, has only faced New York bred competition, get an open company for the first time today. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, and I think it gets a little steeper here for Shutters, though. I'm not going to be surprised if he wins. Let's take a look at a few other horses coming in off layoffs, including number 6, Constitution Lawyer, who does return as a gelding, which is the right move for a horse that is consistently nervous prior to his races and consistently tough to handle during his races. I remember talking to Ray Handel last time, and I said, Ray, why don't you just go to the lead with this horse? And he said, well, he always gets out around the first turn, and I want somebody to be on my outside to keep me in. I said, well, don't you think if he's on the front end, he's not going to get out? So anyway, that didn't happen. He didn't break that well that day. So he is acting better, having come back as a gelding, though talking with Ray prior to the horses coming in the paddock today, he said he still thinks he's a colt, unfortunately, in the mornings, but I like the way he's at least acting the preliminaries leading up to this race. Again, though, as Jonathan brought up, probably one that does prefer a bit more ground. As we move on to Mboite, who I do think a mile is perfect for. He's physically conformed to be a miler. He's one, too, that's a bit tough to ride, I think. Can get just a bit sensitive in his mouth and be tough to steer, too. Does come back looking incredibly fit here for Mike Maker. Unfortunately draws the outside again. Not the biggest field, though, to have to overcome, but was caught wide in that last effort going back to October 22nd. So look for him to, I would think, be prominent in this field, though. Comes back eager so far in the warm-ups, and one that I wouldn't ignore for always strong connections, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. 8-5 now. All that late money coming in on Shutters for Chad Brown and Peter Brant.
Yeah, horses, strung together 3 wins in a row. People see those ones, and it's very attractive. I'm a little interested. I mean, I picked the 1, but the 6, Constitution Lawyer, coming back as a gelding, and you heard that maybe it didn't have the full desired effect yet because he is a difficult horse to ride. I'm with Maggie. Put your hands down. Let him run freely. Most of the time, if you don't get into a horse's mouth and get to fighting with them, they'll corner better than if you're really fighting with them and you're working against each other. If I was riding him, I would say to Ray, let me handle it. Let me do my job. Let's not micromanage this.
Nice use of the trainer's name. Constitution Lawyer, briefly auditioning for the Triple Crown last year, but turf now his home. As we're set, there's the favorite stepping in. Shutters for Chad Brown. And Easter from the rail, the big danger. 6th from Aqueduct, mile on the inner turf. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin.
Was open. Now closing it. All set. And they're off. So High breaks well from in between horses. It's So High right out to the front. Giants Fire with mild pressure. It's going to be So High to pass the wire the first time. On the outside is Mboite is now going to track in second as they get set to move into that first turn. At the rail, going to save ground is Giants Fire. Right in behind that, a tight hold on Easter, and Easter is progressing as in 5th. Just gets passed up on the outside here from Shutters, who's going to secure the 4th spot. The orange cap is Constitution Lawyer, and at the back of the field, it's Stand Up. They work to the back stretch. So High has got the lead. It's So High in front. Is up by a length and a half. Mboite is stalking right there in second. At the rail is Giants Fire. Here comes Shutters, who's moving forward, and Easter has got a ton of run. Easter wants to tug Trevor McCarthy through that spot. Is in the 5th position as rein back in. Constitution Lawyer is going to be a touch wide as they move into the far turn as they've got less than a half mile to go, and Stand Up is still the trailer. 48. and 1 for that half-mile time. They've got to catch So High. It's So High who takes them into the far turn. Ambote is now called upon for the effort, is within 3/4 of a length of the leader. Shutters. Here's Easter. Easter is now splitting rivals, and Easter is still looking for room. At the rail is going to be Giants Fire. They stack up here at the top of the lane. So High kicks for home, and Ambote is up on the outside. Easter is unleashed at the rail, and Shutters is 4 wide. Easter's got all the momentum and has clear running room. Shutters has got momentum on the grandstand side. They approach the 16th pole. Easter is going to stride away. Easter, of course, it's Easter who wins. Easter wins very easily. Shutters up on the outside there for second. Then came Ambote and So High in 1 minute 35.32 seconds.
It's Easter on Good Friday for the win off the long layoff. Graham Motion, Trevor McCarthy.
He looked like a winner pretty much every step of the way. He was always traveling in the bridle. He got to save all that ground. You could see Trevor had so much horse leaving the 3/8 pole. He was just trying to decide, am I going to try to work my way to the outside, or am I going to take my chances on the inside? And it blew wide open for him mid-stretch, and this horse really kicked on. Shutters ran well. He was caught a bit wide, while Easter got that inside trip you want on the turf. But what a nice effort for this horse. And I tell people, go back and watch this replay. I mean, he had 2 armfuls of horse throughout.
1-7-8-4 here in the 6th at Aqueduct. Very formful, really trifecta for that matter. But Easter much the best in this group. There he is on the rail. Plenty underneath Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, listen, he made a lot of sense. He's faced tougher. And you would think he would have even been a shorter price because of the hunch play Easter, right, on Good Friday coming into Easter Sunday. But this was a nice effort and a building block for this horse maybe to take a step forward.
2-1 did not go off your favorite. Slight second choice here. Graham Motion had him ready off the bench. 5-year-old gets his 3rd win of the year. We're going to take a timeout. Todd Pletcher already has 3 likely booked for the Kentucky Derby. He'll send out 3 more in Saturday's Grade 2 Wood Memorial, looking to increase that arsenal of Derby contenders. We'll be back.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. Watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Chad Brown dominates this turf circuit in New York. When he does get beaten, it's not a lot. A lot of times it's at the hands of Graham Motion.
Yeah, and you can see Trevor McCarthy, a lot of horse underneath him. Didn't want to overcommit to one spot too soon when you've got that much horse. And then when he saw the inside open up, and that's just a dream turf trip, and to have that kind of horse underneath you. I can personally attest, an awfully good feeling. Shutter's run well. Nothing wrong with Shutter's run. He was, caught a little bit wide, just second best to a horse that's faced much better.
A big class edge to this point for Easter, and picked up the 3rd win of his career. Nice starting point for his 5-year-old season, too, to build off this off a long layoff when he was rolling late. 690 for the victory. Easter, Shutters, M. Boite, 1, 2, 3. Here in the 6th from Aqueduct. And we have the main event coming up next. Grade 3 Distaff Handicap feature on this Friday card. Fillies and Mares going 7/8 of a mile. And look at the field. Scratch past the Champagne. Gerrymander, interesting, returning for Chad Brown. The two sort of now runners on this circuit, though, in this division. Rosa Veloce, she's won 4 of her last 5, and then Funny How's won 5 in a row.
Yeah, you got to like horses that string together wins. She keeps on stepping her game up and finding ways to get it done. But Funny How is proficient at the distance and 5 for 5 at Aqueduct.
Yeah, incredible rolls, but interesting to see Gerrymander too. I mean, there was a lot expected of her. She had that huge run in the Mother Goose and then just sort of tailed off.
Yeah.
Apparently working very well for the comeback.
Yeah, and again, when you get a trainer like Chad Brown, horse of the lay, if you're not concerned with their fitness level, and Gerrymander showed a great deal of ability, if she runs anywhere close to her Mother Goose back, I think everybody else is looking to be second to her. I mean, that race was scintillating.
7 times Todd Pletcher has won the Wood Memorial, tied with Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons. A win on Saturday, and again, he's going to have 3 chances to win it. He will stand alone as the all-time winningest trainer in the history of this race. Of course, he won it last year, the year before that as well. This was Mo Donegal, who would go on to win the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, Todd's just incredible. These horses winning Derby preps, developing 3-year-olds, creating stallions, and Mo Donegal showed that his Wood Memorial was no fluke. I mean, find a classic winner in his own right.
Well, he's got a couple of maidens. You don't associate Todd. He brings in big-time ammunition, usually to races like this. But he's bringing in 2 horses who have yet to win. One of them, though, with obviously a huge pedigree. Dreamlike, as you take a look at what he's done in this race, Todd Pletcher. Bourbonic the year before that, 73-1. Vino Rosso, who would go on to win a Classic. Some big names on that list. Back to Dreamlike, though. Horse who sold for $975,000. Gunrunner, we know what he's done as a sire. And the Dam, a foal to a 2014 champion 3-year-old filly who won the Oaks, untappable. Yet to win, though, in 2 starts.
But he's run well, and he's run probably faster than a lot of the horses in here that have won races. He hooked some good horses. And Todd's shipping this horse here to take on these horses in the Wood Memorial is a vote of confidence. You can't dismiss Todd Pletcher in any of these Derby preps, and this horse has obviously shown him enough ability that he belongs here. Todd has won 7 of them.
Got beat in that race.
Yeah, but he ran fast. I mean, his figure still came up fast. And, sometimes, and I don't know this is fact, but Gulfstream can be a very inside speed favoring track, and he was the one chasing from the outside.
Yeah, did have to deal with that outside post. And, even more to reason to potentially like him. There's not much speed in this race. He at least has tactical speed, and he's got the rail. We've talked about that turn coming up so quickly and how it's going to potentially really hurt Hit Show. It could really help Dreamlike.
Huge advantage to have an inside post 2 turns at Aqueduct, particularly mile and 1/8. You have roughly 120 yards to the turn to sort it out in a big field. Now, many years ago, eventual Kentucky Derby winner Foolish Pleasure won from post 15 going a mile and 1/8, and he did win the Kentucky Derby and was a top 3-year-old. He wasn't 3-year-old champion. Wajima was 3-year-old champion that year, but he showed that he could overcome adversity and go on to win the Derby. Hit Show's going to have to show that. I mean, he's either that or he's going to have to really fall into a very lucky trip.
Love going into a big race like this with, not just a walkover. A horse he is the horse to beat. There's no doubt about it. Yeah. But he's got big question marks within. That post did not help him.
A tough post. If he can overcome that, you know what? It's a vote of confidence, too, because 20-horse field in the Derby, then he showed that he can face adversity and overcome it.
Yeah, not just Wood Memorial on Saturday. Obviously, that's the big one we're all looking forward to. Tremendous undercard as well. That Carter Handicap, Grade 1. A lot of intrigue. That's presented by Naira Bets. We have the Bayshore and the Gazelle on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. It looks like it is completely wide open.
It was a great day of racing, and this was always to me the, signaling of spring and the better horses and better stables kind of migrating back to New York. It's always a fun day.
A big one, of course, Wood Memorial, presented by Resorts World Casino. Grade 2, $750,000 purse. Final stop on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. Live coverage tomorrow on Big Fox beginning at 6 Eastern. We hope to see you then. 13 lining up. Sounds like it's going to be a 12-horse field. Sounds like Clear the Air for William Walden is expected to scratch, but still large field expected to go postward as we take a look at the odds for the Grade 3 Distaff. 7/8 of a mile. Funny how 5 wins in a row. The 7-5 favorite here at first look.
That's a bit surprising to me. I don't think she'd be favored at post time, but I thought that Jerry Mander and Rosa Veloce both would take more money than her.
Early in the wagering is 2 for 2 at this 7/8 distance as well. And right now, that is the current favorite. She has reeled off win after win after win, including stakes win last time out. That was against New York bred. So this is against Open Company in a Grade 3. We'll be back.
Class and athleticism.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes.
They've been good sized, great walkers.
Strong, muscular bodies, looked like they would have speed and quickness and precocity.
They look like they'd be early enough, but they have the feel to me of a 2-turn horse.
Which is really what you want to see from a freshman stallion.
It's Parlay and Breakthrough heads apart. Green Light is running in third. Then Blue Begonia, they're inside the 8th pole. Parlay holding on to the lead. Breakthrough is second. Lucky Marty on the extreme outside. It's Parlay trying to hold on. Lucky Marty, Breakthrough. They come for the line. Very tight. It looked like Parlay held on.
This edition of Getting Miggy with It, brought to you by America's Day of the Races. The MIG Distaff Handicap winner back in 1998 on Parlay.
Yeah, Parlay, real nice filly for John Kimmel, the Ackley brothers. She had run in the correction and was favored and honestly gave her a bad ride. I tried to rate her, looked like a ton of speed in the race, and I could feel the moment she decided she resented being rated, and I had to convince John to go on and run her in the distaff. He said, well, she got beaten in the listed stake. And it didn't look like she had excuses, but I could feel, as a rider, you can feel when a horse just gets discouraged with your handling. And I convinced him that that was the place to go. Loretta Lustig, the assistant trainer, she had her up here in New York. John was going back and forth from Florida. And he put her in there, and I let her run, and I learned my lesson not to, get in her way. But that's why it's so important for trainers, jockeys, owners, all to have great communication. and not just take credit when horses win, but be able to say, no, you know what? I made this mistake. I cost the horse. And then be rewarded with keeping the mount. You guys will be more honest if they know they're part of the team.
You got to build that trust, too.
You have to, yeah.
Take a look at this year's edition, Grade 3, Distaff Handicap. Gerrymander coming back off the bench. Biggest moment for her, that Mother Goose at the one-turn Belmont Mile on the 16th. Huge number that day, but different numbers I look at still, even that number, not close to what Rosa Veloce has been able to produce to this point, even for that matter, Funny How, to some degree. 8-5 favorites still, well, co-favorite, Rosa Veloce and Funny How. They're on impressive streaks as we go to Maggie.
It's pretty cool that the New York-bred fillies and mares facing off as the favorites in this Grade 3 Distaff. But let's take a look at the horse coming back and making her 4-year-old bow. Daughter of Into Mischief, number 2, Gerrymander, who will cut back in distance, which I like. Despite her being a bigger type of filly, I think she's proven on the racetrack that she's better going a one turn at least. Yeah, miles probably optimal distance, but one turn is ideal. Last time I saw her at Parks, which resulted in a disappointing effort in the Grade 1 Cotillion, she got really washy that day. And I'm seeing the same thing again. In fact, she's kind of shaking. She just appears to be incredibly nervous here in the paddock, which I don't like to see. If she wasn't doing that, I would like what I was seeing because she looks fit. She's each year that she comes back, she kind of takes a little bit of a step forward, just a little bit more athletic, and I'm seeing that. But I don't like that she's so worried about being here today as she makes this return. Let's jump to the outside with number 8, Mama's Gotta Run. Now, she got to the lead last time out going the mile and 1/8, and I know that she won via DQ going a mile and 1/8, and she ran a good second subsequently going back to January. But I've always been of the mind that that's not a right distance. I think this a one-turn mile is perfect, so I'm not opposed. I'm actually more favorable to the 7/8 than I would be going the 9 furlongs. I know it's a short rest, but Linda Rice, if there's a trainer that's going to do it, I want Linda Rice doing it, bringing horses back off short rest. Good energy, very alert here in the paddock, and carrying her weight well, which is something you like to see. Furthermore, when she got to the lead last time, she's a horse that does not like horses to her outside. And Eric Hansel did all that he could while down the backside, I think he was about in the 4 path, just trying to keep other horses from coming up alongside her. And then when you get to the turn, you're kind of forced to want to save ground and go more inside. And as soon as she got headed, she threw in the towel. So I think with the outside post position draw, it really enhances her chances. And I think she could be quite dangerous here going this 7 furlong distance, turning back off that short layoff, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. There she is. I mean, this short layoff even for Linda Rice, who brings them back quite often. 7-8 days rest. This is 5 days rest, turning right back for Mama's Gotta Run. And shortening up in distance, but she's successful at it, no question. Back to Oaklawn, race 6. Starter allowance, state-bred runners going 6 furlongs. Coming up, 6-5 favorite, the 5-year-old gelding, Mrs. Beans. Let's go to Paulie.
Yeah, Mrs. Beans is a gelding. We've gone over this multiple times, and the favorite right now, and probably the horse to catch it here from the rail, because when you look at this race, there's not a ton of pace. You know, in that last race, Skelly took him gate to wire, and Mrs. Beans didn't break that well. And 2 back was a good, 4th to Twix of Dixie and Bandit Point. I think those are the other 2 horses in here that got a big shot to beat him. Now, your worry with Mrs. Beans is this is the 3rd race in 3 months, in the 5th race already at the meet, and you're going to take 6-5. So I understand that he's the one to beat. He couldn't go a Garhole 3 back or 2 back. There's no Garhole in here. So, I would think he's going to go, and Isaac Castillo's got to push towards the front end. The 2 in here, Twisted Dixie at 4-1. A horse cutting back in distance, and if you look 2 back in a little Arkansas bred race, was second to Garhole, and nothing against Gabriel Saez or Kelsey Harp. You get Christian Torres now in the irons, so sometimes you can get a big lift. And I thought, he chased Garhole around and showed a little bit of speed. And then on the stretch out, showed a little bit of speed as well and just tired. He hadn't gone a mile in a long way. He's 2 for 30 lifetime, 2 for 32. So he's not in the winner's circle a touch, but I just think the 2 will be finishing in here. And then the 9, Bandit Point. I just couldn't see around these 3 horses in here. Bandit Point's got some good races to go to. If you're going to start a pick 5 to get out of this race, I thought all you needed was 1, 2, and 9. The 9 has been improving the last couple starts. Is 1 for 12 the last couple years. So I do think the 1's the horse to beat, guys, at even money. And Mrs. Beans, I'm going to try to take home the beans, but I'll go with Twisted Dixie. I think with the rider change, I think that horse is going to come rolling home at 4-1.
I wish to get Paulie's take on this, too. Wow, even money on Mrs. Beans. Yes, this horse is talented and maybe one of the more consistent runners in this group. I don't know if this horse should be anything near even money.
It feels like too big a disparity in price with Paulie's selection, the 2 Twisted Dixie. I mean, they both kind of chased Garhole around there, and Twisted Dixie actually finished in front of Mrs. Beans, and I didn't see a visual excuse that day.
Short number on this rail runner, Isaac Castillo, for the Barnum Martin Villafranco. 14 times, 23 starts, been first or second. Let's go to Jim Byers for the call. Race 6 from Oaklawn, start of the pick 5.
Destiny to wrap up the loading. All in line. And they're off. Slow beginning and steadied was Macho Ronnie. From the inside, Mrs. Beans grabs it immediately. Then comes Mahomey into the outside Data Storm with Twisted Dixie in 4th. Reef's Destiny gets out in 5th. 2.5 then to UVC in 6th. Bandit Point is 7th. And Macho Ronnie trails the field with a half mile to go. The heavy favorite, Mrs. Beans, by a half length. And Mahomey is keeping him company up front. Data Storm is 3rd. And Reef's Destiny trying to jam through from between horses. Twisted Dixie is on the inside, awaiting some clear sailing, a fairly tight 5th. Gap of 2 then, and Bandit Point is racing only 5 lengths off the lead. It's going to come into the stretch wide, just outside of UVC. Macho Ronnie is trailing the field. They're off the turn. Mrs. Beans under heavy pressure. Mahomey has a neck in front. Mrs. Beans to the inside, then Data Storm. Twisted Dixie along the inside, and here's Bandit Point trying to rally from the outside. Mahomey leads at a 16th out for David Cabrera. That's another one for David. Mahomey wins this one 3.5. Twisted Dixie 2nd. Mrs. Beans faded to 3rd. Bandit Point 4th.
Mahomey sitting right off of Mrs. Beans early, scoots clear, and wins first off the claim for trainer Michael Hewitt. This is a big jump up in class.
Big jump up in class, nice effort, and David Cabrera gets another winner on the card.
23-1, and it looked like that horse should have been the 4-5 favorite. Back to New York, feature race, and here is Gerrymander, former Grade 2 Mother Goose winner for Chad Brown.
Yeah, that Mother Goose, certainly that effort would be more than ample to win today, but what effort will we get?
Easy to bless. Jimmy Ferraro with Jackie Davis. This one with some efforts that certainly fit.
What a hard-knocking 10-time winner from 25 starts.
Hydra, Rudy Rodriguez just claimed this one for $40,000.
Yeah, we'll have to step up, but sometimes horses find better form, just changing scenery, a little bit of different training, different feeding program.
Maravilloso, stablemate to Easy to Bless, biggest price on the board.
Yeah, can show speed at times, a big step up for her.
4 wins the last 5 starts. 7 for 13 at Aqueduct for Rosa Veloce.
She's fast. She looks like she's, definitely the fastest front runner, or the purest front runner in the race, I should say. And she's got to negotiate 7 furlongs, which she's only done once before, was well beaten that day.
Here's funny how she's won 5 in a row, and she's 2 for 2 at 7/8. She's 5 for 5 at Aqueduct.
She's just in really good form, been training well, loves the distance, loves the race course. Gem of consistency. She's going to have to take another step up. She's answered everything they've asked of her, but this is another question.
And Mama's got to run 2 back. She ran the biggest race of her career at a mile, stretched her out to a mile and an eighth, and now 5 days return, cutting back in distance.
Yeah, I thought she was a little bit keen last time going the mile and an eighth. I like the turn back for her, and yes, it's a quick turnaround, but Linda Rice has been successful with this. And knowing your horses, knowing what horses can take it, how they can handle it, how they've come out of races, I think that's the art of training horses. It's not a cookie cutter operation. You do what's right for the moment with that horse.
5 minutes post in our feature race. Here's a look at the OBS graduates in today's stakes action. In this one, Easy to Bless in 2020, and then Hydro went through that sale a couple times.
Yeah, hit twice, but and both trained by Jimmy Ferrara. Easy to Bless is the kind of horse that I love. You know, she just shows up. She tries hard every single time, closing in on $500,000 in earnings.
All right, let's get back to the favorite, Rosa Veloce, and what a claim for Rob Atras. Claims her for $32,000 Saratoga last summer. Since that claim, she has won 4 of 5, including the correction last time out.
And she's fast. She creates her own trip. Her game is to kind of free roll along the lead. She's shown the ability to sit off a horse if someone was to go crazy, but I don't see anybody that can entertain her on the front end here. Do you, Greg?
She looks like the quick of the quick. No question. It's just, yeah, I guess the question mark, I'm not as concerned about it. We'll see. She only had that one try at 7/8, and she's obviously become a much different mare since that time. But until they do it, it's a question mark. Let's go down to Maggie for more.
And this is something that Mig talks about quite a lot. It's kind of, you get your impressions in the paddock and then you watch them warm up on the racetrack. And a lot of times your opinions can change. In between the 2 New York bred fillies, that happened. In the paddock, I preferred Rosa Veloce. I thought, you know, a filly that, or mare that can sometimes get a bit girthy and, you know, kind of a little short-strided in the paddock, was walking well, really healthy. But when she got on the racetrack, she kind of solidified what I already thought, that 7 furlongs is a stretch for her, because she doesn't really reach out with her stride. It's quick, it's rapid, but when you try to lengthen that stride, it just doesn't happen, lengthen it in the distance that she's running. So I respect her. And like you guys said, she could be loosey-goosey here and just get things all her own way. But watching the warm-ups, it kind of pushed me a little bit more towards Funny Hal, who just kind of looked like a horse in the paddock. But out here on the racetrack, you can kind of see the rapport that she has with her rider, Katie Davis, who is on her a lot in the mornings as well. And she's kind of settled into her warm-up, moving really well there. And she's the one that feels like the 7/8 might be the most perfect distance for her. But Greg, I'm going to opt with the biggest price of the logical contenders and go with the one coming off the short layoff in number 8, Mama's Gotta Run. You couldn't ask a horse to have better energy than what she does. And I noticed that Linda Rice tweaked her blinkers a little bit. I wasn't here for the Top Flight Invitational, but 2 back when she put those blinkers on, she just put a little cheater cup. Now she has nearly a full cup on. So that's what you do when you're looking for a horse to show a bit more speed, which she's going to have to do, not be in front necessarily, but just be more engaged in the race when you turn back in distance.
All right, Maggie, thanks. I mean, it's a tough read. I mean, 2 races at a mile and 8, she'd run very good efforts. And then she comes off, and maybe it just was the fact she's running the biggest figure of her career, and maybe she went a little backwards off that in that last start.
Yeah, I just, you know, she's a mare that at times doesn't run the turn as well. And then last time stretched the mile and 8, I thought she just got a little bit too keen. I like the turn back for her.
Let's go to Jonathan. JK, where are you going to wind up in the distaff?
I'm going to go with the 2, Gerrymander. I was very interested in the rail horse, Past the Champagne. Unfortunately, she had to scratch. So I'm going to go with Gerrymander here. I think this time of the year is the perfect time to kind of cover this idea that when you have a talented 3-year-old horse, there's a lot of really big races in this country on the dirt. You have to try them in certain spots. Gerrymander ran well in the Mother Goose, got a fast number that day. You have to try a horse with that kind of talent going 2 turns in some of the races like the Alabama, the Cotillion. Now, those situations didn't work out. You come back to the drawing board as a 4-year-old, and then you show up in races that maybe are where you should have been all along, but you had to take the chance. Now she gets 7 furlongs. She showed a bunch of talent, enough talent for Chad Brown to think that she could run well in the Alabama, and for the betting public to make her 5-1 against Nest. She obviously has talent. And let's see if the one turn helps her out. I love what they do at Adelphi Racing. Funny How is a super, super cool filly. My problem with her is, although it was visually impressive last time, the speed figure doesn't match up to what a horse like Rosa Veloce can run, and what I predict Gerrymander will run here in the next minute and a half. So I'll go with the 2 here, getting back to the shorter distances.
All right, JK, 5-2. Gerrymander on the 4-year-old return. But the 6-5 favorite, Rosa Veloce, looking to win for the 5th time in her last 6 starts. She is the 6 for Rob Atras. Just an incredible claim. There she is, Jose Ortiz. And then Funny How, the 7, Ray Handel, trying to win a 6th straight. Our feature on the Friday card, Grade 3 Distaff Handicap. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set for the Distaff. And they're off. Very awkward break there after the start was Rosa Veloce, and Rosa Veloce is now 4 lengths last. Rosa Veloce at the back end of the field. Gerrymander is going to find the front, and Gerrymander moves through to Hydra. They're 1-2. Meta Biglioso is up on the outside, 3 wide. Then Funny How. Also trying to run up is Mama's Gotta Run. Is no choice to be 5 wide. Rosa Veloce 6 wide. Rosa Veloce after the start is working her way to the front. She's very wide on the racetrack. A tough trip so far. The trailer is Easy to Bless. 4 across the racetrack in the Distaff as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. 23.60 for that opening quarter mile. To the inside, it's Gerrymander. Hydra is in between horses. Rosa Veloce, can she pull it off? She's 6-5. Mama's Gotta Run is right in behind these leaders, is ready to pounce. Also trying to run on is Meta Biglioso, and Funny How is dropped down to the rail, is now 3 off the lead. At the back gets Easy to Bless. An oncoming Mama's Gotta Run makes it 4 across the racetrack. Hydra is still in for the fight. Rosa Veloce, Gerrymander is dropping back a touch at the rail. They reach the top of the stretch, and Mama's Gotta Run now kicks for home. It's Mama's Gotta Run, Rosa Veloce, Hydra. Funny How is getting loose late. Mama's Gotta Run is now sprinting clear, is up by 2-3 lengths. Funny How is in pursuit as they approach the 16th pole. Mama's Gotta Run. Funny How running out of time. Mama's Gotta Run wins the Distaff. It's Mama's Gotta Run over Funny How, Hydra, and Rosa Veloce finish 4th in 1 minute, 25.29 seconds.
5-day return to racing. Mama's Gotta Run comes up with the goods here in the Grade 3 Distaff Handicap, and obviously everything went wrong in race over basically out of the gate for Rosa Veloce.
Yeah, the complexion of this race changed dramatically right at the start, and we'll keep an eye on number 6, Rosa Veloce, and exactly what happens. They open the doors, ground breaks away from her. She stumbled not once but twice. Then she got up, she was last, and then she basically ran off down the backstretch with Manny Franco, who I'm sure didn't want her to, charge off the way she did. But excuse me, Jose Ortiz. I'm sorry, my apologies. But Jose Ortiz, Rosa Veloce, once she stumbled like that, I think she probably kind of scared herself, and then she just used herself up running up to the leaders, and basically a no shot there. A lot of credit to Eric Cancel. Gave Mama's Gotta Run a perfect trip. She was always traveling in the bridle. Looked like she was poised to make that big move. Nice effort by Funny How. Dropped to the inside, had to work her way back out, and finished well. But Mama's Gotta Run was good on the quick turnaround for Linda Rice.
7-1, winning on just 5 days back from the last time that she raced. Gerrymander, bit of a disappointment here, because there's so much talent there. What we saw in that Mother Goose.
Yeah, but I mean, she was on the lead after the stumble of Rosa Veloce, but she wasn't going that fast. I mean, she had some pressure, she had some company, but she's certainly capable of doing more than that. She just never looked happy.
8-7-4-6, Mama's Gotta Run. 7/8 to a mile certainly looks like that is what she excels at.
Yeah, and again, outside drug, good for her, into the race the right way, and nice call by Maggie. It's 7-1. Mama's Gotta Run. Well, Mama's Gotta Run. She's well named.
Yes, she is. 6th career win, 19 starts. Eric Cancel aboard for the stakes victory here in this Grade 3 on our Friday feature. 8746. We'll have the prices for you when we come back, and we'll get into the finale back on the lawn to close things out.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third-crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
Premium hospitality and reserved seats for the Belmont Stakes are on sale now. For a limited time only, any purchase over $200 will earn you a free $25 wagering gift card. Bet the races on us. Secure your seats at BelmontStakes.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Mama's Gotta Run. Taking our feature, Grade 3 Distaff Handicap, 6th win of her career. As we take a look at our Winner Circle lead-in. Brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Fasig-Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more at digital.fasigtipton.com. $16 for the win, Mig.
Yeah, nice effort here. Mama's Got to Run, $16, and Linda Rice claimed this one for $50,000. So another really good claim here. Nice call by Maggie. Get that $16. Funny how it went well. Just continued, kind of to me, keep stepping up her game. Hydra at 64-1 for Jimmy Ferraro. Rounds out your try, and a very unlucky Rosa Veloci.
Here's a look at, we had a pick six carryover coming into today, 31,585. Had a few upsets along the way. Listen to your heart, and now Mama's Gotta Run. Let's go downstairs to Maggie for more.
Magic.
As Ronnie just said, Magic, owner of Mama's Gotta Run, coming back off the short layoff. Linda's good at that.
Oh, Linda is a genius. Linda is the best. I love Linda. She is such a great trainer.
Now, talk a little bit about the decision. A disappointing effort in the top flight, going the 9. Yes. Now you wheel her right back and go the 7, and she literally was full of run.
When you're lucky enough to have Linda Rice as your trainer, you listen to Linda Rice. And Linda said, and that's it. I just say, go Linda. So I take no credit at all. It is all Linda Rice.
Now, did you have any influence when you claimed her going back for the 50,000?
You know what my instructions to Linda are always? Surprise me.
Ooh.
Surprise me. And she's always surprised me happily. So I'm thrilled. I'm just thrilled.
Now I'm picking up some accent. Yes, I'm well versed in that accent. But talk a little bit about your history with horses. Did you own over in England?
We were involved in computerizing the genealogy of horses back in the 80s, and then I was master of foxhounds and rode every day. And we.
Where? Which hunt?
It's Fairfield County Hounds, but we ran in Litchfield. We were in Litchfield County, but I was the master of Fairfield County Hounds. So Jamie and I rode every day, and we had a farm in North Salem, and our love affair has gone on for 30 years.
That is such a great story. And here you are at the Big A, getting your picture taken for this just up. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope it was wonderful. Thank you.
Well, Ronnie Stewart, a very joyous owner here, winning with Mama's Gotta Run, Greg.
And obviously, as you gathered from that, a lot of trust in Linda Rice, and she is very good, maybe the best in the game at this quick wheelback of runners.
Yeah, and again, it's knowing your horses. See how they bounce out of the races. How are they in the feed tub? Do they tighten up or tuck up from the race? And obviously, she's got a good handle on horses that can handle that, and rewarded with a nice Grade 3 victory here.
It's a beautiful sight right there. That lawn. First day of turf racing back today here at this meet. We're going to close things out here at Aqueduct on the grass. It'll be on the outer turf. 6-furlong sprint, New York Preds. Maiden special weight, so everyone trying to get that first win of their career. It seems like a wide open group to close it out.
It really does. I mean, there's a couple of interesting pedigree plays, too. Gem Mint 10, who took money on debut, gets to the turf, is a half-to Henry, nice turf sprinter around here. So, you know, this is the fun part of our job when we start digging into these pedigrees to try to find those horses that might excel with the surface switch.
Newport Bridge, 10-1 morning line debuting for Linda Rice, taking a lot of money right now. 7-2. Her main man, Jose Lezcano, aboard. More on this field, including the post parade when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. His agent has called him a little G. Stevens. And there's his Hall of Fame agent there on the right, Gary Stevens, representing Nick Juarez, who's having a tremendous first Oak Lawn meet. Got to make Gary happy. We'll be back. We'll see Nick in action when we return.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
So I'm a third-generation rider. I was born in Maryland. My father, obviously on my dad's side, he rode races. He came from Mexico. Came here, started from the bottom. Was a Hout Walker, groom, the whole 9 yards. And then you end up riding races. My mom's side of the family, my grandfather he was an outrider at the Maryland Jockey Club for 30-some years, and he rode flat races, and he also rode over steeplechase in a lot of the hunt cups in the Mid-Atlantic. Now I'm a father myself, and I wouldn't say I'd steer my son away from the business because there's so many great things and so many great people that you can meet throughout the industry. And no, my dad definitely didn't want me to follow in his footsteps. He wanted me to go to school and have a proper education, all that kind of stuff. But I just couldn't get away from it. It's in my blood, and I'm blessed to be able to do what I love. So we ended up getting married in May 2020, right in the beginning of the pandemic. We were expecting our first son, Nicholas. This is our first time riding throughout the winter, and so my kids and my wife and my kids, and they're currently back in Sweden right now. I got my son Nicholas. He's 2 years old now. My daughter Milani, she's 9 months, and I'm just so excited to get them back here. I became a long-distance runner. I needed something to do with my time. At that time, I was 27 years old, and you know, my main focus is my family and was my family, and you know, spending so much time apart from one another, I needed something to be able to get my mind off of things, and that was running for me. By October 2021, I ran the Stockholm Marathon, raised some money for PDJF, and I also raised money for Team Foster, which they provide foster dogs for United States veterans, and it's you know, two things that I hold dear to my heart. To be working with somebody like Gary Stevens, you know, he's a Hall of Fame rider, Hall of Fame person. You know, I'm open to being coachable. That's the main thing. I'm open to being coachable, and he's open to coach me. So whenever he has any wisdom to give me, I take heed of it.
As far as coaching him, he's got all the natural talents of any great rider. He gets horses away from the gate very cleanly and positions them well. He finishes as good as anybody in the game, and I enjoy watching him.
My wife also comes from a horse racing family over there, so my wife actually rode races, so she has a little familiarity with the business. It's a team effort all together with everybody. It's definitely not all on my shoulders.
That's the first time I've seen that piece. Cool to get to know Nick Juarez. He's had a tremendous first spring. Winter and spring, I should say, in Hot Springs, and I know Gary Stevens is excited about him and his potential. 6th in the standings right now.
Terrific rider, terrific person. Just really everything I've seen from Nick is class. And to do that in his first Oaklawn Park meeting, you know, says a lot about him going into a strange place, and his agent, Gary Stevens, being able to get him opportunities.
There he is. Just went by. He's on Alexander. He's got a major contender in this race coming up. 12,000 starter allowance, 6 furlongs. Here's Sidetown.
Sidetown, good speed here. Should be part of the pace.
30-1 square deal. Alan Milligan, second off the claimed off of Diodoro.
Yeah, another one that adds to the pace in here. Tough guy to claim off of Repentino Diodoro.
Jackman's got some pace as well.
Yeah, Jackman is, you know, run some really strong races, particularly recently.
Colonel Bowman, David Jacobson, Isaac Castillo.
He could be poised in the right spot. He might be sitting just off of the pace inside of him.
This one just claimed last start's Thundershook.
Yeah, and turns back in distance in a race that's loaded with speed, probably be outfooted early.
He's a 12-time winner, 7-year-old now. 1 for Richie. This horse, not that long ago, was running some huge races.
Yeah, his last couple races, he just seemed to lose his form.
Big drop in class, though. And here's the 10, ribbons and medals, blinkers on.
Yeah, it was claimed, adds blinkers, a couple of changes here. Robertino Diodoro for Flying P stable, and he's outside. And again, probably a lot of pace to his inside.
Paulie, what can you tell us about this rider we just saw that feature on?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, and he's on the 3-1 shot, Alexandros. I think what Gary has really brought to Nick, and I'll tell you what, one thing is whenever I interview Nick or I shake his hand, he's a strong kid. He gives you a nice little firm grip. But I think that what Gary has taught him a little bit is to put his horses more into the race. You know, Gary's just such an inept rider at putting horses on the front end that you thought weren't going to be on the front end. Hence Oxbow, a lot of other ones you can talk about, Winning Colors and stuff like that. But I just think that his tutelage with Nicky has been, let's put the horse in the race and go. And, you know, this is a horse that, you know, last time was ridden to perfection. And this was the first time Juarez is going to get aboard. Last time was with Santana. Now, the horse didn't break that great from the rail, was able to recover. Now hasn't been seen since January. Does love this racetrack, though. 4 wins out of 12, 33% with 3 seconds, so I can understand where they're going with the 1. The 5 Jackman, you know, at 8-5, it's a weird call because you have 1 for Richie on the outside, the 9, and you guys mentioned it. He just hasn't been the same horse. And at one point, 1 for Richie would clear this field and be the speed of the speed, or Jackman and him would be going at it on the front end. My worry is One for Richie has not got out of the gate probably the last 3 times. And if Jackman's able to get to the front end and control this pace, I mean, Colonel Bowman, Mig mentioned it. That's the horse that could be sitting in the right spot, at the right time to pounce. I can't take One for Richie at 3-1 until he proves that he's back to where he was. I mean, those last 2 races, he's just not gotten out of the gate. And I think the 5 can outfoot him early anyway. So I think Jackman's going to be tough to beat, but I think you're on to something, Mig. I think Colonel Bowman's going to be sitting in a perfect spot.
Paulie, thanks. Colonel Bowman, the 6 at 9-2. There he is. Stalking type who has a couple of wins here at Oaklawn.
It'll just be interesting to see. Sometimes, when you're looking at the way a race potentially is going to set up, you go, man, this horse might trip out. And that's just the impression that I got while I was handicapping this race. I know if I was riding him, I would be looking for that kind of trip that, I got the speed inside of me, let them kind of go, follow, never give Jackman too much rope. If he gets away, don't give him a chance to get a breather, then take the fight to him.
All right, take a look at Jackman. 2 starts back. This was a win in a first level allowance race. It was muddy, sealed track at Oaklawn.
Yeah, listen, Jackman's been good. He's run well at Oaklawn. 9 starts, 3 wins, 4 seconds. He shows up, seems to handle fast going as well as off going, and I like horses that are consistent and hard knocking, and you see that with Jackman.
And even last time off this performance, on a different kind of surface, still ran a big race, and he did that on the lead. He's a versatile runner. Doesn't have to be in front. He's quick enough to try and get there if he wants to, though. He's obviously been very good here at Oaklawn. 3 wins, 4 seconds in 9 starts. Another horse, though, who could get the same sort of trip you're talking about with a 6, maybe Alexandros, and immediately he's going to be able to save ground, you would think, from that inside post. Jonathan, where are you going to wind up?
Well, Wolfie, I agree with you. I always agree with you. Basically, if you say something, I just agree with it. I like Alexandros as well down on the inside. A lot of times with horses that don't have a ton of early speed, but have shown some speed at times, I kind of like when they draw the inside because I feel like it kind of forces the hand of the rider. Kind of know what you're going to get. Richie could probably elaborate on that a little bit, but you just kind of send away from there because no one really wants to sit in behind horses and eat dirt with a horse that they could be in the clear with. And so my hope is that Nick Juarez will do that with Alexandros. Get away from there a little bit. Now, if he ends up in behind horses, now he's got to overcome lots of different obstacles. I'm not saying that he can't do that, just simply saying that I do think that going 6 furlongs on the dirt, being forward, is a little bit more of an advantage. The Jackman can win. No issues with the 5. I just prefer the 1.
Who floats to the right side, if you do like him, up to 5-2 to 3-1.
And it seems like every time we run a feature on somebody, they win a race, doesn't it?
It is uncanny, the success rate we have with that. So we'll see if Nick Juarez can oblige with a win here from that inside post. He won from the inside post the last time he lined up. Looking to go back-to-back. Let's go to Jim Byers for the call.
They're all set. And they're off. Sidetown broke best. Jackman is getting his legs under him after a little bobble at the start. Jackman on the outside of Sidetown. Then Ribbons and Medals and 1 for Richie. And then it's about a 4-length break back to Alexandros and Square Deal in the bright orange. 3.5 farther back to Colonel Bowman, and Thunder Shook is at the back as they race into the turn. Sidetown with the lead by a head. Jackman in the clear, pressing him from the outside. Those 2 sharing the lead. Then 1 for Richie and Ribbons and Medals. Alexandros getting a nice journey to this point. He's racing into that second flight, and he's only 3 lengths off the lead. Colonel Bowman starting to show some interest from the outside. Square Deal just went by Ribbons and Medals at the back, then Thunder Shook. Jackman leads the way. Sidetown is next. Here's Alexandros. He's been steered to the outside. He's 2 lengths farther back, and Colonel Bowman is gaining better than Alexandros. If anybody can get to Jackman, it could be Colonel Bowman. And Colonel Bowman up to Jackman, and he goes on by. Colonel Bowman draws clear impressively here. Jackman second by 3, then Alexandros, and from well back, Thunder shook fourth.
Colonel Bowman rolling by Jackman for the win. Now 3 for 5 at Oaklawn. Mig, nice call.
Yeah, Colonel Bowman got it done. I thought he'd be a bit closer to the pace. He really got outfooted, but there was pace on, and he motored down the middle of the racetrack to get up. First time, well, third start for, I should say, David Jacobson. Second win at Oaklawn Park from 3 starts.
3 wins his last 4 starts overall. Wins at 9-2 to beat an 8-5 favorite. As we get back to New York, the nightcap coming up. Look at the odds here for this 6-furlong turf sprint to close it out. And everybody closely bunched on this board. 3-1, 9-2 separates everyone, except for Pop Coyer, I should say, who has taken blinkers off, getting on the lawn for the first time. But even that horse I didn't think was impossible. 7-1 would say, yeah, not at all. So debut on the turf for Pop Coyer, start number 4.
Yeah, I don't see a tremendous amount of turf pedigree here, but Dave Duggan does good work. Takes the blinkers off here, a horse that has had speed.
Gem Mint 10, the one you talked about, the dam-produced Athenry, who was a 2-time winner on the grass.
Yeah, there's turf pedigree there, and Gem Mint 10 has trained well, has shown in the morning ability.
Scherzando, last time on the grass sprinting, that's probably good enough to win here.
Scherzando got a big look here. His turf race last spring at Belmont was really strong.
Launch Control. Start number 3, first time on grass for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, and the mare did produce one horse that had that won on turf. Not a tremendous amount of turf pedigree, but Freud is a good influence.
There he is, and then disarmed in the foreground here. Jaime Torres for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, ran some good races on the turf early in his career before being switched to dirt.
And yeah, I mean, quite a few scratches near still. That's Newport Bridge taking significant money. A little surprised by this.
Yeah, a full to a horse named Z-Bear. We saw Breakers Maiden on debut, but for $25,000 on the dirt. And again, Mission Impassable, decent turf influence, but not overwhelming turf influence on the female side. The dam was more of a synthetic runner.
Let's go to Maggie for more. 5 minutes to post.
Yeah, this is an interesting field to close things out, and a number of horses trying the turf for the first time. Will begin down towards the inside with number 2, Pop Coyer, who is a horse in the past I've seen get a bit nervous, but it seemed as of late he was chilling out. Kind of pretty washy today, but maybe that's besides the point. They are taking the blinkers off. Have also taken the half-cheek snaffle off too, so really kind of going basic as far as equipment. But like I said, he's washy, but he's not acting nervous whatsoever. Now he's switching to the turf. There isn't much pedigree with this horse whatsoever, but they paid $70,000 for a horse that doesn't have much pedigree because he worked 10 flat at the OBS sale last year. And a lot of times, because when horses work well at that sale, which is done over a synthetic track, sometimes it means they want the turf. So I think that's the logic behind putting Pop Coyer here in on the turf. So we'll take a look at number 3, Gem Mint 10, who will turn back and get on the turf. I know the better effort as far as figures are concerned came going the 6.5, but honestly, this horse looks as though he wants a bit more ground. He's very long-backed, very leggy. I like the switch to the turf, though. He looks as though he should handle it, as he does put a pair of small cup cheater blinkers on. Moving on to Launch Control, his best effort. And there's a bit of a disparity. You know, it's kind of like Gem Mint 10, sort of same efforts both times, no matter what the conditions. But Launch Control, big disparity between first time out, which was run over a sealed track, versus the fast track last time. And that usually is a telltale sign they want to turf. And as Mig said, there's pedigree. Being a full to Bottle of Red or White, who was a turf winner. He's also full to Miss Narcissus, who was a multiple stakes winning New York bred dirt sprinter. But he has those slacker patterns he should take to it. But the horse that is the most convincing getting to the turf, the first time starter. And as Greg mentioned, taking money on the outside is Newport Bridge. And a lot of times you want Linda Rice second, in their second start of their career, but this horse looks incredibly fit. First time out for her, moving really well, massive turf hoof to him, has been utterly professional. The only thing, Greg, that concerns me slightly is the distance. He physically looks like he wants more ground, but when Linda kind of takes money with a firster, it usually means that they do have a bit of early pace.
We shall see as they come onto the turf course. Thank you, Maggie. Nightcap here coming up in New York, 2 minutes from a start. And we'll see if Linda can take this late double.
Yeah, again, a horse that is a full to Z Bear, who won on debut. And I like to see precocity in families. I think that's a tell. When a horse, a mare has produced horses that win early, they tend to run well early. And this horse tries the turf, but, Maggie says from a physical perspective, she feels good about it. Interesting.
Launch Control becomes the favorite now. We probably know why. Someone just laid a big bet down. JK.
No, I'm saving myself for tomorrow. The pick six didn't go well. Sometimes you got to know when to kind of put it away until tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. So I do like Launch Control here, and the more I talk about it, I'm probably going to end up firing up my Naira Bets account because sometimes I just can't control myself. I love it too much, and I love this idea that I have here. Launch Control has a ton of early speed. This horse has been involved in 2 fast-paced races. The early pace figures were extremely fast. This horse has been bet in every race, which indicates a little bit of talent. And as Maggie kind of touched on, there is a little bit of pedigree in the family, a couple of turf winners, but more importantly, one of the full, Nebo, N-E-B-O. This horse, the first time they tried the turf, they won. Not only the first time they tried the turf, it was also the best figure that they ran out of the entire career. With running on the dirt, finally got on the turf, ran the best race. Fenwick Hall, another one who never won on the turf, but did have basically the best speed figure performance on the turf. So that just makes me feel, and that's another full. I just feel like there's a situation in here where there might not be like 19 turf winners in the family, but it feels like these horses are running better on the turf. And just like I predicted, if I talked about it long enough, I was going to decide to fire up the account and just put a little bit of a wager on Launch Control, a little bit more in the holster for tomorrow.
He just put a massive...
A little bit. He just went to 7 to 5.
7 to 5, JK. Look, it's Todd Pletcher, Hall of Fame barn, switching surfaces here. Jose Ortiz aboard. You knew this horse was going to take money. I don't know if anyone should be that price in here, though.
No, and trying something new. But by Freud, mare has produced turf runner. Freud, being a foal to Giants Causeway, has been one of the preeminent stallions in New York State for a number of years. I love turf season starting and the layers it brings to this handicapping conundrum that we look at every day. And, sometimes you can dig out that little nugget that helps you get paid.
Yeah. Is there rust coming back when there's not been turf racing on this circuit for a while?
From a handicapping standpoint?
No, as a rider.
No, as a rider, yeah. Not if you're an older, seasoned rider, but for younger riders, there's more nuance to riding the turf than the dirt.
Here we go. Nightcap from New York. 6 furlongs over the outer turf. Chris Griffin, the call.
All set. And they're off, and Scherzando hopped in the air at the start as 3 lengths the trailer. Speed from Disarmed right out to the front has got company to the inside here with Launch Control. They're a clear 1-2. At the rail is going to be Pop Coyer and Gem Mint 10. Scherzando after the start is now progressing up on the outside of Newport Bridge, who's now the trailer. Tightly bunched as they work up the backstretch here, and on the front end to the outside it's Disarmed. Disarmed has got a nose in front, but Launch Control is back for more to the inside as they get set to move into the far turn. 22-1 for a pressured opening quarter mile. Gem Mint 10 is tracking from third. Scherzando is progressing into fourth. Pop Coyer has lost some ground, is at the rail. Newport Bridge is the trailer as they're approaching a quarter mile left to go. The battle continues up front. Disarmed and Launch Control, they're still head and head as they reach the top of the lane. Gem Mint 10 has got every shot. Pop Coyer back for more to the inside. Up on the grandstand side is Scherzando. It's Disarmed who's trying to put away Launch Control to the inside. Gem Mint 10 starts to commence a rally down the center of the course. Here comes Gem Mint 10 and now Dylan Davis, and they get ready to swarm these leaders. Gem Mint 10 is in front. Gem Mint 10 wins the finale. Gem Mint 10 launch control came back to the inside for second over Disarmed and Pop Coyer in 1 minute 8.44 seconds.
Gem Mint 10 had a big head of steam coming down the stretch. Blinkers going on, first time on grass, and gets the win at 9-2.
It took him a little while to really get his legs, unfolded and hit his best stride, but got a nice trip under Dylan Davis, was able to ease out. And I think what Baggy said is true. I think he'll be better with a bit more ground, but he took to the turf and he got it done with a nice, relentless rally here for Delphi Racing, Kater Racing, Ray Handel with his second win of the day, and a nice run from Funny How for them in the distaff too. So a nice day for these connections, but he does look like a horse that wants more ground.
3-6-7, switching surfaces, paying dividends here for the connections of Gem Mint 10, and certainly reasons to like the Pletcher horse, but even money, awfully short price.
Awfully short price. And he ran well. He was in a cutthroat duel basically from the start with the 7 Disarmed. He was committed, to his inside, and these two fought it out all the way to the finish. And they were ripe to be picked off by a horse that sat the pocket trip, but both good effort from the runner-up and the third-place finisher.
Dylan Davis, Ray Handel, Delphi Racing, Kater Racing, your winning connections, Lauban 3-year-old. Surface switch and a victory to break his maiden here in the nightcap on this Friday card on the eve of the Wood Memorial. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Terrific card coming up Saturday. Not just the Wood. Grade 3 Gazelle on the road to Kentucky Oaks. Chad Brown with a couple of contenders in the final prep here in New York onto that first Friday in May Sheet of Beauty, putting that perfect record on the line. And a colt will break right next door, coming off a win in the Busanda.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Flashing as a 2-length lead. Unrivaled Bell is called upon by Kent DeSormo. Running second. Me Love down inside. Bon Jovi Girl. Stardom Bound is still fifth. Top of the stretch. And Flashing rolls now. Flashing is opening up in the stretch. 4-length lead now by 5. Leaving Unrivaled Bell behind in second. Bon Jovi Girl third. Stardom Bound and Me Love. And they're coming down to the finish. Brilliantly ridden on the front end by Richard Migliari. Flashing has won here. Flashing has won the Gazelle.
Tom Durkin just loved calling your name, especially in the big races here. Grade 1 Gazelle win. Did it gate to wire here.
Yeah, flashing just a really, really nice filly by AP Indy for Godolphin. Was difficult, tried to get out sometimes, could be rank. I actually had a huge hand in the mornings working her out and actually convinced them to run her the mile and 1/8. They didn't know she'd get 9 furlongs. But she not only got it, she beat eventual Breeders' Cup winner Unrivaled Bell, who won the Breeders' Cup Distaff the following year. And this was significant, right? Because the Gazelle was still a Grade 1, and this turned out to be the final Grade 1 of my career. I didn't know a few months later my career would be over, but it was so satisfying to ride Flashing, who's become quite a broodmare, too. He's got a very fast son of Into Mischief out there right now, trained by Brad Cox, named Strobe, who's 4 for 5.
Love seeing you in the gear.
That was a good day. There's Rick Matee, Saeed Bin Saror, a good group.
Won the test earlier that summer. Start before that, tried a mile and 1/8 when it was a mile and 1/8 Mother Goose against Rachel Alexandra.
Yeah, she was well beaten by Rachel that day, but she also bore out very badly that day, and that's when I started working her in the mornings. And listen, it's always satisfying to win, but it's even more satisfying when you're part of the team and the preparation and getting horses there. And, it was a lot of fun working with those horses and that group of people.
Run, those days, very different time. Now it is a true prep for the Kentucky Oaks. Going to have it for you tomorrow early on the undercard on Wood Memorial Day, race 3. And punch your ticket to that first Friday in May. And here we talk going to break. Chad Brown, he's going to have a couple of fillies line up here in a colt and the undefeated Sheeta Beauty. Todd Pletcher with a couple of fillies as well. But Sheeta Beauty surprised many last time out in that Busher victory back on March 4th.
Sheeta Beauty is undefeated. And it just feels like she keeps raising her game to the level of competition. Horses are herd animals, and they can only compete with what they're in against. And she just keeps on answering questions, and she may have another step forward in her. Because, look, she caught a loose on the lead, uncoupled stablemate and asset purchase, who had absolutely no excuses, had everything her own way. And Sheeta Beauty found a way to reel her in. And I think she's fascinating to me because she may just keep on finding answers to the questions that are posed to her.
Something to be said for just keeping on crossing that wire first. And again, this division that we've talked about, no one stood out from a numbers standpoint. Punchbowl's, of course, will be running very shortly in the Ashland. She has maybe one of the biggest numbers of anybody figures-wise. There's no big standout star, though, in this division. Wonder Wheel got beat, the 2-year-old champion filly coming back. See how she does coming up in this Keeneland race. But Sheeta Beauty, another move forward. She's right in the mix.
Absolutely, as is the other Chad Brown runner, Occult, who keeps on, kind of raising her game as well. And I agree with you. I think this division is kind of looking for someone to grab a little bit of control of it and say, hey, I'm the leader of this class right now. But Occult, another one. And Occult makes her trip, right? She has a bit more natural speed than Sheeta Beauty. Does everything asked of her. I thought a big step forward in the Busanda. And a nice effort from her.
Sounds like, according to Dylan Davis, she is not too easy to ride. Aggressive, very high-strung filly. But she, again, off a maiden win. Took a move forward, and a move forward going a further amount of ground, too, at a mile and 1/8.
Yeah, well, she was a bit keen early on in the Busanda, and it took a little while for Dylan to get her to settle down. And sometimes when horses fight with their rider early like that, they'll expend too much energy. The fact that then she was able to continue and win going the mile and 1/8 distance of the Gazelle already speaks to her stamina, her ability to get the route of ground.
Look at what Chad Brown has done in this race, and recently he's had a lot of success. Of course, search results. 2021, Awesome Feather back in 2011, and Lewis Bay between those two. Search results, very talented though.
Yeah, search results wound up second in the Kentucky Oaks, right? Not mistaken.
Had a couple of duels with Malathaat where she came out on the short end.
Yeah, but ran extremely well. So it'll be interesting to see who makes that next step. And obviously we have the Ashland today. We'll see how Wonder Wheel comes back and Punchbowl, but. Still a very wide open division.
Live coverage of that race, that's on FS1 tomorrow. Our coverage begins 12 Eastern time. Meanwhile, let's go back to this nightcap on our Friday card here. Gem Mint 10, and here's the winning bid.
Yeah, got a nice turf trip. Set up shop in behind horses. Dylan waited to tip out. Took him a little while to get his stride really going forward, but you knew just inside the 8th ball, he's got them. But I think he took to the turf. nicely bred son of Laoban, big strong horse that'll probably appreciate a little bit more ground.
Surface switch, exactly what he wanted. Son of Laoban, maiden breaker here on the grass in the turf debut for Ray Handel. Dylan Davis aboard, $11.80 for the victory. Pick 4, $321. Pick 5 is going to be a nice number if you had it. Well done if you were able to put this combination together, $4,550. Pick 6 with an odds-on favorite to start it, $20,351.
Again, come to the races, have a great day. Maybe go home with more than you came with. A little better than a sharp stick in the eye.
$20,351 would be more than I came with. Well done if you had this. And tough to say there was, I don't think anywhere in there really was a free square. April Antics, I thought that race was, just about anybody could win that race. It was a non-winners at 2 life. That horse was something like 1 for 20 coming in.
Yeah, I agree with you with that. I mean, obviously after the race run, it's easy to say the way Easter won that, he's one you could have leaned on, but going a mile off the layup, there were questions.
Chad Brown, favorite too.
Yeah.
Tough. Well done if you put it together. Back to Oaklawn, race 8. Allowance optional claiming route race 2 turns, mile and a 16th. Coming up, Norm Cassey. It has been a meet of a lifetime, and he has not slowed down from start to finish. Still winning at a 38% clip coming in. Going to send out Tough Legacy here in this spot. One of the favorites, David Cabrera, will ride. Had a maiden win in the mud 2 starts back. There's Norm. What a meet in Hot Springs he's having.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes-winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragozin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
Back on our FS2 coverage of America's Day at the Races. Regional networks out in Southern California as well. And we have the main events coming up at Oaklawn on this Friday card. Race 8 approaching the 3-minute mark to post. Mile and a 16th. And we showed you Norm Cassey going to break. He has the current favorite here coming up, Tough Legacy. We'll start with Need Some Money, though, the one.
Who doesn't need some money? Horse going to have to step up, but gets a good inside draw.
Favorite, Norm Cassey, David Cabrera, and the Silks of Mary Lou Whitney Stables. Tough Legacy.
Yeah, I love to see her legacy continued with her Silks still on the racetrack. Norm Cassey winning at that high percentage.
Free Britney at 11:01 here. Chris Richard, very quick.
Very quick. She's been good at Delta Downs. See how she handles Oaklawn.
Midnight Heiress, Nick Juarez rides for Jerry Hollendorfer.
Yeah, also add speed to this affair.
Boss Lady Bailey, John Ortiz, and Marcelina Pedroza.
Yeah, comes out of the Honeybee, gets back into allowance company, finished well, 2 starts back.
Corning Stone, Kenny McPeak.
Kenny McPeak also with a nice winter at Oaklawn Park. This filly has one off the bench. Can she step forward?
Indiana bred for McPeak. Watch this money Tim Dixon trains.
With the ageless wonder, John Cord aboard at a big price.
Blue Light Special. Here's the 9, Francisco Arrieta for Cipriano Contreras.
I was very interested in this horse. Does drawn towards the outside, but I thought this horse had a real look.
And beautiful and bold on the outside, Walter De La Cruz rides, can show speed, and tried to go gate to wire 2 back, nearly pulled it off.
Some other speed in here. Maybe this horse's hand is forced from the outside, but what kind of trip does she work out?
Back to Paulie now, the man who start to finish has been on an incredible roll, Norm Cassie, Paulie.
Yeah, he's been on an incredible roll. Every horse that he's led over here has just run well. I would think the other exception is Pretty Birdie, but maybe she was a tiny bit over her head. And you look at the 2 in here, Tough Legacy. I think she's the one to beat. Now, Punch Bowl just got beat on odds on by Central Ashland at Keeneland by a 20-1 shot. So I don't know how that's going to play out, as Punch Bowl was probably going to be one of your favorites going into the Kentucky Oaks, but ran a decent second. So you look at Tough Legacy, comes out of the Punch Bowl race, and you know, a good effort, because considering that a lot of horses that have been facing the Brad Cox Runner Punch Bowl, they've been coming out winning. The worry you have with the 2 is this horse runs his races upside down. When I mention that, I say that he comes from way out of it. He just does not have a lot of speed. He has no gate speed at all. Or she doesn't, excuse me. She just needs to get out of the gate. David Cabrera's hot. He's looking for his 3rd on the day, and I think she's the one to beat. Hopefully she just gets out of the gate and kind of settles a little bit. Boss Lady Bailey, you know, her race 2 back was very good against Towhead. Towhead tried some stakes company against Wet Paint in that race and didn't do much. You know, this horse was considerably better with Lasix, you know, and then the Lasix were off last time, so now it gets Lasix on. So maybe the 5, that will help a little bit at 7-2. The 6 in here, Corningstone, for all you Alyssa Corningstone fans, is a horse that I don't know. I said 9-5. I just really can't see it, to be honest with you. And I'll also be honest with you. My paper. You want to put me back on the screen?
Bobby?
Down the racetrack, so I don't really know what PPs I'm looking at. They're picking him up right now. Hold on. Chato. Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, they were down the racetrack. Okay, wait, the 9. Blue Light Special. Don't like. Kmart's over with. Mig, I know you used to go to get the Blue Light Special. No Blue Light Specials anymore.
My man, Paul. Can't wait to be in the office with you guys in Saratoga this summer.
I have some surprises for us.
That scared me.
I don't know. There. No, you're going to like it.
Okay.
We had some good times there last couple of summers, but yeah, we're going to have more fun this summer.
Sounds
By
good.
the way, and I tweeted it out earlier, less than 100 days.
Wow.
To opening day at Saratoga.
And don't bypass Belmont Spring. We got looking forward to getting back
Plenty
to
to look forward to.
Beautiful Belmont Park too.
All right, 2-1 favorite here, the 6. Corningstone, Kenny McPeak. I thought it was Veronica Corningstone. Guess I was off.
You guys lost me with all that. I'm not sure.
I don't know who Paulie was talking about. Tough Legacy, though, taking plenty of play, too, for Norm Cassie. What do you see as the negatives with the 2?
I don't really see any negatives. I mean, inside draw is going to get to save some ground, right?
Issues out of the gate, though.
Yeah, I mean, she has broken slowly, consistently, and that's problematic. You don't want to give head starts. But she's run well despite that, and I do think she gets ample enough pace in here. And listen, I full disclosure, I just have a soft spot for seeing those colors, and I want to thank John Hendrickson for continuing on and having those Mary Lou Whitney colors still grace us. So many memories of watching those horses run with the Eaton blue and brown belt, brown sleeves.
And they love giving young up-and-coming trainers a chance, and they gave Norm Cassie this chance, and he's been rewarded because of it.
Absolutely, and what they've meant to racetrack people, all they did, especially in Saratoga for the backstretch people, the dinners they threw and barbecues and picnics and games.
Town would not be that
town. The town, was not the town it was. When I started going there in 1980, you had houses boarded up on Union Avenue, and due to Mary Lou Whitney, all of that turned around.
See what happens here with Tough Legacy. The 2 comes from way out of it, and again, does have issues getting out of the gate here. Jim Byers the call. Here's the 8th from Oaklawn.
Goes Watch This Money, Midnight Heiress, Blue Light Special, Beautiful and Bold on the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Blue Light Special immediately on the lead. Midnight Heiress gets out in second. Beautiful and Bold is going to move up to the outside. Boss Lady Bailey is 4th in between runners. And just outside of her, Corningstone is racing in 5th. Followed way out there by Watch This Money in the blue sleeves. Back to the inside, it's Need Some Money. Then Tough Legacy in between rivals. And trailing the field is Free Britney as they turn onto the backstretch. The leader is Blue Light Special, and she gunned to the lead, and she leads it by a length onto the backstretch. Beautiful and Bold is a chasing second. Back to the inside, it's Midnight Heiress. And then Boss Lady Bailey and Corningstone in between runners, and at least 4 wide is Watch This Money on the extreme outside. And then behind that flight, a length and a half to Need Some Money and Tough Legacy. Tough Legacy a path off the rail and 5 lengths back. And Free Britney is trailing the field as Blue Light Special takes them into the far turn, a short lead to Beautiful and Bold. Boss Lady Bailey is in the clear. Corningstone outside of her being asked for her best now. She's racing in 4th, and Tough Legacy looms toward the inside. She might need some racing room in the brown cap and the light blue as they straighten for home. It's Beautiful and Bold on the outside of Blue Light Special. Tough Legacy from between. Boss Lady Bailey in the light green on the outside. Blue Light Special continues to lead it. Tough Legacy is raced into second, but Blue Light Special leads at the final 100 yards, and Blue Light Special is going to report home here. A nice winner by 2.5. Strung out field at the end. Tough Legacy second. Boss Lady Bailey was third. Beautiful and Bold 4th.
Blue Light Special, the win. Tough Legacy, good second. Just leaves herself so much to do.
Yeah, she actually broke a little bit better. Tough Legacy, but still had no speed early on. Rallied well. Blue Light Special just burst out of the starting gate, took control of the race from the start, and just kept finding after fending off a sustained challenge from the 5, Boss Lady Bailey. A nice effort.
9-2-5-10. 3-1. Third choice on the board with a victory under Francisco Arrieta. And the first time getting her picture taken in quite a while, going back to August of last year.
Well, I like this filly. She was 6-1. She went down to 3-1, so that Blue Light Special didn't last very long. That bargain.
Did not. Indiana bred getting the victory here in against Open Company at Oaklawn. Again, 3-1. On Blue Light Special. What are the prices when we come back? Another good one coming up next. Co-feature we'll get to. Going to be going 2-turn mile coming up for the boys. Here it was fillies, and this filly, much the best to win here at 3-1. We'll be back.
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. Quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry. Premium hospitality and reserved seats for the Belmont Stakes are on sale now. For a limited time only, any purchase over $200 will earn you a free $25 wagering gift card. Bet the races on us. Secure your seats at BelmontStakes.com.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be cow bred.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. To Oaklawn and Blue Light Special. Francisco Arrieta aboard for the victory. Third win. 10 starts for this Indiana-bred filly. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, I'm with Francisco Arrieta. A lot of people forget he was the leading rider here last year, and he's now 9 behind Christian Torres, having another tremendous meet. I was just talking to you about this filly. Man, she broke sharp, Francisco.
Yeah, she broke really good today, and I, just take the lead and try to settle down and save something for the end. And when I asked her, she keep it up.
When you had her down the backside, she was just doing it on her own. Were you not even worried? You knew you were going to have something left?
Yeah, she tried hard, We've been working on her. She's still learning how to maintain ice, and she's improving a lot. She showed today.
Leading rider here last year, 22% this year. What does Oaklawn mean to you, Francisco?
I got to, thanks my agent, Jay Fedor, all the support, trainers and owners, It's not just me, I've been working hard, but they give me the opportunity,
Where do you go from here, Francisco?
Our plan is to go to Kentucky.
Churchill Downs in Lexington, get in Keeneland as well, or whatever you can get?
Yes, we we think about Churchill Downs, Ellis Park, Kentucky Downs, and Keeneland, all the circuit.
Maybe we'll get some turf at Churchill.
I hope so.
Francisco Arrieta, second leading rider, and another W. And listen, I know he's 9 behind Christian Torres, but this man can catch fire.
Plenty of time left to catch him, too.
Yeah, they run all the way to Kentucky Derby Day, first Saturday of May, so there's plenty of time left in this meeting.
$8.60 on this 3-year-old filly by the Derby winner Super Saver. And again, her third win, 10 career starts as we move into the co-feature on the program, race 9. 2-turn mile, an allowance optional claiming race, 4-year-olds and up. And Great Escape, Robertino Diodoro. They'll have Christian Torres, the man that Francisco Arrieta is trying to catch, will ride. Just got beat by a half length last time out at this level.
Yeah, and interesting. I've been impressed with a lot of the riders at Oaklawn Park, and Christian Torres, a young man that's got a very bright future.
Grade 1 on the undercard on Wood Memorial Day in Repo Rocks. He has become a sensation since he's moved to the Jamie Nesbarn Can he keep it going on Saturday? We'll preview it next.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
And a Firm Success is taken over. It's a Firm Success in front as they come to the 8th pole. Rusty Spur is now back second. On the outside, here's Zealous is third. Farther back, Snow Ridge had to take up. Voodoo's there on the outside, and safe Florida Sandy. They're coming down to the finish, and it is 8-year-old of Firm Success still getting it done. A Firm Success wins by a diminishing length.
That's the MIG again on the great Affirmed Success of the 2002 edition of the Carter.
I love this horse. Hickory, Rick Schosberg did an amazing job for Al Fried with Affirmed Success. I was fortunate enough, blessed enough to get him later in his career and win the Grade 1 Carter on him. And just a Hickory horse that showed up every single time. What is it, like today my birthday? Like, we get my highlight reel going on here?
We want to see as much of the MIG as we can get.
I'm getting tired of me.
I still love watching you on a horse. I mean, man, you got so streamlined. Carter Handicap, we will see it tomorrow. 7/8 of a mile, Grade 1. And how did Repo Rocks become the horse he's become the last few starts?
You know, sometimes people hit on something with a horse that they just find a hole card. He's a horse that always hinted at ability. Remember a big win with Greg DePrima last year, right before the Run Happy. It just seems like he's finally put it together. I'll say this, too. Andrew Wolfson really fits this horse. He gets him to run up underneath him into the bridle. You look at all the starts with Andrew, only one poor start. All the others are wins. That's a native of Boston Spa, somebody who grew up in the shadow of Saratoga Springs. I'm sure he'd love to get back there.
This ride looked dicey from him initially, but it turned out to be perfect.
Yeah, it really did. And I think a mile is stretching him basically to his outer limits. I think he's better at the 7-furlong Carter distance. And, whatever it is, he is a different horse now. And the way he's running in 2023, he's a major player in the sprint division.
Yeah, it looked like he really could have been in some trouble in here, but he knew exactly what he had underneath him, and not a problem for Repo Rock. Not that gaudy number that he ran 2 back in that toboggan, that 111 buyer. Came back to earth a little bit, but still won. And considering precarious position he was in early in the race, impressive. He's the horse to beat. He's on a roll. It's not just all about Repo Roxo in this Grade 1 Carter. Jonathan, who else should we be on the lookout for?
Well, I think we should start with Repo Rocks. If Repo Rocks runs his race he ran 2 back, then they might start stitching his name on that purple saddlecloth at the Breeders' Cup because he ran so fast. His last race wasn't as good, and if he runs that race, I think the rail horse, the one, Today's Flavor, could beat him in the Carter. Today's Flavor is one of those types of horses who's got so much natural speed. And it's not just since he's been with George Weaver. He showed some glimpses of greatness when he was on the West Coast with Doug O'Neill, but now as a New York bred finds himself on the East Coast, and he's just been outstanding. He ran well going 2 turns, so I've got no issue with him adding distance. He tried 7 furlongs before after completely blowing the brake. Completely blowing the brake. But if you also look at his races going 6 furlongs, especially since he's been with George his last 4 races, every single one of them, looking at the pace figures in the final time, he has not necessarily slowed down. He feels like the type of horse who can get to the front end and advance his position. And I am not worried at all about the added distance of the 7 furlongs. I think he's going to be extremely, extremely tough if the kind of B-team version of Repo Rock shows up.
He's no doubt. Look, he's going to control in the front end. He's got that inside post, so he's got to go anyway. But there's no doubt he's the quickest in this field.
Yeah, and he just does it easily. It's not how fast you're going. It's how you're going fast, and going fast comes easily to this guy. I mean, you put a line to the race where he reared and blew the brake. All of his races are good. And that day he got left 70 yards. He was, nearly a 16th of a mile behind the field.
Little Vic, we'll see if he can try and apply any pressure on this horse. No Wide Barrio to change the race quite a bit because a very intriguing horse for Staffy Joseph Jr. Spiked a fever coming out of the race. It looks like still going to be pointed potentially to the Met Mile, but he comes out still. Tremendous addition of that Grade 1. Let's take a look at the stakes lineup for Saturday. Carter goes off at 4:19 Eastern Time, Grade 1.
Always a great race. And again, harbinger of things to come. We're always looking ahead in racing, and the Met Mile the Carter's always been a really kind of good springboard towards the Met Mile.
Back to Hot Springs, 9th at Oaklawn, 2-turn mile in this allowance optional claiming field, and still great escape for Robertino Diodoro. The 2-1 favorite just missed at this level, at this distance, finishing ahead of Alejandro, who Francisco Arrieta, who's chasing him, will be aboard for Steve Asmussen. And there's a look at the leading trainer at the meet, looking to add to his tally, Robertino Diodoro, 24%. We'll be back with more. Stay tuned.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. And never gonna $50,000,000. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. And never gonna $50,000,000. And never gonna $50,000,000. We're $1,950,000. And $1,950,000. $2 million quickly. $2 million. $2 million. $2 million. $2 million. Hold on. $2 million. $2 million. $50,000. All through, and I have. Boom. Thank you both. $2 million. Rogers Way. Good luck.
Tampa
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5. Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
If you walk around the Oaklawn backstretch, you'll notice that the barns don't have numbers. The barns instead are named in honor of horses significant to Oaklawn's rich history.
Here come two champions, side by side. Heavenly Prize to the outside and Pansiana right there. And Senora flies to the lead in the middle of the track. And it's Marty Jones, one step forward to Kentucky and one giant step to $5 million.
It's time to make some memories.
American Pharoah, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance. The Oaklawn Handicap and #1 rating will go to Cigar by 2.5. The champion Azeri, here she comes down the middle, and she does it.
40 barns named after 40 important horses, all who helped to contribute to Oaklawn's rich history in their own way.
Curlin is going to decimate this field, winning the Arkansas Derby by 9 lengths.
It's time to make some memories.
So many racing greats with compelling storylines and ties to Oaklawn.
Whitmore win time, Whitmore!
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Co-feature coming up next in Hot Springs, race 9, allowance optional claiming group. And we showed you Robertino Diodoro going to break. Next win for him's number 50 at the meet for the man leading the way in the trainer standings. He trains at 3. His 5 years sees the night, though. Major player as well for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, who's had a resurgent last really couple of years, but a tremendous meet here this year.
Just remarkable. I mean, what he's able to continue to do and gets good horses and gets the most out of them. And I'm just still blown away that he rides his pony every day and had an accident earlier in the Oaklawn Park meeting, broke some ribs. He's back on his pony as soon as possible. I mean, he's tough and rugged.
He's got 2 of the best horses on the grounds, too. He's got Secret Oath, who came back with a winning performance, and it's on to the Apple Blossom for last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, and then Last Samurai, who has put together back-to-back monster performances. Probably going to be the favorite for the Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, man, Last Samurai, he's really raised his game, hasn't he?
He's been incredible. Looking to repeat in that race. Post-parade coming up for this 9th here. We're going to start with Ghost Lore in a moment. Big price, 21-1, who came back off a long layoff, just about a year's time, and did not do much running.
No, you know, sometimes horses come off a long layoff. They need to shake off that ring rust, but, boy, he really didn't show much at all.
See him in a moment here. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. will be aboard from that inside post. Horse who, really, before he went to the bench, put together back-to-back victories. Took him a long time to break his maiden. 17 starts, and then he wheeled right back, moved forward again, beating winners in the slop at Gulfstream. But obviously didn't see him for quite a while.
Yeah, and you know, usually when a horse is off for that extended period of time, you can make the educated assumption that there was some sort of a physical issue. They gave him a lot of time. He came back in a sprint. Now, he's been more proficient going long, so now he gets to stretch out today, but he's going to have to really find his game again, making a nice impression physically on the racetrack there.
Here is the Diodoro runner with the meet's leading rider as well, Christian Torres.
It just makes a lot of sense. He's in really good form. He does have A lot more seconds than wins, though.
He's got the ability to be close, if not on the lead, too. There's Alejandro Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, more of a closing type. Another one who's starting to rack up more seconds than wins.
Dwayne Lucas trains Seize the Night with Michaela Michelle.
Seize the Night's thrown a couple of really big efforts here going back to December at Oaklawn.
Number 1 dude, Keith Asmussen, rides for Dallas Stewart.
Yeah, a horse that can be somewhat tactical. He takes the blinkers off today.
Huge race from this horse. Last time out, 96 buyer in an A other than allowance win.
Yeah, stretching to the mile for the first time, and he went right to the lead if they're chasing fast pace of sprinting.
Diodoro with Wayakin as well at 17-1.
Another one stretching out off of sprints could be involved.
Omaha Red tried to go gate to wire last start at Fairgrounds, wound up second, beat a length.
Yeah, going a mile on an eighth, turns back a bit in distance.
Mike Maker just claimed the 10 off of Steve Asmussen.
Well, he goes from one good barn into another good barn. It'll be interesting to see. Again, sometimes it's never an indictment of one trainer over another. If a horse improves a new barn, just something different they tweak.
And well, it's a big price on a horse, Stormy Pattern, who shows up. 4 wins, 4 seconds, and 14 starts.
Does show up, but he's kind of drawn out there in no man's land, and I don't think he's fast enough to clear, and he's not slow, so what kind of trip is he going to get into the first turn?
4 minutes to post. Here in his 9th coming up, Diodoro with Great Escape, the 3. We talked about he's got the 8 Wayakin as well, but certainly the main danger appears to be the 3. Really looked like he was going to get it done last time out. Just came up short. Horse who is a graded stakes winner in the past.
Yeah, and he's a horse that's going to be forward. He's going to put himself in the game. I just worry when I see 2 wins, 6 seconds.
Yeah, it's a lot of seconds he's racking up. He makes a nice appearance. Let's get Paul's take here with the favorite.
He has a tough field, Greg and Mig. I thought this was just really tough to figure out which way a horse is going or not. Now, you have the 3 Great Escape. Is he kind of horse that needs the lead to win this race? I don't know. I mean, if you look back at some of his races, he's never really passed a horse. I mean, he's always been a horse that's on the engine. Like you guys said, 6 second-place finishes. And, you know, he's never really had an easy lead. Does he get an easy lead in here with the 5, Seize the Night, and here for Dwayne Lucas? You guys are talking about it. It's just amazing what this man is doing at his age. He's out here every day, too, as well. You see a lot of trainers that are missing here, but it's Easter weekend, and Dwayne is out here. And the 5 looked tremendous on the racetrack. His horses are just turned out unbelievable. The horse that's confusing, the 7, don't forget, just ran a number out of nowhere as a 7-year-old. So you're trying to wonder, okay, is this horse going to repeat that? De La Cruz gets aboard and Torres gets off. And so you don't know if that horse is going to really bounce that much. Omaha Red, the 9, I thought had a kind of bit of a look in here. Nicky Juarez getting aboard, a horse that it can be forward. And you're getting 8-1. I landed on the 4. Alejandro. Now, bear with me here. This horse does not love to win races. He runs a lot of seconds and a lot of thirds. But he was getting to really, really good form at Churchill Downs. And he started to turn it around here at Oaklawn, going a mile and a 16th. And I think when he won his first race after about 15 starts, he came right back and he won again. And I think Steve started going mile and 3/16, mile and 5/16, mile and 1/8, mile and a half. And I just think that just does not enhance his kick. I think Alejandro's live years can be at 7-2. I know that he's 2 for 18, but I just think that this race setup and Francisco Arrieta is a kind of a jockey that fits this horse. He likes to ride a closing sprinter, and I have a feeling Alejandro's going to fire a big shot today.
All right, Paulie, thanks. He's 7-2. He came from really far back last time out to finish just behind the favorite Great Escape, who ran second that day.
Yeah, this race is so competitive. It's such a head-scratcher. Now, I was a little bit interested in the 6, number 1 dude, because unlike some of his other rivals, he's more of a win machine. 19 starts, 8 wins, 6 seconds, as opposed to some of his others, 2 wins, 6 seconds, or multiple seconds. You get Keith Asmussen, who I think has improved his riding dramatically at this meeting at Oaklawn. But what's impressive about it, to me, Greg, is that he never rode as an apprentice. He never rode with the apprentice allowance, right? Taller rider who, wasn't going to be able to claim that allowance. And he's been able to improve without having the benefit of ever being genuinely an apprentice. And that's really unprecedented in North America. You have that period of time where you get a break in the weights so that you have a chance to learn and develop.
Which is enticing to owners to get a weight break
It's
and
an incentive.
use these less experienced riders.
Right. It's an incentive for them. And listen, obviously he's gotten mounts for his father, Steve Asmussen, but he's also picking up mounts for other people. And again, without the benefit of that opportunity to develop as an apprentice rider. And I think that makes it impressive.
Going to be saying goodbye to Bally SoCal here shortly. Let's go to Jonathan for more.
Look, if you're wagering, use the 11 a little bit. I think the 4 and the 3 are interesting, but I'm going to go straight into fan mode here for a second. The 4 Alejandro, when I look at this horse, and I look at the horse on the racetrack, and I see the silks, that yellow with the maroon V, and I look at the sire of this horse, Curlin, who wore those silks, and is one of the greatest racehorses we've ever seen. And then I see the mom, who was Rachel's Valentina, who was the daughter of Rachel Alexandra, who also wore those silks, won the Preakness in those silks, won the Mother Goose in those silks, won the Woodward in those silks. And this is one of the hidden things about this game that I appreciate so much, is the way that we get to fall in love with horses on the racetrack, and then we get to see their offspring. And although Alejandro, it's not the greatest racehorse, can't warm up mom and dad, it's still, or mom and our great-grandma and our grandma and dad, it's still so much fun to be able to watch these horses based on what their parents gave us. And Curlin and Rachel Alexandra gave me a lot. And so I'm rooting for Alejandro. I don't know if he can win. On paper, it looks like he could.
So loading up here momentarily for this 9th. And, Jonathan, that's a great fun part of this game for those that really get involved in it, to see these horses with these pedigrees and their famous parents and grandparents who gave us so many special moments, see what their offspring do.
Well, especially when you start falling in love with horses and racing, and you latch onto a horse like Curlin, and let's say you're a new fan, or a Rachel's Valentine, right? There's such an anticipation about seeing their offspring and evoking those memories that they gave you, those emotions and experience. And, for me, obviously, like Seattle Slew was the one that really did that, who went on to become an amazing sire.
First trip I ever made to Saratoga was Rachel Alexandra in the Woodward.
I thought the grandstand was coming down that day.
What a call by Tom Durkin. All right, here we go. Co-feature on this Friday card from Oaklawn. Jim Byers, the call.
Number 1, Dude and Red Run. And the last in will be Stormy Pattern. 10 of them here. They're in the gate. And they're off. Great Escape, Wayakin from the far outside, Stormy Pattern. Omaha Red moving to a prominent position in 4th. Number 1, Dude is racing in 5th. And then off of the rail, it's Red Run in 6th. And he's just outside of Ghost Lore. And then it's a 3 wide Don't Forget, who's trying to gain to a more prominent position. The back 2 are Seize the Night. He's back there next to last, and Alejandro is trailing the field. Fairly well spread out here as they chase Wayakin onto the backstretch, and he is drawn clear by some 2 lengths to Omaha Red. Stormy Pattern coming out of sprint sits outside of him, while 3 wide, and Great Escape is right there along the inside in that second flight. As it appeared up the backstretch, Omaha Red was a path or 2 off the rail. We'll see if that holds as they move into the far turn. Gap of some 3.5 lengths then. And it's Don't Forget. He is raced into 5th. Number 1, Dude is next along the inside. Outside of him is Red Run. He is placed about 8 lengths off the lead. Then Seize the Night, Alejandro starting to gain in the yellow from the outside. And Ghost Lore at the back end of the field Wayakin, don't forget, is moving into a more prominent second. Great Escape gets through right on the inside. Great Escape, the rail opened up. He immediately seizes the lead. Alejandro to the outside is second as they come to the short stretch, final 16th. It's Great Escape with the advantage. Alejandro is chasing him home, then Red Run. Great Escape wins at 2.5 to Alejandro. Red Run, and don't forget fourth.
Great Escape, number 50 at the meet for the meet's leading trainer, Robertino Diodoro. Meet's leading rider, Christian Torres, with another one as well. And Alejandro ran a good one, just not good enough to get Great Escape.
Now, but what a nice ride by Christian Torres. Yes, you're on the best horse, but he sat the pocket. He needed room. He found a spot. He burst through at just the right moment. When he held his ground going into the far turn, when it looked like it could be a difficult or a dicey position, now, again, he had the horse under him, but he made every right move at every right moment, and that's why Christian Torres is leading the pack right now. Alejandro ran terrific. Rallied wide, just second best.
2-1 on Great Escape. Diodoro, Torres, and Sun on Midnight Storm. All those seconds we talked about coming in, it was a bit of a concern on the resume, but he was much the best here. Third win, 14 starts, gets another time to take his picture here. And he did this here convincingly, but as you said, under a terrific ride from the man who's pretty much the entire meet been leading the way.
And you could see about the 3.5 when he needed to go forward to maintain or hold his position. And the way he used his legs, his seat, to kind of urge his horse up in there to hold his spot. Now he comes out of this 3 wins with 6 seconds. Alejandro now 2 wins with 7 seconds. And I like to call them polite horses. No, after you.
Hey. Any owner of the game wouldn't mind having that horse. He keeps collecting checks.
Absolutely. And believe me, I mean it. No disrespect. These horses ran really well today.
All right, well, the prices for you coming up. Nightcap still to come. In Hot Springs, going to look ahead to some other Derby preps. Not just the Wood tomorrow. Todd Pletcher, yet another of his Derby contenders. Tampa Bay Derby winner, Tapit Trice. We'll see him in the Bluegrass back in action on Saturday. How about Gotham winner, Raise Kane? Is he a true Derby contender for Ben Colebrook off that Grade 3 Gotham win? We'll be back.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm going to try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to get Take Charge Indy back.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claybird Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Same could be said of Robertino Diodoro in Hot Springs. 50th winner of the meet here, and Christian Torres delivers the winning ride. Third win from 14 starts. Let's go to Paul in the winner's circle.
Having a little fun here with a leading trainer here, Robertino Diodoro. Tell us about, by the way, one of my first professional games was in Lethbridge. Tell us what's going on in Lethbridge right now.
I said probably about 3/4 of the owner group here, which is about 30 guys or relatives drinking draft beer and chicken wings and bullies right now.
And this is a horse that you sent up to Canada for the Manitoba Derby. You sent this horse to Century Mile as well from my boy Rico Walcott. Yeah, I know the riders up there, Robertino. Yeah, but this horse is keep on improving and improving. Huh?
Yeah, I know he is, and I think once we gelded him, I think it made him a little better, and he was made to be a good horse, so I think he's slowly developing into it.
Tell us the maturation of Christian Torres. Honestly, I mean, what a ride.
Oh, no, I mean, for a young guy, I mean, patient. I mean, very patient rider, smart. I can't say enough about him. I get mad at him the odd time, but he's got a bright future ahead of him for sure.
Robertino Diodoro gets it done with the Canadian flag. They were singing "Oh Canada" in the winner's circle here as Robertino gets the job done, and Christian Torres leading rider.
Both those two, Paulie, thanks, having tremendous meets. Robertino Diodoro, particularly with his horses going around a ground, just so strong.
And it feels like when he gets a horse into a good form cycle, they hold that form cycle. I got a kick out of what he said because, jockeys and trainers have such an interesting relationship. He says, I get mad at Christian Torres sometimes, but he's a terrific rider. It's got to be frustrating to be a trainer. You put all the time, the effort, you're in the barn with the horse, you develop him over time, and then you got to turn the keys to the car over to the jockey. And it's out of your control, and you're watching from the grandstand, and I'm sure it's difficult at times, but those relationships can be so contentious. There's love and hate, and you'll fight, and hopefully you make up and you carry on. But jockeys ride best for trainers that have confidence in them.
I thought you were going to say when they win.
Well, when you win, you have more job security. But if a trainer shows a rider confidence that he can call an audible, take things as they come up, he's not locked into one idea. So many trainers like to micromanage, and they want to give too many instructions. Best instructions a rider can get is give me the horse's habits, tell me what his peculiarities are, and then let me do my job.
Yeah. Well, you could say, too, it's probably different for different jockeys, too. I mean, different guys need different things to be said to them, right?
Well, there's an old adage that good riders don't need instructions and bad riders can't follow them.
Yeah. Those two, seems like they have great trust built up between the two of them, and it's showing in the results, too, to this point. Big Saturday on the road to the Triple Crown Grade 1 Bluegrass out in Keeneland in Lexington, Kentucky, and Todd Pletcher at it again, a horse who already has the points to get into that starting gate in the Derby. He's going to have his final prep in the Bluegrass. He'll have the rail, Tappet Trice, and his issues. He's just slow out of the gate. Not even that he breaks terribly all the time. He's just very slow in the stride.
He kind of bumbles out of the gate a little bit. And then listen, he's done a lot of good things, and he can lay up close even when he doesn't break particularly well. But you have to be impressed with what he did. The way he circled basically the entire field and made this long, sustained run. Now, I know he got a fast pace to run at, and against better horses, you're not going to be able to continually give away ground at the break. But I was impressed with this move. I mean, it's almost like he hit another stride in the stretch after having to make up all that ground while wide. And I said it yesterday, I've always been under the impression that horses that win the Derby can make long, sustained runs or two distinct moves, one to contention and idle and then finish, unless they're just, a real speed horse like a Bold Forbes or a Spendabuck or a, Seattle Slew. But this horse made a wide, extended run.
And it certainly looks like the more ground he gets, the better he's going to get as well. And he's a Tappet, so you would think that's the case. Meanwhile, a horse that we saw here in New York, Raise Cane, that muddy sealed track on Gotham Day, he dominated this group. He won by more than 7 lengths at 23-1.
He did. He got a fast pace to run at, and he worked out a great trip under Jose Lezcano and was able to, get through and find gaps when he needed them. But he finished, and he did what he was supposed to do. Now, Ben Colebrook takes him back to Keeneland. That's his home track, and it's going to be interesting to see what he does now going 2 turns.
Bit of a funny race, too. That loose horse in here, the wet track.
it created some chaos. You know, the loose horse did. And you've always got to guard as a rider when you have a loose horse because they can be unpredictable. You don't know that they're going to keep a straight path or if they're going to decide to hang a left or a right or even put their toes in the ground and pull up in your face.
Take a look at the cross-country pick 5, and Bluegrass will be part of it. And then the anchor leg, the Wood Memorial, presented by Resorts World Casino. Bayshore kicks it off. All stakes cross-country pick 5.
Some exciting racing, some good racing. And Bayshore is an interesting race in its own right, too. Some lightly raced horses that look like they have potential to be heard from in the 3-year-old division down the road.
Meanwhile, out on the West Coast, another big Derby prep as well. Santa Anita Derby. And, you know, Tim Yakteen, we keep talking about the horses that he has had. You know, last year was Taba and it was Messier that came under his care formerly with Bob Baffert. He's got some again this year, but it's a horse of his own that is turning a lot of heads. Practical Move, who looks so good in the San Felipe. Got a 100 buyer in that victory.
I thought that was a particularly satisfying result in the San Felipe because of, you know, horses being moved from the Bob Baffert barn to gain Derby points and Tim Yakteen deputizing for him to win this race with a horse that he's had all along and that has been showing steady improvement, you know, and stretched it out in the San Felipe and got it done. A horse that creates his own trip, Greg, because he can lay up close, but he doesn't need to be a part of the pace. And I thought this was a real nice effort from him.
Big horse who, you know, his trainer said he's always had a really big frame. He's more than 1,200 pounds.
Wow.
But he's really learned how to use that frame and work with it more efficiently.
Well, that's it, especially when you're carrying a larger frame. Efficiency of stride becomes even more important because you're carrying more weight, so you got to work a little bit harder. Now you're going to get more power because your hind end should be stronger. I thought this was a really good effort. And as large as he is, he looks fairly light on his feet, and I like when a horse can be nimble like that.
3 100-point Derby prep races. JK, what horse of these Derby preps are you most looking forward to seeing on Saturday?
You know, I'm looking for the home team race, the Wood Memorial. I'm very interested to see the 13 Hit Show. And here's why. I think when you're looking at these races, I've always reserved judgment with these Derby preps. I don't get too excited until last weekend and this weekend when horses start going 9 furlongs in these grade 1s, grade 2 races. Now, with Hit Show, he's one of 2 horses in the Wood Memorial that has actually won at 9 furlongs. The other horse, the 11 Classic Catch, has won at 9 furlongs, twice actually, but very slow. Hit Show won at 9 furlongs, and he did it fast. I love that Brad Cox took the time from the Withers leading up into this race. No reason to try to jam another race in there. This horse had some foundation. He's got a 9 furlong win under his belt. Let's just take our time with him. Now, the other thing about him is he's pretty tactical. I love that I believe he's the best horse in the race, and he's drawn to the outside. Some people get worked up about the 13. I love the 13. In fact, I don't know, maybe I'd pick the 10 just because it's my lucky number, but I love being drawn outside with who I believe is the best horse. And I understand this horse is likely going to go off favored, but I have no problem with the post position. I don't worry about the distance. I'm not worried about the layoff. I'm not worried about the rider. I'm not worried about the trainer. I like Hit Show tomorrow in the Wood Memorial.
All right, Jonathan, all in on Hit Show. Let's take a look at the remaining Derby preps tomorrow. The reason why a lot of people are so worried about the outside post with Hit Show, too, of course, Jonathan knows this as well. He thinks Hit Show's the standout. That turn comes up so quick, and we saw it a lot this week earlier with these mile and 1/8 races in smaller fields, how much ground loss you can have. He could be the best horse in that race, and he still may not win because of the trip he gets.
It's a very short run of the first turn at Aqueduct in a mile and 1/8 race. It's a mile and 1/8 racetrack, so you're starting at the finish line with a very short run of the first turn. Now, they back the gate up a little bit, so you have a little bit of a run up. Maybe it adds another 15, 20 yards. I have so much respect for Jonathan, his opinion, his handicapping prowess, but I really disagree with his assessment of 13 being good. Maybe he'll overcome it, but it is an obstacle he's going to have to overcome.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tough task. Manny Franco, see if he can do it. Obviously got some auditions early in the last few days trying to do that. One particular race that we covered together, much smaller field. We're heading outside post. Live coverage, Wood Memorial. You will see it on Big Fox tomorrow, 6 Eastern start time. The last stop, major stop, on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby for qualifying. You don't want to miss it. and we hope you join us. We still got another one coming up on our Friday coverage. Not done yet. Nightcap from Oaklawn. State-bred $20,000 maiden claiming sprint at 6 furlongs. And it is the 11 in here who is the current favorite. Was in an open 20 maiden claiming race, ran third last time out. In for state-bred maiden 20 today. Top choice on the board.
Yeah, I mean, he ran against open company, and we talk about it a lot. Well, now he's in a restricted race exclusively for horses bred in the state of Arkansas. Arkansas breds made up about 2.5% of the entire North American foal crop in this foal crop.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll have the post-parade for the finale when we come back. Heard Paulie interview Francisco Arrieta. He's in chase mode, trying to run down the meets leader, Christian Torres, trying to collect another win in this finale. He'll be on the 7 Pepperoni Kid when we come back.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Francisco Arrieta's childhood dream was to become a jockey.
Because my first time when I see a horse, man, I fell in love. What a beautiful feeling, you know.
Arrieta, a native of Venezuela, moved his tack to the United States in 2014.
When I started here, it was hard for me, you know, to get a chance. I don't speak any English and I don't know nobody. It was pretty hard. I have to gallop like for 2.5 years and ride a couple horses, you know, it was really hard.
He would need a strong belief in himself because this dream would require plenty of patience. Over a 3-year span from 2015 to 2017, Arrieta rode 210 races, winning just 3 times. Yes, 3 years, just 3 winners.
For sure, I work every day, you know, almost don't no day off, you know, working hard.
But patience, work ethic, and faith in God would lead Arrieta to finally break through as leading rider at smaller tracks off the beaten path.
I was in New York at the time. I started working for Robertino Dodoro, galloping, and I galloped for him like a year, and I asked him for ride horse, you know, and the opportunity didn't come in New York, so they moved to Arizona. So I asked him to give me the opportunity. So finally I moved with my family to Arizona and I started riding over there. And that was unbelievable after that.
It's going to be Senor Friday to win the Turf Paradise Derby.
He's one of the hardest workers. You know, he's a very good worker, got a good attitude. He's a good rider. He's a kid that started right from the bottom up. paid his dues, and it was just 3-4 years ago where he was galloping and picking up claimed horses for us at Saratoga during the summer to make extra money. So he's come a long way in a short period. Like I said, he's a kid that started right from the bottom, so got to give guys like him a lot of credit.
Then Arrieta came to Oaklawn for the first time in 2021, and he won 50 races, finishing third in the jockey standings. On the year, Arrieta's mounts earned $5.5 million, compared to $62,000 just 4 years earlier.
I like Arkansas. You know, it's a nice place, nice people around here. I used to be happy to be here, you know, and it's not hard to ride in this racetrack, you know, it's easy.
He also recorded his first Oaklawn Stakes victory in The Bachelor aboard Jackson Traveler for Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen.
Well, I just remember that was a nice horse. He just break and go to the lead. That was an easy winner, you know, nice horse.
Jackson Traveler beat the gate and beats the Bachelor. Jackson Traveler in front.
For the boy who started riding in Venezuela at age 16, it's been a long, winding 16-year journey.
About 4 or 5 years, I was, Mom, I want to be a rider. She said, no. I told her, let me be a rider. I want to be a champion, you know. Don't worry about it. It took me 10 years to win my first title, leading rider. 10 years, working hard, no day off, no vacation or nothing, you know. So, but here I am.
Hard work paying off for Francisco Arrieta. And as you heard in that story, some very lean times where he really had to keep the faith.
And it's hard to do when you're not having success and you're working hard and you're not seeing the results, to keep that faith and to have confidence in your ability that if you keep working at it, it'll happen. And I love to see hard work rewarded.
We're going to see him on the 7 in this race coming up. Horse who is coming out of a tougher race. State-bred maiden. Special didn't make much of an impact there. We'll see if the drop down in class he can. I thought he was a player. It's a big price in here. Let's go to Paul for more on the nightcap.
Thanks, Greg. As you can see, the betting board right now has Ozarks. That's how you pronounce that, the 11 right now, as your favorite for Ernie Witt, who protected this horse off last time off the wire, and actually ran this horse against Open Company, now against back against Arkansas breds. And, you know, Ernie's very, very sharp. This horse was good. He retains the services of leading rider Christian Torres, and that's why you're getting, 2-1 right now on the Christian Torres and Ernie Witt charge in here. Now, the 2 Impoverished, I'm just not a big fan. This horse, 2 back, got to the front end. I understand they were going fast and gone fast the last 2 times, and then just kind of got tired late. Maybe this is a weaker field. At 7-2, an Asmussen horse, it seems like the horse is just kind of bit not really getting bet. I would say at 7-2. I thought this horse would get a little bit bet more along with Dancing Rock at the 6, but maybe everybody's just got burnt out when this horse lost at 30 cents on the dollar and just got absolutely just passed by Ali's Romeo that day. Impoverished has beat this horse before, so if you're within between the 2 and the 6, I could see where you're going. The 5 is an interesting horse. Midnight Tax and Classy Socks, they blaze. Midnight Tax is going to be in the stakes race tomorrow for Archie Breds. This horse, actually, this gray was holding his own for a little bit, with some speed. So look for the 5 to maybe pop out of there at 7-1 and show some speed in here. I just thought the 11 with Ernie Witt protecting this horse was going to be really tough to beat in here at 2-1. Ozarks, I don't love the price. If I was going to use somebody else, it would be the 5 paid double. I just think that you've seen the same movie for a lot of these Archie breds, and paid double is the kind of horse that if this horse gets out of the gate and shows the same speed, that he showed first time out, he can get loose.
All right, Paulie, thanks. Yeah, I think with the 11, too, you go back and look, and Impoverished finished ahead of him in that race. And Impoverished came back for Steve Asmussen at this level and ran 4th, non-threatening, really. But let's go back to the race when they met each other. For Ozarks, this was a first race for him in, about 10 months off? So logically think he's going to move forward off this.
Yeah, you would think so. And when a trainer protects a horse off a layoff where they're not eligibly claimed out of the race. To me, that's a vote of confidence. They know that the horse is probably going to run okay, need one, but they want to have the opportunity. They put all that time and patience in, giving them the time to, grow up or heal if they had a physical issue. They want to get rewarded for it. So protecting him, and maybe now today's the day he does get rewarded for it. These races are just so hard for me to handicap. I actually thought Pepperoni Kid made some sense, and at a big price. His first start was really good. Stepped up big in company last time.
Poor break.
Yeah, and drops back now to the lower level. And I was actually thinking about having pizza tonight for dinner. Pepperoni Kid at a Pizza Lady. There's a lot of connections here. And before I forget, and I hope Paul can hear us, just wanted to wish him a happy Easter.
Yeah, Paulie, he's done a great job all meet.
Incredible.
Yeah, and giving out some tremendous selections. He's been on it, certainly. What about the 5, too? The 5 Better Group debuted against was a wet track, so he's going to get a dry track for the first time here at start number 2, but he showed speed against Better and, put in a middle move in that race, too, before he flattened out.
Well, he showed run. He showed that he had some run, and now it's a substantial drop in class from maiden allowance, obviously against Arkansas Brits, to maiden 20. Again, another horse that at a bigger price than some of your favorites. And my experience watching the lower level Arkansas bred maiden races is they're not that reliable.
No, they are not. And especially at this lower level, maiden 20. And that's why maybe take pause a little bit, too, with someone like the 7. I mean, the 7 jumped up to that state bred maiden special. And yeah, sometimes you see horses even from this level, they're just not as straight maiden race. That's a huge drop. Not quite as big Arkansas bred maiden special to this.
Yeah, no, it's not. And again, you're talking about a smaller gene pool, less, Arkansas breds bred every year than obviously the national average of full crop, which is a little over 20,000.
Still, Ozarks well spelled out here. Interesting name. The 11 definitely looks like the one to beat, and if he can move forward off that comeback race for him, he was off from May 8th to February 20th. Looks like he is going to be getting his picture taken here very shortly. He get that first win of his career from meet leading rider Christian Torres. Jim Byers with the finale on this Friday card from Hot Springs.
In goes Finbar Fury. Well, Finbar Fury will be going in next. Paid Double moves in. Ozarks is in. And now the final one, Finbar Fury. $12 of them, 6 furlongs. They're in the gate. And they're off. And out extremely slowly was Dalton's Rut Row, out well behind the rest. Good start for Heart-Headed Arky on the inside, and up to the outside, Dancin' Rocket. And those two square off early on. Pepperoni Kid is third, Impoverished is fourth, Paid Double is fifth, and Ozarks on the outside is sixth. Only 3.5 from the lead in the black. Gap of some 2 lengths then. And it's Hard Luck Henry. He's positioned on the outside and is 2 lengths to the clear of a flight that includes Dalton's Rut Row and Devilish Hour, Howl Yeah on the inside. And the back 2 are More Money Mo, and it's way back to the late running Finbar Fury. They come to the head of the stretch. Dancin' Rocket and Heart-Headed Arky, and Pepperoni Kid is chasing them and moving up 3 wide. Impoverished is on the inside with nowhere to go. Paid Double from between, and up on the extreme outside, Ozarks through the stretch. Dancin' Rocket and Pepperoni Kid. Pepperoni Kid goes on by, then Dancin' Rocket, Paid Double, Ozarks on the outside, final 16th, and it's Pepperoni Kid, a 12-1 surprise in the nightcap. Paid Double to be second, Ozarks was third, and Dancin' Rocket fourth.
Both of us, we made the case for this one a little bit. Pepperoni Kid coming out of a tougher race, showed ability at this level with a bad break in the debut. Francisco Arrieta.
He's not
back to single digits with Christian Torres.
Yeah, letting Christian Torres just run away with it. He's going to be heard from, and Pepperoni Kid was always in good position, poised to pounce. And I think it's definitely pizza for me tonight.
After that, no question. I hope you put a little bit down. You like this horse, too. 12-1, floated up even more in the end. Fun Friday that we got to see. Our feature race, obviously, here in New York. Mama's Got to Run. Big performance. Seeing her come back in 5 days for Linda Rice. You know, obviously a poor break from the favorite in that race. Still a big performance.
Well, it's something that Linda Rice has done consistently, and it's an art to know when horses can handle it and when they can do it well, and she's done that consistently, and turf racing's back, and that's always a fun time of year.
That's probably what you're most excited about. We asked John this question, too. Who's the most looking forward among these 3-year-olds seeing tomorrow? For you, who is that?
Gosh, I don't have an answer. I'm really looking forward, though, to gathering all the information that we're going to glean from tomorrow.
Wood Memorial live coverage tomorrow on Big Fox. 6 Eastern start time. We hope to see you for the final major prep on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. 100 points to the winner guarantees you a slot in that race. But our coverage begins earlier than that. We're on tomorrow, 12 Eastern start time. We'll see you on FS1 tomorrow at noon Eastern time. And then again, Wood Memorial coverage, Big Fox, 6 Eastern time. It was Mama's Got to Run, who we were just talking about, winning the Friday feature here at Aqueduct in the Distaff Handicap. 5 days returning back for Linda Rice. Eric Cancel aboard. Hit show. He's the one to beat. He's got that tough outside post in the Wood Memorial. He might be the best 3-year-old for Brad Cox, and he's got a big arsenal headed to Kentucky. Arctic Arrogance. Can Linda Rice make her first ever trip to the first Saturday in May? We'll see you tomorrow.